Over, Mayor.
Yeah, sure. Do a roll call, then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council of Redondo Beach. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Or MD. Here. Mayor Brand.
Here, thank you. Do we have a flag anywhere, Eleanor?
Okay, that should come up in right now.
There we go. Okay, let's all rise, salute the flag, and take a moment of silence. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty
and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I guess why don't we just go right to announcements? Are there any announcements from the council members? Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have no announcements today. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, the next District 2 community meeting will be on the 28th of October, which is a week from tomorrow evening, starting at 6 p.m., going to 7:30. For those of you that don't have an invitation, please email me at my city address, and I'll send you a special invitation out to your email. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yep. Just want to remind everybody to vote. It's pretty easy. Filled it out, took it down to the library, dropped it off. You get a sticker. Not at the library. You get the sticker in your mail. And yeah, it couldn't be easier than it was. So everybody vote.
Okay, great. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, big kudos to our Public Works Department. They gave the North Redondo Beach bike path a nice big haircut and a shave, and it looks fantastic out there. A lot of folks were starting to comment that it was getting a little shaggy, and it got a nice COVID cut, and everything's good. So thank you very much, and yes, get out and vote.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Actually, I've just been kind of busy. Next door has been talking about our items today, so that was kind of a big item. And so, but I did want to give a shout out to the Dodgers. Today's the first night of the first World Series, so we're at Dodger Stadium in spirit anyway.
Okay, thanks for that. I'd like to remind everybody that October is Domestic Violence Month, and Redondo Beach is blessed to have a great program here. We usually in October, we have a domestic violence vigil at City Hall, and always inspired by those, the services we provide and the stories that people tell, recovering from horrible situations, really. And it's always very inspiring to hear. So I know if Erica was here, and maybe Chief Kaufman wants to say a few words, but my domestic violence thing here somewhere. There you go. Anyway, just wanted to give that a shout out. And it's an important program that Redondo Beach offers. And, honestly, it would be good to know what the status of it is during COVID. And I'll find that out and announce it later in the meeting. So with that, we will move on the agenda. How about approval order of agenda? Are there any motions to approve the order, changes to the order of agenda?
So moved.
We need to pull, was it P3?
Yeah, everything at P3. My mayor's appointment to Planning Commission and Preservation Commission. There's still some applications coming in, and some people have said they'd applied, and I haven't gotten it yet. So we're going to postpone that one until next time. P3.
Motion to approve minus P3.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by, I believe, Councilmember Gran. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, moving right along. We are, excuse me. Blue folder items. We have some blue folder items for this meeting. Did you want to list them, Eleanor? Get them
Yes.
admitted to the record.
Okay, so we have some public comments for J1, which is non-agenda items. Public comments for N1, which is the development of the skating facilities at Pad 10. We have public comments for N2, which is the status of the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan. N4, public comments related to direction to staff regarding pallet shelter temporary transitional housing. We have one for H22, which is the Redondo Beach 6 cycle regional housing needs assessment, RENA allocations. That's it, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Consent calendar. Tonight we got a lengthy consent calendar, 23 items on the consent calendar. We'll hear public comment on any item on the consent calendar. Any council member can pull any consent calendar item. I'll go through the list, see if anybody wants to pull any. And we'll hear that after we pass the consent calendar en masse. That's what we normally do. So with that, I'll ask Councilmember Nierenheimer, are there any consent calendar items you'd like to pull?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item H22, the RENA number, RENA one. And I just want to talk for a second about the Riviera bid and the two items they have. You know, we want to thank staff for moving that along and the bid for moving things. They had their monthly meeting this morning, and it's always great to see them working together, solving problems, and taking a huge load off the staff. So great work by them. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would say H9 and H14, please.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Yeah, just a quick comment, then like to pull H23, please.
H23. Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. Other than items H9, H14, H22, and H23, are there any public comments?
Okay, so we have a lot of attendees. Majority of them are for N4, but if there's anybody that's on the Zoom, you can raise your hand by looking at the bottom of your attendees. Yes, please raise your hand, and then for this item only.
Okay, so this, anybody wants to speak this for the consent calendar items, not just any old thing on the agenda. So I don't see any hands up for any of these consent calendar items.
Okay.
Are there any other comments, Eleanor?
So do we, Vicki, do we have any e-comments?
We have an e-comment on H16. Wait a minute. First of all, for H16, I'm going to read the comment. Submitted H16 item submitted by Eugene Solomon. Please describe the search process for the hiring of this attorney. Were attorneys who were closer and had more experience than 4 years sought out? It seems more reasonable to select an attorney who is more geographically desirable rather than someone 30 plus miles away who may bill us for travel time to and from the courthouse. Under H9 is H9 was pulled, so I'll read that one later. H22 was also
That was pulled as well.
right. Okay, so no further comments under
Okay. Well, that item he spoke on, I guess, is City Attorney's Office available. Want to comment on that? Any other law firms considered? How was that chosen?
When you're hiring someone for prosecution, you can't hire, you need someone who has experience in criminal law and doesn't represent anyone as a defense attorney. There's a provision in state law that prohibits anyone who is actively a prosecutor. So, they can't represent someone, they can't do defense work and at the same time be a prosecutor. So it really limits our options. And Melanie did a great job. Recently, we've been using someone who had been a full-time prosecutor in the Torrance office, needed for personal reasons to be more part-time, and so we used her. She's no longer available. Melanie did a great job reaching out to other prosecuting agencies. Pasadena had used someone as a contract attorney because of the budget impact of COVID on their budget. They are no longer able to use Mr. Davidson for the time being. I think he eventually wants to get back when there is an available opening. There won't be one likely in our office anytime soon. And so we were able to use him. He's going to, with Anna going out on family leave soon, then Joy is going to be moving over to handle the homeless court. And we needed someone to handle mental health court, which is located in Hollywood. And so by being in Pasadena, he'll be able to travel to that. When we need him in Torrance, we'll wait until days when we have a minimum of 4 hours worth of work. So he's not going to bill us for travel time, but he'll bill us for 4 hours. In the absence of that, then I'd need to stop. Need to not have Joy do the quality of life stuff. I may end up having to do that anyways if the other prosecutor who's out on medical leave with an uncertain date has to prolong that date, but I don't want to have that be a first effort. So this is to make certain we can comply with our grant for our enhanced prosecution, or enhanced response to homelessness, and handle any
Mental health.
needs. Yeah, and also handle normal stuff while we have the second vacancy. But the reason is there are very few people who are qualified in prosecution who don't do defense, and you can't use them.
Right. Okay, well, thanks for that thorough answer, Mike.
And the last thing I would say is $100 is a fantastic rate for an outside attorney.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
In my limited experience in attorneys, that's I don't know that it comes any lower than that. It's almost pro bono these days. Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments on any consent calendar items that we did not pull?
No, Mayor. That's it.
Okay, other than item H9, H14, H22, and H23, I'll entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Eleanor, do you need to read through these?
Yeah, I have about 8 of them. So adopt by title only resolution number CC-2010-075, resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach calling and giving notice of the holding of an all-mail ballot general municipal election consolidated with the election of the Board of Education of the Redondo Beach Unified School District to be held in said city on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, for the election of certain officers of the city and members of the Board of Education of said school district as required by the provisions of the Charter of the City of Redondo Beach. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2010-076, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to render specific services to the city related to conduct an all-mail ballot general municipal election consolidated with the election of members to the Board of Education of the Redondo Beach Unified School District to be held on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2010-077, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting regulations pertaining to candidates' statement submitted to the voters at a general municipal election consolidated with the election of members to the Board of Education of the Redondo Beach Unified School District for the election on March 2nd, 2021. H11, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2010-078, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 to appropriate $10,881 in Bureau of Justice Assistant fiscal year 20 Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program funds. H17, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3208-20, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Municipal Code Article 17 of Chapter 7 to Title 3 regarding preferential parking fees for the introduction and first reading. H18, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2010-079, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, appointing an advisory board in connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District and directing the preparation of a report for fiscal year 2021. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2010-080, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the report of the advisory board for fiscal year 2021 in connection with the Riviera Village Business Improvement District. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2010-081, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to levy an assessment against businesses within the Riviera Village Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2021 and setting a time and place for hearing objections thereto. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. With that, I guess we'll go to item H9. Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled that item?
Right, thank you, Mayor Brand. I just wanted, Ted, I wanted to bring this to the attention of boat owners and other people that are involved with the harbor. Could you explain a little bit about what we're doing with the transient vessel moorings? And just give us a quick status update. It looks like nothing really new, but when we expect to hear back from the DBAW?
Right, and thank you, Councilmember. Ted Salon, Public Works Director. Yes, under the council's direction during the budget hearings in June of this year, you asked us to try to cut down on the costs, which primarily is a maintenance cost of the boat mooring vessels out in the harbor. These moorings were installed in 2014 under a grant from the State Division of Boating and Waterways. Mm-hmm. It was $250,000, so we installed the 25 more. They have been very costly to maintain. At one point, we budgeted approximately $100,000 per year for the maintenance. That we brought down to about $60,000 per year. But these moorings are primarily, on the average, used less than single-digit percentages per year, more on the average of about 6% overall. So with the council's direction, staff was looking to try to reduce our liability in the maintenance and upkeep of those moorings and keeping them functional. So we reached out to the state early on in June as the council had directed us. We had not been receiving any input, and as a matter of fact, last night we received some feedback from them. Essentially, it's pretty preliminary. They may be looking for a pro rata, if you will, direct reduction on those moorings. We've not analyzed it. We think there's room for obviously some modifications of that. So we will be reaching out to them. But as of the time that we prepared the staff report and sent the material to the city council, we had been reaching out on a periodic basis just to get some feedback from them on what kind of potential reimbursements they would be looking for, and had not received it. We just wanted to bring this to the city council's attention, let you know that we have been reaching out but had not necessarily received anything affirmative. At this point, now that we have received something effective last night, we will be analyzing it. We'll be working with the state folks a little bit, and then our proposed process is to take that potential reduction and information back to the Harbor Commission, go through that discussion with them, and then come back to the city council.
Okay, great. Thank you for the summary of that. I appreciate it. So motion to approve H9, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath on H9. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next item up is H14. Councilmember Lowenstein, you pulled that one as well?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ted, I just wanted people to be aware I'm glad you guys have noticed this. It's been a while since that sign has been replaced. It's clearly in bad shape, and I think it's great that you're, in the meantime, actually changing the signal and the arm stanchion, I guess is maybe the way to put it, maybe the post. So we're expecting this to be completed sometime next summer is when you think it'll be completed?
Yeah, we think so. I mean, with your support tonight, we would like to move the projects forward, complete the design, approve the plans and specs, and start looking for some bids on the project. As you know, the lead time on traffic signal poles is multiple months. So yes, we expect the construction to be at that. You know, this is a 2-for-1 deal project, if you will. We have the sign, the King Harbor sign, that has been outdated, that needed to be upgraded. It had its own set of constraints with the Edison poles and electrical lines that are over it on the north side of 190th. The pedestrian signal is also aged. We've gotten some complaints about visibility or improved visibility for both pedestrians and the signal heads. We felt this was a great opportunity to sort of meld the two together, remove extra furniture from the street, and essentially bring the King Harbor sign to the forefront, make it to our current standards, make it highly visible and uniform with other signs that we've placed in the city, and do a significant improvement on the pedestrian signal altogether. Both of these elements of it are funded from different CIP components, if you will. So it will be a significant reduction overall than putting in two separate elements out there altogether.
Okay, great. Thank you. Motion then to approve H14, please.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Before we proceed, Mayor, may I interject just for a moment?
Yeah.
There was a comment, an e-comment under H9. It was in support. It's a very short one. May I take a moment to read that real quick?
Yes, please do.
Okay, it was submitted by Maricela Guillermo. Yes, please reduce the number of transient vessel moorings, but more importantly, keep the area clean. Thanks. That concludes the comment. I'm sorry I didn't.
Thank you. Apologies for not asking for public comments before we voted. But it sounds like she's in favor of what we did. So there you go. That worked out. Never hesitate to interrupt me, Vicky. Okay, item H22, Councilmember Narenheim. You pulled that item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Brand. You know, I pulled this because RENA, Regional Housing Needs Allocation, is the amount of numbers that we get assigned from a broader organization called SCAG, Southern California Associated Governments, which gets a broader number from the state of California that says you must zone for X amount of housing units. And since I've been involved in local politics, I've become painfully aware of this number. While it had no teeth in years before, it has become more important, and people are putting more and more teeth with this. So I know we proactively said to go ahead and appeal this number, and I wanted to verify that and make sure. And I saw this on the agenda come up, and like, thank you very much, Brandy, very much for that. And I also wanted to clarify for people as well. You know, there's our ability to zone is different than our ability to construct housing. That's not our job. That's individuals, property owners' ability to do that. Torrance has denied many housing projects. We are paving over our commercial housing or commercial square footage in Redondo everywhere. And we are destroying our job market, and we are replacing it with housing, further imbalancing our jobs work imbalance. So we're the ones literally and figuratively driving the traffic. Brandy, I saw you mention in here the Embarcadero Study Institute. Is that going to be the major component of this appeal, as with many other cities using this?
Well, the appeal itself technically it has to be on certain things. So we have included that in the appeal. It is a major component of what we want them to consider, but that's something that is, you know, the bigger number, the state's number that has to be decided, not necessarily what SCAG will, you know, per what your definition that you provided, what SCAG will provide. However, we included that in here, but we also then pointed out other things such as fairness and fairness components with the factors, as well as the high quality transit area numbers that we have requested get corrected. They still are using a different number. So we've included that. We did have a blue folder item that's, the application or the appeal form itself. In that, just through the unfair distribution and high quality transit area inaccuracies, that would reduce our number by 415 units, or that's what we're requesting. But if we're looking at the Embarcadero or the Freddie Mac studies, that would reduce it significantly more than that. And so that's in there. We included all three in there. So that if the state level is reduced by the Freddie Mac study, we would reduce our number by 1,539 units. And we would reduce it for the Embarcadero study if the state level is reduced for that by 1,279 units. So I think probably realistically what we're going to see is that 419 units will be considered, unless they do really take a look at the state level of revising the state number based on that. But there are several, you've got Orange County, most of the municipalities signed on to really push on that. That I think we had Holly Osborne, a community member. The Beverly Hills was pushing for that to be reconsidered. So we have included this in here as a significant component, but it's not necessarily falling in line with what you can appeal. And so we made sure we included all those other items as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot to read. It was good to read. I wasn't able to read it all, all the way complete, but
there's a lot of information. Well, a lot of it is information that we reviewed in the past when we were
right.
The methodology itself. And just so you know, we do have our housing consultant Veronica Tam available, and Sean Scully, who the two of them have dug into this a lot more than I have even in the last week. But we're doing what we can to appeal it. We'll see how many other municipalities appeal and where that lands us.
Okay, great. And is there any change to the whole COVID situation, pandemic? People are moving away from some urban centers, cities, out to rural areas. Is there any talking about that?
I don't think so. I don't think there's been discussion. I mean, they're certainly not looking to change their methodology. And as far as patterns go, I don't know that there's enough data or information on that that's based on COVID, and if that would be a permanent transition that people are doing.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Thank you. That was a great summary. Appreciate that, and thanks for all the work on that. That's it's vitally important for us moving forward. So, thank you.
I have a question. Maybe I just ask Veronica, since she's got a lot of experience with us and with these RENA numbers and methodologies. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Veronica, right off the top? Some of the things you're seeing, what you think about our appeal, what you're seeing in other cities, what's going on at the housing community development, that sort of thing.
Well, I think in general, most communities are having a hard time trying to find basis for appeal, because the way that the appeal is set up, that the limitations is such that it's very difficult to really, the windows or the opportunities that you can argue is very limited. There may be other opportunities out there that, of course, SCAG has convened a litigation team, but that's not moving forward yet. I think what I've heard other jurisdictions are saying is, let's press SCAG to actually convene and schedule meetings with the litigation team. And the reason for the litigation team is because of the Freddie Mac study and because of the Embarcadero study. So there may be opportunity there, but however, timing for litigation is difficult, because by the time that you process in litigation, your housing element is due. What do you choose between complying or waiting for an outcome? And I think the other thing that we are always reminded is litigation. Some city has already tried. The city of Irvine in the full cycle housing element did sue SCAG and HCD. Ultimately, the court decided that they don't have jurisdiction over the RENA matter. And so it was never even went to hearing. So nothing actually came out of that. So I think, while there may be some opportunity for litigation, but that is also a difficult path as well.
The City of Irvine case, when they filed suit, as I recall, they had been allocated 40,000 units by RENA.
Yeah.
Did they add more on top of that? Staff, I'm even hearing council members in other cities say that staff is advising them that if you challenge these numbers, they may come back and up them. And so,
No, that didn't happen. I actually.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Well, it's not because of appealing. I actually wrote the fourth cycle housing element for Irvine. So I was actually deeply involved in that whole process of the litigation and waiting to hear from the court and HCD and SCAG. We had like personal meetings with the director of HCD. And so, but having said that, Irvine didn't receive additional RENA because they appeal, but the appeal process itself does not give you a certainty of outcome, because the city of West Hollywood in the fourth cycle did appeal, and they got an approval for their appeal. But when everything settles down, they actually got a higher number because other cities also appealed, and their appeal were also approved. And so when the reductions are all kind of redistributed again to other jurisdictions, the city of West Hollywood ended up having more numbers before the appeal was approved. So it could happen, and I think that was what Brandy was kind of alluding to, that the outcome of the appeal is difficult to predict, especially this round. There is an additional component of appeal that was not available last time. In the past, you can only appeal your own number. This round, you can appeal anybody's number. And so we don't know whether that is going to happen, which city is going to do that, if they're going to do that. I think most cities would avoid appealing other cities' number, but definitely my understanding of SCAG's plan is if all the reductions are less than 7% of the total RENA, then it will be just proportionally redistributed. If the overall approved reduction is over 7%, then they would follow the RENA methodology, which again favored the Inland Empire communities and burden the urbanized community. So that would be something that we cannot predict at this time.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of the Embarcadero Institute study that showed double counting in SB 828?
Well, I think it's not something that HCD did not know. That is some of the topics that we talked about had already been a topic of discussions during the whole RENA process, whether the existing needs were considered. And if you actually read the definition of the RTP or the description of the RTP forecast, it does say existing housing needs. And so doing this whole methodology development discussion at the SCAG level, at the state level, that some of that topics have already been brought up. But I'm unfortunately not, at the inner circle of these things and understand why certain topics were not considered further or that they were dismissed. But it's not necessarily topics that the state was not aware of.
So are you saying that the HCD was aware of this double counting, or?
Well, I don't know whether they would agree there is double counting. I think that's the issue, because if we go back all the way 2 years ago when they started the RENA discussions, the whole point about existing housing needs has already been considered as part of the RTP. That was definitely one of the key discussions during that time.
So while it appears double counting, you say, no, that's actually part of the process to pile on top of what's already there.
I think the problem is the fact that the new state law specifically added two topics on it, is overcrowding and cost burden, which I think, when you look at the RTP, they did consider existing needs, but how did they consider it? I don't know. But with the new state law with overcrowding and cost burden, it's very specific that you need to look at the census, the American Community Survey, and look at the county average of overcrowding and county average of cost burden and how you compare. So the two pieces of new legislation, unfortunately, while it might have added, and I actually totally agree that those two legislation itself double counted, and we brought that up again at SCAG meetings before, but it's not something that SCAG had the ability to ignore because it was specifically spelled out in legislation.
But that could be, well, I don't know. I suppose it could be part of litigation. But is there a deadline to us filing this appeal at the end of this month?
October 26th.
October 26th. Okay. Great. All right. Thank you, Veronica. Councilmember Narenheim, you have your hand up?
I do. Veronica, you said a minute ago that it's outside the court's jurisdiction regarding the lawsuits. Whose jurisdiction is it then? Is it just purely theirs?
They couldn't decide last time with Irvine. The reason was that they felt that the arena is a zero-sum game. So if you reduce the number of arena numbers for Irvine, because Irvine was one city suing the state and suing SCAG, and if you reduce the number of units in Irvine, it has to go somewhere else. So if you take on the lawsuit of that city, then the rest of the 197 jurisdictions in SCAG needs to be involved because they are impacted by the outcome of the lawsuit. And so that was the reason why they didn't feel that it was, I guess nobody want to take that on. It was too controversial. But I think maybe this time it could be different if it's not one jurisdiction suing HCD, but it's the entire region.
And what if you just attack? I mean, that's what we're doing now, is we're attacking the whole number. What if you go to the court and attack the entire number as a whole?
Right.
Not just in each individual city's number. That to me is, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody needs to be able to take responsibility and tell HCD or SCAG both together, hey, we don't accept this, and we need to be able to have a third party look at this and say, and hold them accountable, right? I mean, what would that be? I mean, you're essentially saying that there is no answer to that.
I think shy of litigation against HCD on the overall number, or if there is any kind of legislative change that you can put a bill forward and have the state recognize that needs to be fixed immediately. I'm not a legal expert, so I wouldn't know what are the other avenues, but the certainly having worked in the RENA process, having worked in the housing element process so much, that the pathway to a reduction is very limited, shy of litigation or legislation change.
Okay, Mike, you put your video on?
Yeah, just to remind you, we had a while ago, we had a referral that it was motioned by, I think, Councilwoman MD, that you all approved to discuss it, the possibility of a legal challenge. And I won't go into it now because it's not closed session, but we did have a discussion on the Irvine case and the options open to the council. If you want, we can, at the end of the evening, you can make another referral to have another discussion in closed session.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's yeah, I'm good.
Public, I don't see Holly Osborne on here. I'm kind of surprised, but she's done a lot of work. Really appreciate it.
She's on here. It's just, she's going to speak on another item, but
Oh, okay.
to speak on this item, if you can raise your hand.
I will tell the public what this is about. Our arena numbers are numbers that are sent down by the state, have to provide zoning to allow for additional residential units based on what the state basically tells us through regional agencies. Our regional agency, Southern California Association of Governments, and I don't know how many C's it's made up, but it's Southern California. And likewise, they have the Bay Area. And I assure you, local council members are talking amongst each other weekly about how to combat some of these numbers that are coming that can't be met. A lot of people feel like they're just more unfunded mandates from the state. Any comments from the public? Owner?
See any hands raised? Any comments, Vicki?
Yes, we do have an e-comment submitted under H22 from Maricela Guillermo. Please file an appeal and let them know that Redondo Beach is built out. We do not have space to afford additional buildings. We need to have required open spaces, no counting the water per number of residents in our city zoning rules. Would respectfully also request the city council members and mayor opposed as a body any housing bill from Sacramento aiming to eliminate single-family zoning. Thanks. And that concludes those comments.
Okay. Yeah, we actually did that. The next big bill coming up is Senate Bill 1120. And it was passed by the Assembly and due to come back to the Senate. Well, good question if it's going to happen in December or next year. We don't know. Do you have any take on that, Veronica, about that bill, or do you follow it at all? You're on mute. Sorry.
I haven't followed that one specifically, so.
Yeah, that one eliminates single-family zoning in the entire state of California. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't see any other comments. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve item H22.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Another roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Take it, everybody. Sorry.
Horvath.
Aye.
Horvath. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. And thank you, Veronica, for joining in. Really appreciate it. All right,
Thank you.
next up is item number H23. Councilmember Gran, you pulled that.
Yes, I just pulled this just to get just an understanding. It looks like we're going to reject all bids, redo a little bit of the financing, go out and buy some poles, get things started, but then go out and rebid. I just wanted an update on this. This is with regards to Grant Avenue Signal Improvement Project. It is basically looking at signals on Grant. Just wanted a little background. Sorry I didn't talk to you before about this. Anyway, if you could just.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, as you mentioned, this is a project that actually received funding from the Metro Call for Projects about 10 years ago.
Right.
For whatever its reasons were in the initial delays, the project was fully designed. We placed the project out to bid under the council's direction. The bids came in significantly higher than we had budgeted for. At the same time, last year when we were going through the Measure M project identification list and requests to Metro for additional funding, we identified signal upgrades, including the Grant Avenue corridor, as a potential location. We sort of anticipated that costs have gone up significantly over the years from the initial time that the call for projects was awarded to this. With the completion, we have been, actually now that we've received those bids, and we received 10 bids, so it's not like we only received 2 or 3. Pretty much all of them were considerably higher than the budget. We've been in conversations with the Metro staff that we've identified this as a Measure M funded project potentially, and then we also have the Call for Projects project that was there. They have allowed us to move forward in combining those funds, if you will, to be able to complete the project. They did encourage the city staff to actually start showing some movement on the expenditure side. And as we were talking about with the pedestrian crossing, we know traffic signal equipment has a very long lead time, especially on the poles themselves. So the strategy was reject the bids tonight, authorize the staff to move forward with purchasing these long lead time elements. We can put that into motion once the funding from the Measure M project comes forward, which should be in the fiscal year 21-22, July 1st. And we would be working with Metro staff prior to that date to get an amendment to the funding agreement there so we can fully fund the project. That at that point, we would then re-advertise the project for the remaining construction elements and have a project that's fully funded. And that's the direction that we're seeking from council tonight.
Terrific. And so you're thinking we're delaying about a year is what it sounds like.
It would be less than a year because had we awarded today, you're probably looking at 6 to 8 months between the time we order the equipment by giving the contractor a notice to proceed to the time that equipment is available for them to complete the construction. In this manner, we get to advance order the signal poles, which have the longest lead time. And by summer of next year, we should be going into construction at that point, going to advertising and construction.
Well, as someone who drives Grant Avenue quite a bit, thank you. I'm glad that we're starting to get this actually moving because Grant Avenue really needs it. So thank you very much. That's all I had. And I would make a motion to approve H23.
Second.
Are there any comments from the public?
For H23, no. For Zoom, and then also Vicki, anything for e-comment?
There are no e-comments for H23.
Okay, great. Motion by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Imdy. Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdy.
Aye.
Okay, all right. That's our.
Thank you, Ted and Andy. Appreciate it.
That is the completion of our consent calendar. Okay, and excluded consent calendar items. So next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for anyone in the public to comment on any item that is not already on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Yeah, and I do want to qualify, the council is not allowed to comment on anything. People want us to give our opinions about what they talk about or answer questions, and we can answer simple questions, but we have to be careful. We cannot comment on anything you talk about per the Brown Act. So if we're going to talk about something, it has to be properly agendized. But this is your opportunity to talk about anything that was not agendized. So Eleanor, do we have some?
We have a couple of them, and then if anybody else that's on a different item, they can raise their hand or *9 if you're on the phone. But first person is Zane Obaji Jr.
Sorry, I actually don't have a comment. I said I'd raise my hand. Thank you very much, though, Madam Clerk and City Council members.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then Barbara Epstein.
Okay, hi everybody. Barbara Epstein, advocating for community gardens tonight. I want to direct you on the e-comments that will follow. We'll go into more detail. So I'm going to leave my comments. I'm going to leave them for the e-comments by my other advocates. I'd just like to ask City Council to include us on the strategic planning process, community gardens for Redondo Beach next week, and also ask to direct staff to assist us in selecting a site for our gardens. We have some possible sites that we are looking at, but we need to have the city work with us, and we welcome you all as partners, and I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Any other comments, Ellen?
Okay, so for Zoom, concludes that part. So Vicki, e-comment, please.
Yes, okay. First comment is submitted by Brianna Egan. Hello, City Council. My name is Brianna Egan, and I am a member of District 1, a current graduate student in nutrition and public health, and lifelong resident of Redondo Beach. I am leading an initiative to establish the first official community garden for the city of Redondo Beach. Our committee and initiative is an entity of the local nonprofit South Bay Parkland Conservancy. We will we gave an informational presentation on October 14th to the Recreation and Parks Commission, sharing the vision for the space and the many benefits of having a community garden in Redondo. The commission supported our vision and ideas and unanimously approved a motion to recommend our project to the city council level. Our initiative has grassroots support, evidenced by the 80+ supporters and names we have collected, in addition to numerous words of support that we have attached in a document at the Recreation and Parks meeting. We are proposing a community garden managed by the SBPC nonprofit, but located on city parkland, with the opportunity for annual plot rentals, workshop space, composting, and even native plant habitat and community fruit trees. The pandemic has highlighted the growing need and concern for food security and healthy food access in our communities, as well as the importance of raising eco-literacy and knowledge of growing food among youth and families. A community garden for Redondo Beach has been a long time coming, and there is no better time than now to take action to improve green space, livability, and community engagement with such a program. We would like to be included as an item in the upcoming city strategic planning meeting, and we are seeking the approval of City Council to move forward with our project on city park space. We are a committee of dedicated residents with wide-ranging skill sets and are eager to work with city staff to explore possibilities. We are asking for your support in moving the process forward to be included in strategic planning and formal approval processes. Thank you. The second comment is submitted by Mara Lang. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am writing to request support for a community garden within Redondo Beach. I am a member of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. With my committee members, Brianna Egan and Barbara Epstein, we have spent a good deal of time identifying potential parkland available for this project. We have reached out to council members, the Parks and Rec Commission, neighboring cities with similar projects, and the LA Garden Council to explore the viability of this project. We have determined support via online communications and in-person district meetings and Zoom meetings with various community groups that this project is much needed and would bring an important sense of ownership and stewardship to city parkland. I would hope that the council will support this idea in its beginning stages and make available to us, city staff, to continue to explore the relationship between the city and the volunteer-led garden. We are also prepared to seek funding for this project independently of the city, given the limits of the city budget. However, financial support for this would be well-placed funds. Also submitted by Dr. C.M. Chantal Topero. Greetings, dear Mayor, City Council, and staff. Please lend your support in the Redondo Beach Community Gardens effort as part as our overall ongoing efforts per our city's mission statement to providing the finest services to enhance the quality of life for those who live, work, visit, and play in our community. First and foremost, as stated by the CDC.gov, community gardens provide a place for physical and mental health benefits through physical activity, skill building, and by creating green space, promoting biodiversity with an urban setting, reviving and beautifying public parks, plus much more. Secondly, they foster connections within the community and help build networks, even more critical now in the light of COVID. Thirdly, they provide opportunities for a wide variety of people, including students, recent immigrants, and homeless people mobilizing to beautify urban neighborhoods, improve access to fresh produce, and engage the entire range of society from youth to the elderly. Fourthly, RBCG is self-motivated and prepared to work with city, governmental agencies, local groups, as well as finding sponsors, seeking grants, and fundraise as needed. Finally, as an avid gardener myself with an infinite variety of vegetables and fruits grown in my own RB backyard, having had artists plein air painting over the years and such activities, as well as on the boards of various plant and agricultural organizations, I can personally and profoundly attest to its most enriching qualities. In addition, having been on the Environmental and Public Utilities Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission, civically engaged for many years, this just makes plain good sense. Writing as an individual, presently sitting on the city's planning commission, I am all too aware of the concretization of our city development and the need for usable, enjoyable outdoor spaces as both residential and commercial lots are being built out for maximum profit, but unfortunately at costly loss of quality of life as everything becomes densified. We ask you to please support this effort so that RBCG can work in our community to make this happen. Most respectfully submitted, Dr. C.M. Chantal Topero. And the last comment under J1, submitted by Wayne Craig. A couple of months ago, a temporary traffic circle installed on Ruby Street in South Redondo was discussed and determined to be unacceptable by residents. It was later removed within 2 weeks. Earlier this year, a curb cut that was removed in front of the Reed family residence was discussed, and after a lot of promises, nothing has happened. Instead of wasting time with mundane items our city manager feels are more important, can we finally just get this resolved? Each day delay is an unnecessary burden on this family who only want to be able to care for their daughter with special needs. Wayne Craig, Redondo Beach. Allow me please to refresh my screen real quick to see if any new comments came in. No, that completes the comments for non-agenda items. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, Eleanor. So I guess that's the end of public participation on non-agenda items. Next up is item N1, discussion and possible action. Discussion and possible action to provide direction regarding development of skating facilities at Pad 10, former Octagon Building, and Perry Park. So Ted Simon, our Public Works Director, you're going to lead this discussion.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Again, tonight we're returning to you a report on the exploration of a skate park concept, really at Pad 10. This is your direction at the August 4th meeting when we presented the 5 other alternatives to the City Council. On August the 18th, the City Council approved a contract amendment with Spawn Rand for $7,500 to be able to develop that concept. And that concept was actually taken to the Harbor Commission on September the 14th. Tonight, I am joined by Vince O'Neill from Spawn Ranch, who's going to be giving a presentation on those findings. David Bernier, our local resident and advocate for the skate park, and Andy Wingy, our city engineer, may have some words at the tail end of it. So with that, Vince, can I turn it over to you to start sharing your screen?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yeah, hear you good, dude.
Okay, great. Give me 1 second. Good to be back. Go Dodgers. I've been watching. They're winning, so a little update for everybody. Yes. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it fine.
Okay, perfect. Cool, yeah, so good to be back. As you guys know, we evaluated a number of sites in Redondo, and at the last council meeting I attended, I forget whose idea it was, but someone, or multiple people, I guess, suggested looking at parcel 10 as a possible option. So thank you to whoever made that recommendation to look into parcel 10. Great site, in my opinion, and we evaluated that site based on the same criteria that we looked at the other sites. So I'll quickly walk through those. So first up is visibility. Obviously, there's an abundance of pedestrian foot traffic in this area, given that it's directly, it's part of the pier essentially. So all that foot traffic creates great visibility. Accessibility, it's on the far western edge of Redondo, obviously. So it's not very centralized in that sense. But obviously it's the pier, so people access the pier regularly and don't seem to have an issue with that. So it's fairly accessible in that sense. The design canvas, it's decent. The oval shape isn't ideal. There's some adjacent infrastructure that creates some challenges, and we're also unable to dig down to create any kind of bowl type structures. So there are a few challenges, but overall it's a good canvas. The square footage is sufficient. And what's most appealing about this site is the vibrant atmosphere. I don't know if any of you have ever been to the skate park at Venice Beach, but the atmosphere there is just amazing, both for skaters and non-skaters who can kind of just hang out and watch the activity. So that's what we like most about this site is the vibrant atmosphere, that it's right on the water. It's part of the pier where there's all this pedestrian activity and, just kind of a social hub essentially. Next, barriers to shovel ready. So the picnic tables would need to be relocated, which should be fairly easy. And we would need to cut into the slab a bit to cut in some concrete trenches, minor though. So nothing too significant in terms of barriers to shovel ready. And then obviously the property is city owned, so we're good to go there. Next is amenities and infrastructure. So you couldn't get any closer with the restrooms. I don't think I've ever had a site with restrooms that close. They're literally within the site, within like 5 feet. So that's great. And then obviously there's ample parking nearby. And then you've got, great retail and food and beverage options directly adjacent as well. Lastly, impact to surrounding environment. So we consider this a net positive for this space. I've probably been there 5 or 6 times now since this site was recommended, or since we were asked to look at this site. So I've been there about 5 or 6 times, and every time I've been there, various times of the day, it's been virtually a ghost town. I don't really see anyone utilizing that space. I understand it's used now and then for yoga and different events, and we'll talk about that in a second. But overall, I think we would be activating an underutilized area for a net positive impact. And what's good about this site, in contrast to some of the other sites, such as Lilienthal, for example, which butts right up to homes, the closest residential here is about 250 feet away. And all the countless sound studies that have been done for skate parks show that noise from a skate park blends in with ambient noise levels at about 100 feet. So there would be no, major noise impact to residential at this site. The ambient noise levels of people hanging out at the pier, the boats, all the just kind of regular, hum of activity at the pier would more than drown out any skateboarding noise. So that doesn't appear to be a significant impact. Lastly, there would be a minor risk of impact to pedestrian thoroughfares. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. And we feel those are minor impacts and they can be addressed with barriers and buffer zones. So I'll kind of just walk through a quick, very preliminary schematic design that we put together for the space. As you can see, just a handful of elements. We don't want to overcrowd the space or do too much. And, the good thing about this site is that it's very large and, if things go well, we can add on over time. But for now, we're thinking small, just a handful of elements to activate this space. And what's great about this design is, as you can see, we've got some elevated platforms in the design. And this makes us feel confident that the space could continue to function for other uses and that this can really be a multi-use space. So take the example of yoga. You could have the yoga instructor up top of one of these platforms here, either the central platform or the platform on the south. They could be conducting their class, or you could have, a band up on one of these platforms and then people sitting around on the lower flat level. So we're confident this space can continue to function for multi-use and other events. And as you can see here in the overview, there's still plenty of open space. We're not overcrowding the space with too many elements. It's really just a handful of elements, and we're leaving ample space left over for this to continue to function for other uses. I'll just quickly note that Dave and I met with professional skateboarders who are Redondo Beach residents. So just a fun note that professional skateboarders who live in Redondo Beach and they've made a living and support their families through skateboarding. Yet Redondo Beach does not have a skate park yet, so we need to change that. Basically we met with the professional skateboarders out at the site, and we discussed rotating the flow a bit. So from the previous design, we're looking at potentially rotating it, tweaking a few features. This is all very skate specific stuff that I won't bore you with, but the design is still very preliminary and still in process. I just wanted to note that. As Ted mentioned, we took this, our site analysis to the Harbor Commission, and they asked us to think about safety and operation. So as part of that, and in particular, they asked us to look at how are skateboarders going to access this space and how do we minimize the impact, any potential impacts on pedestrians. So the thought is that, 99% of skateboarders would realize how much of a gift this skate park is to the community, how hard people have worked to, get this skate park over several decades. And they would treat both the skate park and the surrounding environment and the surrounding people with respect to ensure that doesn't get taken away. This isn't a given. This could get taken away. So that's 99% of skateboarders. There is going to be the 1% of skateboarders who they're not as respectful, and they may try to skate to the skate park at high speeds, and you have a chance that a pedestrian could get spooked. So to minimize that 1%, we've come up with a couple of solutions. Or proposed solutions, which I'll talk about. So first is truncated domes. So these domes, which you can see here and you're probably familiar with, these are a skateboarder's worst enemy. They're very bumpy and rough, and they're so disruptive that it would cause you to, if strategically located in the right place, which Dave and I can strategically locate those, they would be so disruptive to a skateboarder that it would force you to stop skateboarding, pick your skateboard up, and walk to the skate park. So that's a potential solution, is to strategically locate these truncated domes to discourage high-speed skating towards the skate park. Next, we would extend the existing railing on the east side to prevent skateboards from shooting out into the sidewalk. We would recommend posting signage talking about both the rules for being in the skate park itself and how to safely access the skate park. And then lastly, we would encourage Dave and other, adult leaders in the skateboard community to host skate camps and skate lessons to basically groom the next generation of Redondo Beach skateboarders and groom the youth on how to safely use a skate park and how to be respectful of the skate park, again, both within the skate park and on your way to the skate park. So we think that's going to deter, 99% of issues and really help. And here's kind of just a quick overview of the yellow dots would represent where we would potentially put truncated domes. There's kind of two main ways you would access the skate park. One is down this ramp right here, and the other one is from this sidewalk right here. So we would strategically place truncated domes. This is obviously an oversimplification, but we would strategically place truncated domes to eliminate, high-speed skating towards the skate park. And then we would also recommend extending this railing all the way to about here, and we would match the same design so it feels like it's, fits in with the rest of the space and isn't an eyesore. And this would prevent skateboards from shooting out into this sidewalk area right here. So that is our site analysis. Quick overview of the cost. The current concept's looking at about $110K. We're looking at a timeline of roughly 25 weeks. And then so you can see where this kind of falls within the analysis of the other sites. Parcel 10 is here at the end. As you can see, it scored very well. It got a 48 out of 60. And it's right there in line with Franklin Park and Anderson Park. And as you can see, comparable to Zoolager Park, they're kind of in similar locations, but Parcel 10, we think of having all the benefits of Zoolager, being on the pier, being in that vibrant space, but not all the negatives, such as being too close to residential and some of those other factors. So we think it's a great site, and with that, I'll open it up to questions. Or pass it to Dave or someone else.
Anybody else want part of the presentation, Ted?
Yeah, Andy, I thought maybe you had a few more words on the item, or Dave?
Sure, yeah. Dave may want to jump in too, but just for the council's benefit, the ask tonight is direction for the staff to move forward with next steps, which we believe would be a solicitation for a design build effort to bring on Spawn Range certainly and others to provide a competitive proposal to finish the design, go through the public outreach process, and then construct. So that's our ask tonight, is to authorize that to move forward.
And what's going on in Perry Park? Is that a different item, or it's?
So the ask is, it didn't get highlighted tonight, but part of the ask is both of those sites, Perry Park and Pad 10, to move forward with a design build solicitation for both of them.
Great. Yeah, well, first I want to thank Vince and Dave for all the work they've done. I heard you were down there today doing sound studies with your sound meter to get a very specific idea of how the noise might affect the local residents. And that's always been a big concern of mine and that of the residents, of course, or vice versa as a consequence. But I know there's been a lot of work going on behind this, especially Dave. Dave's been quite the champion of this for, I'm going to say, 4 years now. So it looks like we finally got something, and it's exciting, and Redondo needs a skate park, and I guess, as you said, Vince, if this doesn't work out, well, it'll get removed. So glad to see us taking a step and finally finding something that could work. So and yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see the Harbor Commission approved it 6-1, and you addressed their issues. So that's just fantastic.
Mayor, if I may, just a couple more items. One, Vince, if you want to stop sharing the screen.
Yep.
Unless somebody needs that materials up there. I did want to just point out that the budgeting for This location versus Zuliger Park, this is a little bit more expensive, and in the conversations, Dave may want to chime in and say that we may have a volunteer to basically help offset that cost. Dave, you want to chime in at this point?
How much is the difference, Ted?
It ranges. I think it's about 25 to 30,000, and the 25,000 that I understand Kings may be able to donate it to the program may help offset that cost.
Sure, I can speak to that a little bit. I wanted to back up for a quick second. Vince, if you don't mind sharing your screen one more time and going back to the design, the preliminary design you and I are working on for just a sec. And I just wanted to,
This one or the latest one?
There you go, that one.
Yeah.
Just want to touch on this for a second in response to some of the comments we got from Harbor Commission. They did approve it 6-1, but they asked us to look at a few additional things. And Vince touched on those quite a bit, but it was, access to the park and how can we limit skaters from skating to the park and creating an issue there. I think Vince talked about that quite a bit with the fence and the truncated domes. They also wanted to understand a little bit, if we had to get emergency response in there, what would be the best access point? And obviously it's going to be the parking lot up top and the ability to get very quickly down the ramp to anyone that might need assistance. We looked at that and felt pretty good about the access there, right off of Torrance onto the pier and into the parking lot. And there was some talk about the multi-use of the park. Again, Vince touched on that quite a bit, but as you can see in this current design, we're pushing things more laterally back against the walls that are just to create more open space. And the little objects you see, the rectangles and the bars, certainly are just conceptually placed, and we'll continue to work to put those in radial positions that'll still leave the majority of that large space available for multi-use. So I just want to make sure those points were kind of brought up. And this design, with the help of some of our local professionals, I'm just really excited about the aesthetic of it. This piece you see that's wrapping around the wall, our vision is to have that very uniquely painted or commissioned an art piece along with that. So that's going to almost look like a wave. So it's going to really fit the aesthetic of the beach. Lots of grays from the concretes with blue accents. So I think aesthetically, this is going to be a huge net positive from an art perspective. So we really would like to talk to the Arts Commission about involving them in some of those additional pieces we can do to make the spot really something that pops and brings a splash of color and excitement to the pier. I understand there's a potential project in place about upgrading the rails. This would all fall right in line with that kind of aesthetic upgrade to the pier, which we'd be excited to be a part of. So I just want to bring up a few of those points. And on funding, you are correct. We have $25,000 that is sitting in the Police Foundation account, specifically earmarked for the skate park or skate park related projects. It's just a matter of working through getting that money transferred to the city. I've talked to the folks at the Police Foundation, and I think it's just a matter of when and to what account or whatever that might be, the specifics in terms of that when that money needs to be moved. But it's available to be spent immediately, and that is money we plan to apply to these projects. So
that's fantastic, Dave. I guess we could approve it on condition of receiving that $25,000, Ted. Is that something that would work for you?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Dave, for taking all my points.
Well, why don't you run with the sound analysis from today? I forgot to bring that up. You can have that one.
No, I'm joking. So, thanks to Dave for coming out today. First of all, I want to acknowledge Dave and Vince. Vince with Spawn Ranch and Dave is a local resident volunteer who has been involved in the construction of lots of skate parks nationally. So we owe a debt of gratitude to you, Dave. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that. We had some concerns based, Vince, can you go back to the site analysis slide, which is that one, correct. So we had some concerns from some residents around the area. For those of you who are unaware of the history, we were looking at Zuliger Park. There was concern about having it at the base of Zuliger Park because of the surrounding condominiums there. So, when parcel 10 came up, we thought, well, that's a great opportunity. It's further away from residential. So I had been written by some board presidents of some local condos nearby, including Ocean Club and also Seascape 3, and then some other residents in Seascape 2. Seascape Ocean Club is the property where you see the pool in the upper right-hand corner of the drawing. And so Mr. Bernier and I, and also two of the board members of one of the local condos, decided to see what the noise would be like, both just auditory as well as measuring it on a decibel meter. And what it turned out was the decibels approached about 50 decibels, which if you look at what that's equivalent to, that's about a quiet suburb conversation in a home, basically. You could barely hear it. And that, to me, is the closest to the park that any noise will make. And we had a couple skateboarders that were out there today making as loud noise as they could, whether it was scratching the boards or jumping or whatever it was. So we simulated it on a quiet day. Somebody said to me, well, why'd you do it on a quiet day? Well, that's when you're going to hear the noise the most. On most weekends, the International Boardwalk is packed with people, whether they're dining or visiting stores and they're making noise. Maybe they're now having a dining experience on top of the roofs of some of these places. It's going to be drowned out by a lot. Any noise is going to be drowned out by a lot of the conversation and other things of people having a beer or just walking and chatting. So I feel a lot better after today that there's not going to be the noise disruption. And if it's incredibly noisy, we have to figure out something. But I barely noticed it today. You had to listen very hard. And we were pressed up against the edge of that pool area. If you're in that pool, you'd never hear it. I can't imagine you'd ever hear it. And if you're in the units, it's going to be very hard to hear the noise that's generated by this. So that's
another point. Yeah, and another point that the folks we met today couldn't have been nicer and really supportive of skateboarding in general. And they had a completely valid concern, which we weren't sure what we would find, and we really did find that there wasn't much of an impact at all. They did bring up another good point about the truncated domes, about maybe even adding one in Zuliger Park because of that steep grade down that path, which I've almost taken a spill on before. And we think that's a great idea to limit people bombing that hill on their skateboards, just again to make sure getting to the park that we don't have issues. So a great idea from them. And that's what
absolutely. I know some people have been very concerned about that. A lot of people use that path and they don't want to be disturbed by fast skateboarders cutting them off. So absolutely. You also mentioned the railing. I don't know if Mike Wazansky, if you're around, but I know we've been doing a lot of railing replacement. I definitely recommend that we consider the next tranche of rail replacement should be around the park and above the park, because you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be leaning on that, watching skaters as they come by. And now's a good time for us to look at replacing or repainting those rails. I know we've done it in other parts of the pier. I would recommend that since we have a budget allocated already for it, that we look at that, and so people aren't leaning on unpainted or rusty railing. So I would recommend that. And then finally, I think we've done a lot of outreach already. We've talked to the Harbor Commission. I know I've had a couple community meetings. We've discussed this. A lot of people have discussed this. We have several meetings. I think we're ready to go forward on this. I don't think we need any more public outreach. I think we've done plenty of it. So I would make the motion that we move forward and look at a design build. We look at a design build process, and that we move forward with both Parcel 10 and Perry Park. So that's my motion.
You make Parcel 10 contingent on receiving the $25,000 from the Police Foundation?
Correct.
I'll second that.
And the other thing I would also say is, you mentioned the John Parsons Public Art Fund. Maybe there's some things we could add some elements into this that would make the area even better. So maybe that's something we can bring back at a later time. We can always add elements later, and if they're artwork, even better, because it'll really spruce up the area. So that's something I think we should look at. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Just another point, getting this approved moving forward today doesn't stop our effort overall at looking at other facilities, but also gives us an opportunity to continue to fundraise, gives us a home to fundraise from, gives us a place to write grants from, which I'm happy to do the boatload of the work on. It gives us a place to have contests, events, to call home, really. And from that focus point, I think we can only continue to grow these type of programs for the city.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Grant. There's a motion and a second, by the way. Second by Councilmember Grant. Go ahead.
Yep. So thank you very much. Stay right on this one here. So when we're talking about getting to the skate park, I'm assuming that there's no skating anywhere around the International Boardwalk and all those different ramps and whatnot. Is that true? Skateboarding not allowed up there?
I believe that's true, John. The challenge has always been enforcement, and that's why it's not supposed to skateboard in Zuluga Park either. And I think that was a great idea, putting those, I forgot what you called them. It's like skateboards sometimes.
Truncated domes.
Yeah, that'll bring you to a quick halt.
If Vince, if you could go to where those truncated domes are, just so you can kind of explain that again. So what I'm hearing is that kind of surrounding this with those, so that really there isn't a place to kind of get any momentum or a long ride. Is that kind of what we're looking at? Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, we would come up with strategic locations for where to place these. And Dave and I could work on that. We know how to skate, but we also know how to stop skating because of how long we've been skating. So yeah, we could strategically place these in the correct locations to make sure people aren't generating large amounts of speed as they're accessing or on their way to the skate park.
And I think another point just to bring up about that area, particularly around Quality Seafoods and all that portion where all the businesses are, this skate park is really for people that are doing tricks, right? And those boards are typically have a smaller, harder wheel than what you would typically see someone just riding down the boardwalk on a cruiser type board. So I've been down here a lot looking at this location with my skateboard, trying just to feel out how it flowed and stuff. But if you've ever seen me, I assume some of the mayor and some of the council members have, usually I'm carrying it because the ground, it's mostly asphalt and it's pretty rough asphalt. So it's really not very conducive to even skating around the Quality Seafoods in that area, particularly because most of our boards that we're actually skating to do tricks have a smaller hard wheel that doesn't really roll particularly well on that kind of aged asphalt down there. So inherently in what the ground covering is there, it's really not conducive to what most of the folks coming to the skate park would be riding anyway. Just a little sidebar there.
All right, thanks. Vince, if you could go to the one that has just one of the feature of the site with a couple of the features.
Yeah.
I had a couple of questions there.
Okay,
That would be
how's
fine.
that?
That's fine. So the skate park that was conceptually described at the Galleria, kind of in the middle of that whole arena, had the ability for some of these, it has a couple of bowls and it has a couple of other things going on. With that piece right in the middle, is there a way, or have you ever seen where maybe making that into a stage, not so that it has the kind of the rails going up, but kind of boxing it in so that if someone was either a band, if you will, or a yoga instructor, what have you, they can actually have a stable platform and have it be level there and essentially make a stage out of that. Is that something that is possible?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're already approaching stage territory with the current design. It's elevated. I think it's a foot or a foot and a half up off the ground, and the center of it is flat, so you can stand up there safely. And then it's elevated up above. We could look at making it more stage-like if necessary, but I think we're already heading in that direction, I would say.
I assumed you are. I just was, like I said, I don't design these things for a living, obviously. So just kind of thinking what's available there. And I just look at it as if I were to put a band up there, I'd want them to have at least a little bit of room or, an instructor up there so that they're not tripping around as well.
Councilman Grant, that top flat part is probably bigger than scale appears to show. I mean, it's at least 6 by 10 or 12, that flat part. And we can make some tweaks to that we want to be a part of this community. And if multi-use is something that we want to continue to foster here, and tweaks like that, we're happy to look at.
Perfect. Okay. Well, that's all I have. Just a couple of quick questions. I think it looks great. And I'll tell you, the residents in District 4 are very excited for the Perry Park features and kind of where those are going to go. There's a number of folks that use that area right now. we have to figure out how to get everybody in there. But like I said, the Perry Park features very exciting, and I know that a lot of the skateboarders in that area are just ready to have something to rip on a little bit. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Grand. Councilmember Nairnhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. No, all I had to say was that I watched the Harbor Commission meeting, and the Harbor Commissioners were very animated, and you guys did a good job addressing their concerns. They had a very good overview of the Harbor Commission, or of the skate park at the Harbor Commission. So really, really stoked to see this moving forward. And I'm super, it's that Pad 10 is going to be unbelievably popular with the kids year round. So it's going to bring, now with the loss of Fun Factory down there, it's going to bring another crowd, another reason to go down there. So all steam ahead. And I know one of the commissioners already said they'll be more willing to donate $1,000. So hold them to your promise. It was Jim Light. So, start the fundraising, get the kids down there. Riviera Triangle and the businesses down there are going to be super happy to say to those kids, hey, you got a nice skateboard park in the harbor, because they're taking over the curbs and the streets, and people are not happy about that. So thank you guys for the work. Let's make it happen.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Could we just do, it's a silly little amendment, but just in case some other funding becomes available, not limited to only funding if we get it from the police. So just contingent on funding, period. That's all. Just a minor tweak, but I'd hate to have to come back just because we got funding from somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe conditional outside funding of the amount of $25,000.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm amenable to that. I'd be fine with that amendment.
And John?
I'm with that as well.
Okay. And I'll give you Jim Light's phone number, David, so don't worry about that. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. Yeah, comments from the public.
Yeah. Actually, can we put down the little bit easier for you to look at the participants? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the list. I have, let's see, Rochelle Marinus. Let's see. Hey, Rochelle. There you go. There you go. Can you hear it? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't know if it's worth it to speak in opposition because it sounds like the council's already made their decision. I was impressed by the presentation that Mr. O'Neill made, and I think he addressed a lot of the concerns I was going to bring up. But I feel like placing the skate park at Parcel 10 without making several important accommodations will really reduce the number of community members who can utilize the area, and as noted, increase the danger to pedestrians. I think that his study was incorrect in stating that it's underutilized. I don't know what time he goes there, but actually there's 15 tables there that are used a lot by the businesses on the boardwalk. I'm a business owner there. And they're full, and a lot of families from all over the place use them. I don't know how many people can use a skate park at any moment, but it's definitely less than the number of people that are there when I'm there. In addition, as it looks like they're making accommodations for using it as a yoga area and for using it for the movies and for the concerts, but I would like to see the council have some stipulation where those sorts of events are required to be allowed, so that nobody can say, well, we don't want to close the skate park for these events that are already happening for the community because now we have 15 skateboarders using the park during that time. I totally support skateboarding and I think it's great, but I just think like we're already really using that area for a lot of good things. In addition, I am concerned about the safety. I'm glad that they addressed the safety issues with the ramp from Kincaid's and the area around it with those little yellow things. But I think you do underestimate the issue on the International Boardwalk. People skateboard through there all the time, and even though there are signs that say not to. And so if you're going to move forward with this, I would ask that you put those little yellow things in that area too, because really that's one of the only entrances to the park. It's through the International Boardwalk or down that ramp or down the stairs. So hopefully people won't be trying to do skateboarding on the stairs as well. Anyway, like I said, it sounds like you guys have already made your decision, but I hope that you will definitely make a requirement that the tables are relocated somewhere for real, not just in, like they should really be relocated so that people can use them, and that the area is used for the community events that it's been hosting in the past, and that you really take into consideration the pedestrian problems with people skateboarding to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Really appreciate you stepping up because, no, it's very important for us to hear those sorts of concerns, and especially somebody with a business down there. And I see Dave taking notes, and it's extremely helpful. I appreciate you sticking in there. Yes, we've been talking about a skate park somewhere for a very long time. And as I said, many others have said, if this doesn't work out for some reason, then it'll end up getting removed. So we'll see.
If I can speak to a couple of those points, because they're direct comments. I think, I don't want to speak for staff, but I think there was a discussion that we did talk about just finding other homes in and around the pier for the tables, because we understand that those are particularly now an important piece of the different businesses that utilize those. So, we want to do everything we can to help those tables find a home somewhere around the pier as well. The concerts, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I have a 9-year-old that loves going down there for the concerts and the movie nights. So we'll be there for those nights, and we will absolutely do all we can to get the word out. And I think that's a non-skating night, and we're completely supportive of those events happening with restrictions on skateboarding on those days. I think the one thing I would say, and I think Vince and I both touched on this a bit, that skateboarding isn't what it once was. I'm 45. I've got a 9-year-old. We both skate together. And that's the range of ages that skateboarding now really encompasses. And I think my generation, or the older group, unfortunately, I'm in now, do a really good job of policing our community. If I'm down there and kids are not acting appropriate, they're going to hear about it. And a park I did on the East Coast, we had a problem with graffiti at one point, and I called the city and asked them to shut it down for a month. We had a meeting at the local skate shop, and the word was out. And I think you'll find that there won't be trash. If I'm down there, the first thing I do when I go to any park is I pick up trash for 5 minutes and try to educate the younger kids about the importance of, and the empowerment of taking care of what's given to them. So you're going to have full support from us about those pieces that we can control. And safety-wise, I'm all for it. Signage, whatever we can do to make sure that, my son, if he's walking around with my wife, isn't getting run over by a skateboard. So we share all those concerns and want to do everything we can to eliminate them.
Okay. We have,
Any more, Eleanor?
I'm trying to get what happened here. Okay, not sure what happened. Oh, let's see. Zane Obaji.
I put my hand down again, but thank you. I love the Perry Park design and addition, and thank you all for finally getting this to a stage where it's getting approved and going into design phase.
Okay. And then, let's see. Here we go. Okay, Ilya Klinger.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, just want to say thank you for moving forward with Ferry Park. I was just there earlier, less than 2 hours ago, and it's very actively used. I counted at least 100 people there. And it's truly enhancing our community, and it takes great care of our area, so it's a great improvement. I would just caution about advertising ample parking there, because the parking there is not quite so ample. But most skateboarders skate there, so that's not an issue. Just don't advertise that aspect too much. Other than that, I think it was a spot-on analysis that I read in the report, and I want to say thank you for putting more improvements at Ferry Park. We need them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the Zoom. So Vicki, I think we have some for e-comment.
We do. The first comment issued that came in is from Brianna Egan. Skate parks do bring a sense of community and street cred to cities that offers these formal places for skateboarding. I would like to offer that just in the same way that the city is considering multiple skate parks for different neighborhoods and is considering funding the installation of these in the ranges of $50,000 to $150,000, so too should the city strongly consider approving community gardens in various neighborhoods and even funding all or part of their installation. We need spaces for residents, including youth and families, to grow food, access healthy nutrition, build a sense of community on shared ground, and learn valuable skills. I urge the city to begin working with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy on the project they have already begun to explore locations for community gardens and have concrete conversations about starting one within 6 months. The next comment, I'm sorry, I took it out of order. The next comment is Maricela Guillermo. We need green areas in the harbor, and the Octagon is the perfect location. Furthermore, the Octagon has been used as a multi-purpose area to accommodate many community events for residents of all ages. Perry Park is a good location to have skating facilities. Why the need to have two? Yes, why the need to have two skating areas in the same city? Please consider designating the skating facility and Perry Park drug-free zone. The last comment is submitted by Leslie Campeggi. The development of a skate park at Pad 10 in the harbor is a natural. RBPD Chief Kaufman has held 2 skateboard contests there with resounding success. Recognizing the estimated 1% that will skate to the skate park being problematic is most definitely a mitigation issue to implement. I agree that such mitigation should be added and ask that it also include that deterring bicycle riders from the same area is addressed as well. Bikes, roller skates, skateboarders use the walk paths where prohibited for such use, all along the International Boardwalk and the walk paths on the pier. Please include these walk paths with whatever physical deterrent equipment is placed. Great idea for a skateboard facility in the harbor at Pad 10, not impacting residential areas and leaving more green space at Perry Park, which we don't have enough of in Redondo Beach. And those are all the comments under N1.
Okay. Well, sounds great. I don't see, Todd Lowenstein, you have your hand up?
I have my hand up. Yeah, just 2 brief things, Mayor. One is, the question was, why do we have 2? Well, we need a place for kids in South Redondo and North Redondo. Even though we're a fairly compact city, a lot of kids like to get someplace either by skating nearby or walking, and North Redondo alone would be too little to do this. So, we're, instead of having a massive skate park, we've decided to have 2 smaller skate parks with the potential for another one down the line, and probably in North Redondo. So, that's the question.
I think a point to build on to, I'm sorry, Todd, but
go ahead.
And Vince and I have done a lot of analysis on the size of Redondo Beach in terms of population. And there's a lot of equations that Vince and his team look at to size of skate park, and we're still, with these 2 implementations, a bit undersized for Redondo Beach in terms of square footage per skater in a city of this size. So we're thrilled about these, but we're going to keep grinding to continue to expand that footprint.
Thanks, Dave. And the other thing I'd like to say is that, I was pretty adamant when I made the motion that we were, as far as I'm concerned, we've done all the public outreach we need to do, and that we don't commission this to death. We've put it in front of the right people. So I would hope that we move forward on this with expediency and get this thing done sooner than later. So to not delay it by doing more and more outreach, because it seems like there's a definitely consensus within the community and within us, within our the council and the mayor, that we want to get this done. So I would hope that we can do so. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo those sentiments. We've been working on this for 4 years, and you guys done a lot of great design work, and it sounds like it's ready to go. So however we can expedite it, we should. I don't see any more hands up, and there's a vote in a second, so I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Great. Well, great job, Dave and Vince. Really, I don't know what we could have asked more of you guys. And
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
It's been a painful process in some ways, but we're here. So there you go.
Thank you, Dave and Vince.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to our staff. Ted, thanks for working. It's I think the last project we had, the last money we spent was actually on a geological survey on Dominguez Park. So didn't work out. So yeah.
Little shout out, Andrew, Ted, John, everyone at the city has been just so supportive and helpful on every turn on this for the last 4 years. So huge thanks to staff for all their help. You guys have been tremendous. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys. Okay. Have a good night. We'll see you later.
See ya. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda, discussion and possible action regarding the implementation status of South Bay Bicycle Master Plan and opportunities for installation of protected bike lanes. Again, Ted Simon.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to go through this. I'm going to turn it over to Andy in just a minute, but like some of the other items that we've brought forward, this was also one of the requests that the council had during the budget discussions to bring back a status and an update of where we are on the implementation of the South Bay Bike Master Plan. I think we have a very good story to tell the council at this point. And with that, I will actually turn it over to Andy. But before I do so, I did want to point out that the other part that the council asked about was consideration of class 4 facilities, basically separated facilities from the standard lines on the pavement with the traditional class 2 facilities. So with that, we have a presentation that we're going to share with you, and I'll turn it over to Andy for more of that.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Happy to be with you tonight. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully that's visible to you all. So tonight, as Ted mentioned, we have kind of a two parts. We're going to take advantage of recent requests from the council to talk about the status of implementation of the master plan, as well as to talk about some of the challenges we face when looking at more robust lanes, the class 4 we call it, versus just the simple class 2 lanes on the bikeway. And we have Nicole Jules with us tonight, who is a traffic engineering consultant that the city's engaged to help us with implementation of some of these projects. So I'll do my slides first, and then we'll give it to her, and then it'll come back to me for just our final recommendation slide. So some quick history on the Bicycle Master Plan. This was a massive effort by the South Bay Bicycle Coalition in conjunction with the LA County Bicycle Coalition about 10 years ago to bring together people from 7 different cities, at least, or maybe other cities who didn't join. Over a dozen community workshops to identify routes that people prefer, the types of facilities they'd like to see come in. Eventually, it was adopted by the City Council in Redondo Beach in 2011 and recognized as a planning level document in that adoption. The master plan itself identified about just under 40 miles of new facilities, bike facilities in the city of Redondo Beach, which was a 24-mile increase over the standalone Redondo Beach master plan that existed at the time. And then the concept was to implement these facilities over a 20-year timeline. The purpose of the master plan, actually the underlying funding, is to implement policy to improve physical activity and public health outcomes through accurate transportation. And in addition to that, the South Bay Bicycle Coalition wanted to promote and increase bicycle ridership at all levels, families, the hardcore riders, weekend riders, etc. And one of the reasons to bring it together as a South Bay study was to provide connectivity through the South Bay cities. Some of the benefits listed in the plan include improved community health, quality of life, increased property values, increased air quality, and safety through reductions in bicycle collisions. So a quick primer on the types of bike facilities that are out there, and these are all Caltrans standards and terminology, so we're trying to stick with these just so we know what we're talking about. Class 1, we call a bike path. It's an exclusive right-of-way for cyclists and or pedestrians. The goal is to minimize vehicle interruptions, cross flows. A good example is our North Redondo Beach bike path that we have in place. Class 2, we call a bike lane. These are the typical stripes that you see on the streets. Usually it's 2, occasionally it can be 1, depending on how much width is available. And they also have pavement markings and signage on them. They can be buffered, which means if we have room on the street, we might add a couple of feet of a kind of a hatched painted zone between either parked cars and the bike lane or moving vehicles and the bike lane itself. And then we have a class 3, which we call a bike route. These are just identified with pavement markings, sharrows, we call them, and signage that identify it as a bike route. And these are really just preferred routes on the streets, cycles sharing the roadway with vehicles to provide continuity within the network. And a subcategory of these are what are called bike boulevards or bicycle-friendly streets, which have some sharrow markings as well, and other opportunities to calm traffic and reduce conflicts between crossing vehicles and cyclists there. Finally, there's Class 4, which is a fairly new division of a bike facility called a cycle track or a separated bikeway. We have one of these in our city, of course, along Harbor Boulevard, and that functions very well. And the differentiator for Class 4 is that the lanes, although they're on the existing street they are separated from traffic by a vertical barrier. Either, in our case, we used a curb and kind of a small median, or they can be vertical posts, either rigid posts or flexible posts that you've seen in other places, and some buffer space, usually 3 feet between parked vehicles, moving vehicles, and the cyclists themselves. And it creates an increased level of comfort for cyclists, knowing that they're fairly protected in those facilities. Okay, back to the bicycle master plan. This is a map of the streets that were identified, or the routes rather, that were identified within the city. The black here shows existing facilities. This is back from 2011, and the gold and blue identify the proposed facilities. You have this same map in one of your attachments to the staff report tonight. We've just changed the colors to highlight existing versus proposed. It's a little bit easier to see on this map. This is the north part of Redondo Beach, and this is the south part of Redondo Beach. So the various line types there just indicate whether it's a Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 facility. This table will show kind of what existed at the time of the master plan and what was proposed. So we had about 14 miles existing, and as I mentioned, nearly 40 miles of proposed mileage under the master plan. So we've added green lines to this map. This is again North Redondo. The green lines show what's completed as of 2020. A couple of segments here in and around the Barrel project, Flagler project along Del Amo there. This one showing North Redondo. This one showing South Redondo. Some additional streets that you see the Harbor Boulevard, or I'm sorry, Harbor Bikeway there, Redondo, and some other streets, Torrance Boulevard, etc. So. A little bit's been completed up until 2020. I'm going to overlay, actually first have a table here. So the proposed mileage, here's that 38.8 number again, and completed mileage is about 3.5 miles. So here's another overlay where I've added these purple lines, which are projects that we have in process. So these are projects that are identified to add bike facilities in current CIP projects. Or things that we can do through our operations and maintenance and maintenance contractors like our striping contractor. So those are underway, and then we have red identified here, and red indicates strips that are not feasible as proposed in the master plan at this time. And primarily in North Redondo, that includes Inglewood Avenue, where we have a challenge getting a Class 2 given the vehicle counts there and the vehicle speeds. Make it difficult to put in a Class 3. So we have some more thinking to do on that one. In South Redondo, we have just a little bit shown here on Camino Real, where a Class 2 was suggested, but we would have to take away so much parking that we probably need to rethink that one a little bit. I'm showing Prospect here all the way through the city as kind of both purple and red. It was proposed earlier to the city council and kind of was rejected in the way it was suggested in the master plan as a Class 2 facility. I understand there's advocacy now for a different process there, and I know the South Bay Bicycle Coalition is working on that and trying to come up with new ideas for that route as well. So here's a big summary table of the work that's been done to date. Several columns here. The first column shows the facility types, either the Class 1, 2, 3, or the bike-friendly street. Class 4 didn't exist at the time of the master plan, so there are no Class 4s in the master plan. The proposed mileage you see here. Here's what we've completed. This next column identifies mileage that I consider in process. Will be implemented in the next 2 to 3 years through our various projects. And then I've got a column I call city crews, which these are things that I believe we can get done through our operation and maintenance, either our own city crews or contractors funded by those activities. And then we have about 10 miles that I'm calling on hold. Most of them you'll see are in this Class 2 category and are largely aviation, Inglewood, Prospect, some of our north-south routes that are more challenging. So then this final column just shows our percentage of projects that out of the proposed that will be addressed within, say, the next 3 years. About 90% of our class 1, about half of our class 2, all of our class 3, and nearly all of our bike-friendly streets will be able to be implemented in terms of mileage, and a total of about 3/4 of what's in the master plan within the next couple of years. Okay, so our recommendation is here, but I'll come back to this slide. I want to turn it over to Nicole at this time to kind of share her insight into some of the challenges we face with getting these facilities implemented in our built-out streets. Let me unshare here and ask Nicole to start sharing.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. As Andy mentioned, my name is Nicole Jules. I'm consulting traffic engineer hired to help implement portions of the South Bay Bicycle Master Plan. The design plans for the implementation project that is grant funded is underway, and we're moving forward with that. But the point of my presentation tonight is pretty much to discuss the challenges that we're facing when considering different bicycle facilities and the limitations that we're faced with within our right-of-way and some of the competing uses that create those challenges. So our public right-of-way has historically and traditionally been vehicle-centric without much regard for cycling and or walking. And as we now begin to accommodate multimodal modes of traffic, it's critical that we prioritize the uses that are within our public right-of-way. And as we see it today, our public right-of-way is a mixture of different uses. We have vehicles that are accessing the right-of-way, outdoor dining, we've got, pedestrian activities, cycling activities, we've got deliveries in and out, we have maintenance and just use of our public spaces. And when we have all of these uses, it's inevitable for there to be conflicts. And so we need to prioritize our uses and understand what the impacts of that confluence is. So within our right-of-way, we've got 6 essential functions that we're identifying here. We've got our mobility function, which basically is the movement of people and goods to get folks in and out of wherever it is they're trying to go, their destination, their origin. There's the access for pedestrians and people. We need to allow for vehicles to stage, to park, for individuals to get from point A to point B via transit and or via cycling through placement of bike racks for storage of racks. Another essential function is our access for commerce. This is where we accommodate the delivery. It creates, the right-of-way is used to create vibrant streetscapes so that folks are activated and get out and can enjoy the right-of-way. Greening is another essential function of the right-of-way. We've got environmental sustainability with creation of our parkways, maintenance of our parkways, and placement of our street trees. And then lastly, the public right-of-way is used for storage. We've got utilities, placement of infrastructure, both above and below ground, including placement for temporary construction when we've got construction activities, as well as the consideration for long-term parking. Now, some of those competing interests, while the right-of-way is limited, we would like to consider or establishing implementation priorities. Those competing interests include our roadway widths. We have a fixed width within our roadway as outlined in the general plan. We have to accommodate our complete street improvements, which sets the stage for future project development. And then, as we know, when we try to accommodate certain uses within the right-of-way, there's a cost. There's a physical cost to accommodating bicycle facilities or any improvements within the right-of-way, only because we've got very limited space. Now, when we do want to consider adding bicycle facilities, the things that we want to minimize sacrificing is, number one, our parking. Parking is a premium. And so when we do look to place a bicycle facility, we want to see how we could retain parking and not sacrifice that. Another element that we look to try to retain is our lane widths. It's very important that our minimum lane widths are maintained, and that if we were to take away from some of the lane widths, it compromises safety. So we want to ensure that safety is secured, as well as the number of lanes. In some cases where we are looking to place facilities and we know that we have a limitation in our right-of-way widths, there are cases where lanes would have to be removed in order to accommodate that facility. So those are some of the items that we want to balance when we're looking to implement bicycle facilities. And it's important too that we establish what that priority is. Our priority is obviously safety, but we need to understand what that priority would be when we are accommodating bike facilities. So the next few slides, what we have is we've laid out a typical profile of streets within Redondo Beach, our major arterials, our secondary arterials, and our collectors. And these are streets that we are considering placing bicycle facilities. And as Andy mentioned in his presentation, he's provided a definition of the different class of bicycle facilities. And so we're challenged with the limited right-of-way. And so when we are looking to place particular bike facilities, there's a give and take of different elements within the right-of-way, whether that is parking, lane widths, and or travel lanes. So I'm just going to walk you through these typical profiles and show some scenarios of what is sacrificed when we are considering certain different bicycle facilities. So here we have a typical major arterial, and those arterials include Torrance Boulevard, Marine Avenue, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Inglewood Avenue, or Artesia. And this list is not inclusive of every major arterial within the city, but this profile is just representative of certain streets. In the typical current configuration of our major arterials, we have about approximately 80 to 90 feet roadway width. We have multiple lanes of travel in each direction. Typically, we have a raised median, and in some cases, a striped median to separate the directions of traffic. And we also have on-street parking along major arterials for access to commercial and retail uses. And we generally have a wide parkway and wide sidewalks for increased pedestrian activity. And so in this scenario, we've got the major arterial, and we're looking to accommodate a Class 3 facility. So a Class 3 facility, again, is the use of sharrows, and that is typically where bicyclists and vehicles share the lane. And it is indicated by a sharrow marking so that it is known to both the motorists and the cyclists that that lane is being shared by cyclists and vehicles. So on a major arterial where we're looking to accommodate a Class 3 facility, we're able to retain on-street parking. We have 8-foot parking lanes. And then our outermost lane, which you'll see there as a 15-foot travel lane, is supplemented by a sharrow. The other travel lanes remain the same, as well as our median. So we have no sacrifice of the roadway width. We're able to retain our number of travel lanes. The difference with accommodating a class 3 is that now the outermost lane is now shared with cyclists, and it has the appropriate cycling markings on the street, but nothing else is sacrificed. So moving on to a major arterial and a consideration of a class 2, again, we've got our wide parkway and sidewalks. We've got our multiple lanes in each direction. And when we consider a class 2 facility, what we're doing is we've got a reduction in our travel lanes. So as you can see from the existing conditions to the class 2 accommodation condition, our outermost travel lane is now reduced by about 5 feet so that we can accommodate a 5-foot class 2 bike lane. Fortunately, on-street parking is retained, but again, our travel lane, our outermost travel lane is reduced from 15 to 10 so that we could accommodate our striped bike lane. The next scenario is our major arterials and an accommodation of a class 4 facility. To accommodate a class 4 facility, in this case, we will have a loss of parking. Our travel lanes are retained. In fact, our travel lanes, some of the widths are modified slightly so that we could accommodate the separated buffered bike lane this is the buffer zone with a bollard, and it is a protected bike facility for cyclists. And again, we're sacrificing parking, unfortunately, to accommodate the class 4 because the dimensions that are needed and the amount of right-of-way that is needed to accommodate a class 4 facility creates a reduction in the widths that we need for the travel lanes. Now, because we have a very limited right-of-way width, the only way for us to accommodate a class 4 is by, unfortunately, removing parking and or modifying our lane widths. So moving on to a secondary arterial, which would include representative streets, including Barrow, Catalina, Palos Verdes Boulevard, and Prospect Avenue. And of course, that list is not inclusive of all secondary arterials within the city, but they're just, an example of those types of facilities. So most secondary arterials within the city, and again, the profile here that's presented is not inclusive of every secondary arterial, but in this case, our profile view includes on-street parking, an 8-foot parking lane. We have 2 travel lanes in each direction, separated by a double yellow for each direction. We've got parkways with street trees and a wide sidewalk. Typically, a secondary arterial is approximately between 50 to 80 feet of roadway width, and it does accommodate on-street parking as well as wide parkways. So when we're looking at a secondary arterial with a class 3 facility, we have very little change in the roadway configuration. We're able to retain 2 travel lanes in each direction. And again, very similar to the arterial roadway, our outermost lane accommodates the Sherrill so that it is a shared lane between vehicles and cyclists. And we're able to retain the on-street parking, and of course, our sidewalks and parkways remain unchanged. So accommodating a class 3 facility has very little impact on a secondary arterial when accommodating a bike lane facility. Now, in consideration of a class 2 facility, again, we've got 2 lanes in each direction, which are retained. But in this case, our outermost lane, very similar to our arterial roadway, is reduced by 5 feet. So we go from a 15-foot outermost lane to a 10-foot lane to accommodate the 5-foot class 2 bike facility. Fortunately, on our secondary arterials and adding a Class 2 facility, we're able to retain on-street parking. So the only real difference here is that we've got some reduced travel lanes, but the positive is that we're able to retain on-street parking. Looking at a secondary arterial and a Class 4 facility, very similar to a major arterial, we do lose parking. We have previously an 8-foot parking lane, and that 8-foot parking lane is now removed to accommodate the 6-foot bike lane and the 2-foot buffer for a Class 4 facility. We're able to retain 2 lanes in each direction, but unfortunately, we do lose parking when considering a Class 4 facility. And then the last roadway classification that we're looking at is our collector roadways. Those represented roadways include Camino Real, Delamo Street, Grant Avenue, and Kingsdale Avenue. And those roadways typically have 1 lane in each direction. In some cases, we've got a 2-way left turn lane for turning into parking to driveways and or accessing adjacent uses. Typically, our collector roadways do have on-street parking with a parkway strip and a sidewalk. When looking at a Class 3 facility on our collector roadways, our 1 travel lane in each direction is then supplemented with a sharrow so that that 1 lane is shared between both vehicles and cyclists. We are able to retain on-street parking, and of course, the sidewalks and parkways remain unchanged. When looking at a Class 2 along a collector roadway, where the lane widths in these cases are reduced. So where we previously had a 14-foot wide travel lane, that travel lane is now reduced to 10 feet so that we could accommodate an adjacent bike lane and retain our on-street parking. Our on-street parking and the bike lane is pretty much a shared lane with 12 feet of right-of-way so that we can accommodate a parked vehicle as well as a Class 2 striped facility. The 2-way left turn remains unchanged, and of course our parkway and sidewalks remain unchanged. But that's the difference when looking to accommodate a Class 2 on a collector roadway. And then the last roadway profile that we're looking at is the collector roadway in consideration of a separated bike lane or a Class 4. Again, our travel lanes are modified such that we have 1 lane in each direction. Unfortunately, we do sacrifice parking to accommodate the separated bike lane. We have our 6-foot bike lane and our 2-foot buffer, but that takes away from our on-street parking because now we can't accommodate parking, but we are allowed to have 1 lane in each direction with wider travel lanes for safety. And again, our 2-way left turn lane our center median is retained for access into driveways and adjacent uses, and our parkway and sidewalks remain unchanged. So, this pretty much concludes my presentation, but again, I wanted to present various scenarios where we accommodate certain classes of bike facilities and the different sacrifices that would have to be made to accommodate those bike facilities. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Andy, and that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. And again, just for clarity, these are all scenarios that we face. They don't represent any one particular street. Many of our streets change dimensions as you go down the street. But we wanted to introduce you to some of the trade-offs that we can have to consider when we're looking at the installation of Class 4 facilities or facilities where there are none previously. We run into those things. Also wanted to mention regarding the bike master plan that I have been in touch regularly with Jim Hannon, who many of you know, and really grateful to Jim for all his input and direction on the various streets and what the South Bay Bike Coalition is interested in doing, explaining to me some of the history of the master plan itself. And so I just want to acknowledge him, and I believe he's on the line tonight, and we'll probably have some comments to add as well. And also wanted to just call to your attention in your packets tonight, every street that was listed in the bicycle master plan is also shown in your packet with appropriate mileage in one of the 4 columns that I came up with there. So, and then some notes about projects maybe upcoming or reasons why things are on hold. So very detailed description there if you're interested in going on a street by street basis through the master plan. Anyway, our item tonight is really just a receive and file, an opportunity to collect input from the council and the community and to answer any questions. And with that, we'll turn it back to you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Andy. And thank you, Ted, and especially Nicole. It was a very comprehensive report. Information a lot of us don't know. And I think we are more focused, as you were saying, Andy, on specific streets where we see opportunities than it as a whole. But I like your thanks to Jim Hannon. He's the one really why this came forward and is being highlighted again. It's 9 years old. And we were talking about a Class 2 bike lane on Torrance Boulevard going down to PCH 10 years ago, I'll say. So, and then it showed up in the master plan. So, and there's been some back and forth with that. So I'm glad you addressed that in the report. So, all right, well, let's go see what the council has to say and then hear from the public. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I was thinking about asking about seeing what the public has to say, but I'll start off by saying thank you all for compiling this. My motivation on this was also based on what Jim Hannon had said. I thought, thank you, Jim, for bringing that up. What I've noticed on every capital improvement project planning process, that there's a big pot of money that's been reserved since, 2000? I know it said 2011, but I don't know if the funding, the appropriations came in 2011 or 2013. I don't know which year it was, but it's between 7 and 9 years old. So there is money for this. Some of my questions relate to, why is this taking 2 decades to do? That's a very long time. It's an entire generation. Kids are born, they go through school, they're off to college, and maybe some will come back in 20 years. So that's a really long time. The second thing is, I know we have a lot of paving projects. One of the paving projects that we've recently allocated money for was Burl. I can give you an example. I ride down Burl. I ride my bike down Burl to bike path, eventually to Harbor Drive, and then eventually to the county bike path. It's a bit disjointed when I ride back. I get up to, I'm on Burl, I get up to Catalina, and then I don't know where to go. Like I have to cut across the street to take the crosswalk. And then when I go up, there's no bike path there. What I don't understand is why is it so difficult for us, for example, to paint either sharrows or to paint lanes on Burl? That part of Burl west of PCH is not going to be paved anytime soon. Maybe you can tell me why it takes so long to do painting of bike lanes. And I realize it's probably more than meets the eye. And I know that, sometimes we wait for the paving to be done. But another thing that I want to point out is in the e-comment, somebody mentioned we have the highest fatality rate in the beach cities of the eight cities in this area for bicyclists. That's a serious problem that we're facing. And I feel much more confident, maybe it's psychological, but I feel much more confident when I'm riding in a bike lane than I do when I'm riding on an unstriped street. And, we've been trying to get bike paths and bike lanes for kids, for example, going to Adams in North Redondo. We'd like to do it for the high school. Diamond is allocated here. There are kids that are riding their bikes to school. And if they're not riding their bikes to school, one of the reasons they might not be riding is maybe they don't feel safe enough. So I can't emphasize enough. I realize that you guys have a very full schedule. We throw a lot at you guys, but to me, it's a priority. We have kids that are, our greatest asset that might not feel so safe riding on the street, or their parents might not feel that safe letting them ride on the street because they're either not protected or there's no delineation between traffic and that. And You know, I'm a 54-year-old adult now, and I don't feel safe sometimes. I can imagine how parents feel about their kids doing this, or kids riding. I think we need to really put a priority on this. I'd recommend that we revisit this at the strategic plan next week, and that as we allocate millions of dollars towards funding of asphalt replacement and slurry sealing, we need to start striping more. I think it's really important. And it's not a luxury, it's a necessity now. With COVID, there's a lot of people that are biking. Try finding a bike in a shop now. They're sold out, and there's so many people biking now. I think we really need to consider this. I don't think, I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but I don't think it's time for excuses. I think we need to move forward on this, and with expediency as well too. This is something that needs to get done. We've got the money. Let's make it a priority for us. And if we have to hire outside people to do this, let's do it. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. You're on mute, John. Sorry, John.
Yep. I did not have my hand up.
Oh, I apologize. You're right. Councilmember Horvath. You're on mute, Christian.
I said, yeah, it's because John and I look so much alike.
No, it's because I can't read. But
okay. I have an extra pair of reading glasses if you want. I'm going to echo some of Todd's comments, because to not be able to get paint down, and it was part of a budget motion that Councilwoman MD and I made a few years ago to set aside money for that. Now, I recognize we are not our community's built out, and as Andy said, we have streets that are wider, and then they go narrower, and then they go wider, and there's a lot of interesting issues. But I lived in Copenhagen at one point, and that city is hundreds, thousands of years old, and they have figured out a way to make it more and more bicycle friendly. So when I lived there in 1999, it was already incredibly bike friendly, and I would ride a bike, pretty much everywhere. Now it's even more so, and so I think sometimes the limitations that we face are man-made, right? Part of it is, as a traffic engineer like Nicole or Jean, would tell us, right, there's guidelines, right? And the guidelines are, as the presentation laid out, we have to follow the guidelines that are there. We have to have a certain buffer zone if we're doing class 4. We have to have buffer zone between parking and the bike lane. And sometimes I think we need to start being more creative and pushing back on some of those guidelines, and that requires either legislation or changes at the state and national level in terms of what they allow you guys to do. So I in no way am I criticizing what the engineers are faced up against. You're following the guidelines that you're presented with, and sometimes they make perfect sense, and then sometimes to the lay public they don't. And so Nicole, would you put up your slide presentation again and go to just some of those pages that showed the lane widths and stuff like that?
Okay.
Thanks. Perfect. Okay, so we'll just start here. I mean, for one thing I do want to say is, Todd mentioned this about feeling safer. I was a kid who rode my bike all over town. We didn't have bike lanes, And I don't know, my parents weren't worried back then. Maybe times have changed, but maybe also drivers have changed, And one thing we do know is that narrower lanes do force drivers to drive slower. And so what I find interesting, let's just take, by example, this one here, right? Where the through lanes in the class 4 configuration are kept at 15 feet. But they don't need to be 15 feet. They could be 10 feet, which would force cars to technically drive a little bit slower. When people feel constricted, they drive slower. We do know this, right? So now if you were to make those 10-foot lanes like some of the other examples that we've seen, that buys you 5 feet on each side. So it's not the full 8 you need for parking. But again, you know, in some of the other configurations, we saw a protected bike lane being 5 feet wide. So, you know, I'm just saying here, I would love us, in the spirit of some of Todd's comments, to definitely try to be more creative into how we can accommodate putting in more protected features than we already have. And that's just a challenge out to staff and the engineers. There was another example. If let's see, you're on the collector road. Would you go back?
Go back to
I'm trying to see here. Okay, so here's a good example, right? So class 2. I like the class 4s better personally, only because like you have the bollards, you have that vertical displacement, right? Which from a visual acuity point for a driver, clearly, you know, aside from say green paint, defines that there is this delineation, and even from a cyclist perspective, maybe makes them feel safer, like when they're on our Harbor Boulevard track where there's a raised curb. But what I find interesting is, and we talked about this briefly, I think, as it related to Beryl some months ago, is why are we not putting a class 2 lane on the inside and separating them with a protection of a parking lane? Now, if you look at this configuration, right, there's no buffer zone between the class 2 and the parking, right? And what I was told was if we put the class 2 on the inside and we have the parking right next to it, that then we need a buffer for to allow for the doors to open. But let's face it, right? When you park on a street, you don't just swing your door wide open, right? Because a car might come by and like, you are conscientious of what is coming on either side of you, right? And if it's in the flow of traffic, you are careful to open your door because you know traffic is coming. And so in this example here, right, we don't see any buffer zone for the driver's side door to open up into the bike lane. So it doesn't make sense to me on some of, there were some other examples where, you know, or I think in Andy's presentation where there's a buffer zone for that, or the explanation, like I said, that we were given. So again, I think thinking creatively, and if that's something that staff like needs us to do with elected officials at the state level or whatnot, I'm happy to take on that charge. But you know, it's just something that I would love us to consider. Again, it's interesting to me, right, where we need to buy space, that we would have a 10-foot lane for a through lane and an 11-foot lane, you know, or even in those class 3 examples, have a class 3 on a major arterial, which to me just sounds absolutely frightening. And that's a 15-foot lane that's supposed to be shared between the cyclist and the car. That to me makes me think that the cyclist could assume they can ride down the center of that lane, or a car will just feel comfortable to drive, you know, very quickly past the cyclist if the cyclist is off to the side. So I really do want to continue these conversations at a more in the weeds level sometime, you know, after this meeting. But again, my challenge would be in the spirit of some of Todd's comments, to be creative and figure out how we can do things, even with the limitations we face. Because going back to the example of Copenhagen, they figured out a way to do it. And I'm sure there was pushback. And the one other thing Todd mentioned, I think that was extremely important, is that if this pandemic has really shown us all that there is a great need and a desire, you know, people are out walking, families are walking, they're riding bikes, you know, they're doing things that I think one would think would be natural in a beach city environment, say, versus an urban environment. And so I think it's imperative to us, and it's in our strategic plan now to really think about mobility. But I really want to focus on what we can do to figure out how to work through some of the discrepancies and inconsistencies that our roads have, and make this happen in the near term as much as humanly possible. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnhunt.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Appreciate that. So I'm trying to make this quick because we're all trying to get moving along here. I noticed there on PV Boulevard, it's to-do list. What is the status of the to-do list of the Class 3 bike lane there?
Which segment of PV Boulevard?
Any part of it, particularly from PV Boulevard to PCH. That's what
So, right. Sorry, I just found my notes here. PCH to Irina is designated a Class 3 at this point, and Irina to the eastern city limit a Class 2. Those are both in design. They're part of our job number 40945, which is the bicycle implementation grant that we have that Nicole is managing for us. We have a designer on board. They're due to be done, Nicole, December. Is that about right? Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
And so then we'll get that and we'll bring it to you for advertising and award. And then, so I'm anticipating in the spring, early summer, somewhere in that time, by the time we get it advertised, contract done, all that kind of stuff.
Couldn't be happier to hear that. And the sooner the better. End of the year, hey, get this thing done by February. I mean, it's a prime candidate for getting bikes coming down a big street, a safe street, actually, with not much parking. I really want to, before I forget, I want to thank Jim Hannon. He's really been a huge advocate of this master bike lane. I've got a lot of emails from people, and especially him. It takes people like himself, like Jim, to move things forward, keep it on the forefront of people's minds. So that's awesome. So when we talk about complete streets, are we talking about doing essentially just a road diet here and getting rid of one of the lanes, and so that we can accommodate the bike lanes and we can accommodate the other modes of transportation?
That is certainly something that can be done. It's not something that staff has understood to be the desire of the council to do. So in our current projects, we are emphasizing trying to maintain all the through lanes that we currently have now. But yes, it could be done if that was a desire of the council.
Okay, no, it's not, at least not in District 1. People do not like that idea at all. It is a dead on arrival. I've noticed a lot of green painting of the actual bike lanes on the streets. Are we going to be doing that on the designs moving forward here?
So we have 3 projects in design that are on arterials: Torrance Boulevard, the section of Barrel between Prospect and Flagler, and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. And for each of those, we are asking our designers to include not the entire length in green paint, but the transition areas and the intersection areas. Green paint is a maintenance issue. If we can find a paint that will last for 4 or 5 years, I think Ted, that was the parameter I got from Ted. That makes sense from a maintenance point of view. If it only lasts 6 months or a year, then it becomes a bigger issue. So right now we're looking at limited areas where we have transitions, cars going through the bike lane to make a right turn, for instance. And then the start of the next intersection, just to be a visual cue that there is a bike facility on the other side of the intersection.
Okay, good. Because I see a lot of cities I've gone to riding bikes in other cities at other locations that have that green paint. It's a great visual cue. It keeps the vehicles out of those lanes. I've spent a lot. I grew up essentially in Europe, and they have their bicycle lanes on the sidewalks, and they have it, for them it's storefront or residential, it's sidewalk, it's bicycle lane, it's parking, it's vehicle traffic. And I see they do that in Santa Monica as well, a bunch of different places. And I keep seeing this design here on your guys' plan to have the bicycle lanes right next to the vehicle lanes. Are we going to continue doing that idea? I mean, I see here on Catalina, we're going to do a class, was it class 2 there? I mean, can we flip that around? And don't we have the ability to flip that around? Because I see that in other cities that they do flip that around.
Ted or Nicole, I'm going to have to lean on you for that. I'm not as familiar with the Caltrans standard on that.
No,
Catalina. Councilmember, when you say flip that around, flip what are you talking about?
So it goes sidewalk, bike lane, parked cars, and then vehicle traffic. So to further get those bikes away from the traffic.
Yeah, I heard Councilmember Horvath also mention that earlier. Yeah, that is something that we would look at to make sure that it complies with our standards, because we've got the pedestrian path of travel from those vehicles to the sidewalks as a consideration, as well as the cyclists and their protection. So those are elements that we can look at. We just got to make sure that we're working within those standards.
Okay. And on PCH here, I see PCH, you're going to do a class 1, I think it is here. Class 3 on PCH.
Yeah,
and
PCH was not actually a bicycle facility originally. We know it is a very limited street in its width and in its limitations. And what we actually have are paralleling alternate streets, promote streets to the east and streets to the west. And to the west is the most prominent, with both Catalina and Esplanade, and obviously down by the beach as well.
Not sure if you know the answer to this question. Legato put in a bunch of money to pay for a Legato on the corner on PCH and PV Boulevard. So those that don't know, they put a bunch of money in for the bike lane on the PCH portion of their of their facility. Is there any way to move that money around to somewhere else? Because not very many people were very enthusiastic with creating that bike lane there in that area. Or at least, we're using that money somewhere else, and then we can backfill the money later on.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with funding by them for any bike facilities. I know there was discussions about improvements of the intersection, and I can tell you that the intersection improvements have actually been incorporated into a Caltrans project to resurface PCH in 2022. So between us and the city of Torrance and other cities in the South Bay, we've identified multiple improvements along the corridor, which include dedicated right turn lanes, improvements to the left turn lanes at the intersection of PV Boulevard and PCH.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The last thing I'm going to say is Riviera Village. It has a picture here of the garden parklets. There is still to this day, I think the first time I've noticed, it was last Friday, I want to say, maybe Saturday, when it was really warm. First time it was hard to find parking, and there were a phenomenal amount of bicycles being used in the bike parking lots that were all over the place. So, people are changing their mode of transportation. We need to take advantage of that and support that. So, thanks to staff for buying those bike parking spots, as well as Riviera Village Bid, who bought a few as well. So, yeah, they're using it. We build it, they will come. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, along the lines of what Councilman Nierenheim was saying, and also what Councilman Horvath was saying, a couple things are happening. One is, you're right, people are changing their mode of transportation. I think these are long-lasting trends. I don't think it's just COVID. I think a lot of people are now going to be working from home. And if we can get people out of their cars and on their bikes, I think that's big. And people say, well, you can't sacrifice lanes, or you can't sacrifice, I'm not suggesting we go on a road diet, but you can't play one over the other. We both can coexist. But what can happen is, if we get people out of their cars, there'll be less traffic, the roads will be safer, people will be able to bike. And it's kind of a chicken and the egg, right? More biking lanes available, more people feel safe, they'll get on their bikes, less driving in cars, then it'll be safer. I think that's one thing to look at. Another thing I would also say along the lines of what the two council members I mentioned is, I spent a lot of time in Europe as well too. A place like Barcelona, instead of delineators, they have reflectors, like we use for center dividers. Have we looked at that? Is that part of the Caltrans standard where we can, instead of using paint, for example, we could use to delineate a bike lane, we can use reflectors. That way, people a lot of times really do pay attention to that. They see it at night. They know, I mean, hopefully people don't bike too much at night, but you could just paint Sharrows in the bike lane, or not Sharrows, sorry, a bicycle icon in the bike lane, and then have the lane delineated, not necessarily by green paint or by a lane line, but by actual delineator reflectors. So that also it makes a sound when cars drive over it, so they know to stay out of that lane. A painted lane won't do that. Is that possible, Ted or Andy?
I don't know if it is possible. I haven't looked at the standard recently as far as the raised pavement markers that you're mentioning, but that is definitely something that we can incorporate into our investigation.
Yeah. I can send you some pictures if you'd like. But I can tell you, having been not only in Barcelona, but Berlin is really big for biking. It's one of the biggest biking. And then obviously Amsterdam. Amsterdam's huge. And there are bike lanes everywhere. And it is their primary means of transportation. I know we're Los Angeles, we're never going to be, those cities, but they started somewhere. And I think in a beach town, I think we're capable of doing that. Let us know what we need to do to support you guys to get this done. I'm committed to making this happen. And what we need to do fiscally or with priorities, let me know. So thank you.
Ted, you wanted to say something? You had your hand up?
I do, Your Honor, and it really is to answer the general questions that we've heard from all the council members that have spoken. We're not going to speak and identify any justifications for what may have happened in the past, but I can tell you that we have a very committed team right now. Andy presented this with really a roadmap for us of how we're going to be tackling the request of the council and the direction that the council previously gave on the South Bay Bike Master Plan. It is something that's being incorporated now. We are actually implementing the call for projects or outside funding that we've received previously. We are incorporating the bike considerations into every project that we're moving forward with. Andy mentioned the multiple roads that are now in design for Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Torrance Boulevard. Those are all being considered. That is the direction. We know that that's the direction that the council wants, and we believe that that's truly a way to promote that multimodal transportation. You have a very active and very responsive group of people now that are very committed to move that forward. And I really want to applaud them for that job well done.
Yeah, thank you, Ted. Thank you, Andy. I mean, it's fantastic, and I'm glad to see motion on this. I remember when we passed it 9 years ago. Yeah, it was very comprehensive. It was thick, and I was worried that this was going to happen. And so it's good to see that it's starting to get back on track. What is the status of the Torrance Boulevard? I think we were trying to do a class 2, and I got your report. You had to paint over it because of the distances. Is that going to be redone and completed anytime soon? Or?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. That one is in design right now. We've seen a conceptual 30% drawing on that, made some comments back. So we anticipate that one coming forward. I think with both Torrance and Manhattan Beach Boulevard and probably Barrel, there are going to be some significant, enough changes that we're going to probably want to bring it to council for a review of our concept before we get into final design. So we may have to lose some parking, for instance, or change some lane widths, or maybe do some median work to make room for everything that we want to do there. So we anticipate before the end of the year bringing those concepts to the council to review, to provide comment, and then we'll send it back for final design to our contractors.
Yeah, and Your Honor, to add to what Andy just mentioned, on Torrance Boulevard, when we initially put in that bike lane, we were trying to do that as just an addition without necessarily having to grind or remove any of the existing striping. And I think you've heard us explain how the double lines was put in error. It's only a single line per the standard to be at 12 feet from the curb, and that's what we essentially have. So we do have a classified class 2 facility. What we're trying to do now with the proposed design is to be creative, like we've mentioned with all these slides earlier, reducing those lane widths in order to provide the extra buffer and the extra space. And we are contemplating that for Torrance Boulevard. The biggest challenge only comes when we approach PCH. Otherwise, we're considering all lane changes, lane width modifications in order to try to accommodate the bigger buffers and the bigger lanes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you can do as you approach PCH. that's a very highly used right turn lane there, and your options are very limited there.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, I think you could see just ending the bike lane shortly before that. It's probably what's going to happen. Just from a practical standpoint, I've rode my bike down that a lot, and people are aware of what's going on. It's not an unsafe situation, but it's definitely busy. Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
And just one last comment that I wanted to make staff aware of. So, and we can talk offline about it, but the COG has a grant right now through Caltrans. We've been working on this for the past year called the Local Travel Network. And the idea being that creating a slow speed network through cities, mostly geared towards biking, NEVs, e-bikes, you know, any type of slow speed vehicle. So it would be very similar to, say, Sharrows through residential neighborhood type scenarios. And they are supposed to have done like an overlay with our master bicycle plan on that. And so anyways, we're having a kind of a in the weeds meeting on everything that's been done next week. I don't know if anybody would want to listen in on that, but I'll connect with you offline because clearly there could be some synergies. And I don't know if Caltrans is actually also potentially going to give us further grant monies to effectuate some of that. So it could be helpful in what we're already working on, especially as it relates to Class 3 and Sharrows. So
Great. Thank you, Christian. All right. Councilmember Nairn, you mean to have your hand up again?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to receive and file staff report with the comments from the city council to give that further direction. And do you need anything else other than that? Like, for instance, direction on PV Boulevard or the way what Councilman Horvath and I talked about regarding the flipping of the bike lanes, things like that?
Need to hear from the public.
Good to hear from the public. Yeah, we're going to hear from the
That's
public.
fine. That comes after.
Motion just to receive and file and give that direction. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. A second by Councilmember Lowenstein, I guess. Okay, so let's hear from the public. Eleanor?
Okay, so the first one
Sorry, Lauren.
from the request is Jacqueline Sun.
Great. Hi, Jacqueline.
Oops, accidentally.
Did you hang up on her?
No, there you go. Sorry about that.
Am I, yeah, okay. Hi, thank you so much, Mayor Brand, members of the City Council, for an opportunity to comment on this. I'll just start by saying that I think that the city has long demonstrated being champions for these Living Streets principles and trying to balance the needs of all these road users. So we're really excited to be talking about moving forward with the implementation, and just want to thank staff for this status update. I want to thank them for this commitment to move this forward. As you know, at the Health District and our work with the Blue Zones, you know, we work really closely with our city partners about how we talk and build our built environment and how that can shape our behaviors, and especially related to health. And I think that's definitely true when we're talking about bike lanes, you know, talking about health. But in addition, I think what we've heard tonight is the addition of all this added safety into our streets, and not just for cyclists, but I think for all the users of the road. Bike lanes are traffic calming devices. And I, as a motorist, I notice myself paying more attention when I see Sharrow markings or if I see bike lanes, paying attention to seeing if there's cyclists on the road. And while I'm definitely not an avid cyclist or a road warrior when I am riding my bike, when I do ride my bike, I think that these facilities, they obviously make me feel safer, but more willing to take more of these short trips. I think that's really important, given that we know that in the South Bay, 70% of trips that are taken are less than 3 miles. And I think consistent with what a lot of the council members have been saying tonight, we anecdotally have seen huge increases in walking, biking, as people are complying with safer at home orders and staying in their community. So we were able to partner with the South Bay Bicycle Coalition on our annual bike counts this year to really quantify that increase. And we showed a 33% increase in bike ridership over the past year in the beach cities. And in a specific location at the North Redondo Beach bike path, just north of Artesia, we saw a 170% increase in cyclists and a 57% increase in pedestrians since last year. So I think that that really rings true into what Councilmember Lowenstein's saying about, you know, perhaps that these are trends that are a little longer term. We're hopeful that, you know, these are, and I think it's just really indicative of how important it is to continue this work. So we really appreciate the efforts. I love seeing that 74% of the 38 miles or so are going to be implemented in the next 3 years. I think that's going to add a lot of great connectivity, safety, allowing kids to ride to school when we're able to get back for in-person learning, for families to get to their destinations. And so just thank you for your leadership in continuing to prioritize these issues and livability, and prioritize how they add safety and health and vitality to the city.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. Always great comments. Any other public comments, Ellen?
Yes, we have Jim Hannon.
Okay. Hi, Jim.
Hi, good evening. Mayor Brand, City Council members and staff. My name is Jim Hannon. I'm a board member of the South Bay Bicycling Coalition, a 39-year resident of the city of Redondo Beach. I'm here to comment on the staff's bikeway evaluation and provide a few reasons why we should move forward with gathering more creative evaluations and hopefully implementation. One, I just found out I duplicated with Jacqueline, which is the bike count this year is 33% increase over what we had last year. So that's a significant increase for the number of bicyclists in the South Bay or in the 3 beach cities. Number two, I'm hesitant to say this, but Swithers data shows this, and the Redondo Beach has been identified as the second to the most dangerous place to ride a bike out of any of the 8 coastal communities in the South Bay, with bike collisions about 70% higher than any of the other coastal cities. A third reason why we need to continue with this evaluation, a few years ago we teamed up with Redondo Beach Police Department to create a youth pedestrian and bicycle education program. And to date, we have had over 6,000 children complete these classes. I think it's time that we give the children a safe place to ride their bike. Implementation of the Bike Master Plan makes recreational bicyclists, families, and children safer. And we encourage more humans to participate. Encourage more humans to participate in healthy activities like walking, riding a bike to school, running errands, commuting to work, and hopefully reduce our reliance on gasoline motorized vehicles. I would like to also note that bikeways called out in the Bicycle Master Plan are purposely intended to minimize the impact to motorists. I mean, most of the cyclists over 16 are in fact motorists, so we're sensitive to this. And most of all, a lot of this is just paint on the ground that can be accomplished during resurfacing the city streets at a nominal cost to the city. I mean, we represent 7 cities in the South Bay, and all the other cities, that's what they do. I hope you will support the Bicycling Coalition, and we request that the Bike Master Plan gets integrated into the strategic 3 to 5 year plan, option 3, multimodal mobility objectives. And that's it, and thank you for your time. Have a nice evening.
Okay, well, thank you, Jim, and thanks for all your work. And, you know, I got to say, this whole meeting and this update and presentation and all these discussions are really as a result of your concern and the stats that you brought to us. So, yeah, thanks a million for that. What other comments, Ellen?
Okay, so Ilya Klinger.
Hi. As someone who bikes to school every day, I want to say thank you for working to make the Redondo bike path more friendly and the city more friendly. The health benefits for our kids who take bikes instead of buses or Uber Lyft alone are worth it. That said, I think we need to connect our city to make it more bike friendly. So I'm wondering if the bike paths connecting the Galleria to the Redondo Beach Pier could be prioritized. Also, I think that we could make some of our streets smaller since that'll lead to slower driving and provide more room for bike lanes, making us a safer city. So I think that would be a great thing to do while preserving parking. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Ilya. Who's next?
Christopher Maloney. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. So he wants to be. Okay, so I'm going to have to promote him as a panelist. I don't know I think it's because of his computer. So, hold on.
I think we
Hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, go ahead, Christopher.
Hi, sorry for that delay. I just wanted to thank you for spending so much time on something that I'm so passionate about as well, and I can hear the passion in your guys' voice about bicycles. I would like to talk quickly about what I hope that you don't do, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I hope you do. Class 3 bike lanes are not really a bike lane at all. They're really more, I feel like, window dressing. Makes, seems like it's more, and it shows up on your map, Google Maps, as a green line, but it's really not quite a green and quite safe. So class 2 and class 4 are really the only way to go. When you're thinking about routes, think schools to and from the beach, the major arterials from east and west. And then also think not only about our residents, but also our low-income workers that are coming in and out of the city, and their parking needs. If they're driving, we eliminate some of those parking needs. If we could have those people bike in from the public transportation hubs that are just outside the city, that are going to be near the Galleria there. And electric bikes are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. Don't think so much about bike routes and hills. That's not going to be an issue. We're all going to be, if not our primary bike, we're going to have electric bikes for a long time. I also want to propose a pilot for a one-sided street cyclocross, they call it sometimes in Europe, when you take out the parking on one side of the street and you put in a lane 8 to 10 feet, just that parking lane. You put a barrier, and then you have two-way bicycle lane right in the area, and that would be pretty cheap. You wouldn't have to do any major infrastructure. You wouldn't have to take out any curbs or remove any sidewalks, and you wouldn't eliminate any lanes. The businesses also would get more slower traffic to approach their business, and kind of more foot traffic in the area. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for taking so much time on this issue. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Christopher. Next one.
Zane Obaji. Wait a minute. Okay, he sort of disappeared. See. Okay, so let's see. And I guess there's a phone number here if they want to speak. Oh, wait a minute. Speak. They can do *9 to raise your hand. And then otherwise, Zane, I see you're on there. You can raise your hand and I can pick you. I don't know what happened. I think he went out. Not working. Okay. I don't have anybody else for N2.
Okay.
So, comments, Vicki? Maybe they'll come
Yes,
back.
we do have 3 submitted under e-comment. First one submitted by Grace Peng. Our daily lives have been severely disrupted by the COVID-19 crisis in 2020. Yet I am encouraged by the fact that we made substantive changes in our daily lives to protect the safety of our fellow human beings. It is to our credit that we held the numbers in Redondo Beach down to approximately 600 confirmed cases and 11 deaths. I only regret we were not able to keep it lower. We also suffer from multiple crises so gradual and ubiquitous that we don't notice them. Climate change and traffic collisions are two. In the decade of 2010 to 2019, road collisions have killed 12 pedestrians and cyclists in our city and approximately 600 reported collisions. As a transportation cyclist and mother, I live in fear for myself and my family. As a scientist, I rely on data. I mapped Redondo Beach in the California Transportation Injury Mapping System and discovered that my lived experience concurs with the data. The Artesia and aviation corridors are among the most dangerous in our city. In 2010 to 2019, Redondo Beach led the beach cities in total and per capita collisions and deaths. We can and must do better. Let's reorder our priorities and build safe streets for all throughout our community. Build out our connected bicycle network as approved in the 2011 South Bay Bicycle Master Plan. Make all arterial sections protected bike lanes so we can end the blood sacrifice of our citizenry on the high injury network. Improve road crossings for people outside of cars. Protected bike lanes also serve people on motorized wheelchairs, scooters, and tricycles, families with small children, elderly, and disabled. Active mobility improves our community health, spare the air, and lower our greenhouse gas emissions. Families shouldn't feel forced to spend thousands a year paying for cars and insurance for their teens. With fewer cars, there would be less frustration, competition over car parking, less financial stress for families, and less fear for seniors when they are forced to give up driving. In other cities, sales tax receipts climb on streets where bike lanes are installed. Safe, supportive cycling infrastructure saves lives and helps our city's merchants. A second comment is submitted by Laura Duke. Thank you for adding bike lanes. It's great for our physical and emotional health. I vote for Class 2 because then you have a dedicated line that's nothing fancy, but all we need and doesn't cut into our car lanes. I love to bike my errands, and I think the more lanes that are made for cyclists of all stripes, you will see more people out there for exercise and for running errands. Also, please encourage more places to lock our bikes up. Thanks, Laura Duke. And Mr. Maloney spoke, so I'm not going to read his comment.
Okay.
That concludes comments. Thank you.
All right. I don't see more hands up, and there's a motion and a second. Any more comments? Not hearing anything. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ted. Really, really appreciate all the work, Nicole, Ted, Andy. Really, really appreciate it. It's very encouraging, and of course, once again, Jim Hannon, can't thank him enough. Shows what activists who can focus on one issue can accomplish. Kind of falls right in line with what Dave Bernier is doing. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks, Nicole.
All right, next up is discussion and possible action regarding report on Regional Water Quality Control Board settlement offer for alleged 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019 permit water quality violations. Again, Ted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, tonight's item, staff is seeking direction from the council on that settlement offer by the Regional Water Quality Control Board for these alleged discharge violations at Seaside Lagoon over the past 4 years. Tonight, I'm joined by Geraldine Trevetti, our civil engineer at the city. She's got the most knowledge about the operations of Seaside Lagoon, and she'll give a brief presentation on the background history and why we are where we are today. Geraldine?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Is my mic on?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have an echo here.
Yeah, we do hear that echo. I don't know what
Geraldine, I think it's your echo. You may have two systems that may be on, and you may have to silence or mute one of those two systems.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. My audio on my laptop was malfunctioning, so I have my phone also on the Zoom here. Okay, I'm just going to give a brief oral background. I don't have a formal PowerPoint presentation. We did in the staff report provide you copies of the most recent 3 letters that we received. As you all know, the Seaside Lagoon operates in the summer season. This year it was closed due to COVID, so we did not have any water sampling requirements and reporting requirements this year. In 2017, we got a new permit from the regional board, and this permit allows us to discharge water into the harbor. So we have a permit for discharge. It's an MPDS permit similar to our permit that we hold for discharge from the storm drains. So because we discharge, we hold this permit and we must comply with a lot of different requirements, including monitoring and sampling the effluent. So as it's discharged into the harbor, we take samples. We also take samples of the influent. We pull the water from, it's an underground pipe that's basically a pipe that AES installed for their discharge. So we take water from their discharge pipe. Typically their plant has not been running. So the water is basically, it's harbor water that we're pulling in. We're filling up the lagoon. We're adding chlorine per the requirements of the health department. And then we dechlorinate it before we discharge it into the harbor to protect marine life. So that's pretty much the only treatment that we do at this time is add chlorine and then take the chlorine out. There's a lot of water that pumps through that facility. It's a very high flow rate. I think it's just under 1 million gallons per day that goes through that facility when it's running. So just a lot of water, very little treatment that we do. And the system that we have is very aged. So we have our staff, they do what they can. They're trying to balance 2 permits. They're trying to balance the water quality in the lagoon for the swimmers with the chlorine. Then they're trying to take it out before we discharge it with this high volume. So over the years, in the summary of the staff report, you saw the violations noted. So in 2016 and 17, we had various violations. In 2017, we got a new permit from the regional board that started requiring, instead of sampling once a week, we had to start sampling 3 times a week with various pollutants of concern. And that's what one of the reasons we believe in 2018 and 19, we did see an increase of our alleged exceedances or violations, as the regional board calls them. So in May of 2018, we got a notice from the regional board, a settlement offer for the violations in 2016 and 17. The fine for those violations were $66,000. The city responded to that letter contesting the violations, and we didn't hear anything from them for about a year. When we did hear back from them, we did have a meeting with them. We sat down and discussed several of the violations, the operating permit, a lot of our concerns we had with the permit, and some of the limitations or the water quality limits that we have. The sampling point, the operation of the lagoon, we believe the tidal influence is still a factor in the samples. So we met with them, and the result of that meeting is they requested that we submit a formal request on some of these items that we brought up. So we sent a letter into them in September of 2019, again requesting modifications to the permit. We're asking that the chlorine limit be reviewed because we believe that the standard was possibly invalid. And so finally, that was in 2019. In 2020, in March, we did get a letter from them denying all our requests and adding the violations for 2018 and 19. So the total fine came up to $285,000. And again, we've looked at the operation. We performed a source investigation to try to determine where some of the metals were coming from. We are unable to determine where these are coming from, and it's definitely not from our operation. We've looked at everything, and there's nothing that we add into the process. We are not adding mercury into the process. We're not adding selenium. The only thing that we add, again, is chlorine. So the chlorine violations, that's something that, we could understand that could happen. And even the bacteria violations, because if we don't have enough chlorine, we may have some bacteria that could be remaining in the water. The other oil and grease, some of the mercury, I think we did have a toxicity a while back. Those violations are hard to understand how, our facility would be contributing these pollutants. So at this point, we're looking for City Council direction on, how to respond to the settlement offer. One of the options that we have is we could agree to the settlement offer and request that what they call is a supplemental environmental project be approved. So I don't know at this point if we're going to talk about the possible projects, but we did want to make sure that you guys were aware in October of 2019, the council did approve a contract with Pace Environmental to look at the operations of the lagoon and see are there any short-term, long-term modifications we could do to help the operation and the compliance. And they did a study for us, a preliminary study, and they found that implementing a closed loop system where we would just recirculate the water, we could fill it and just keep recirculating it and eliminating completely the discharge that would be possible at the lagoon. So one thought that staff had was, we could propose that we use the fine amount to hire Pace to design, permit, and engineer plans and specs for a closed loop system. However, we don't know if that would be approved. We did get another supplemental environmental project approved. That was the Torrance Circle Diversion Project, and it wasn't easy to get that approved. We had to really justify a lot of the project, how it's going to improve water quality. Is there a link with the water quality violations? So it's an idea that we had, but again, we don't know. There's a lot of unknowns as far as how legally this settlement offer works. I know Mike Webb is on the call and he might be able to answer some of our questions there. So we are here today to get some direction from council on moving forward with the settlement offer and what you would like for staff to do. I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you, Geraldine. This is a long, ongoing problem, and that sounds like a great approach. Actually, is to especially if we can get an SCD, is to pay the fine and then start figuring out a way what we're going to do going forward. Because hopefully the power plant won't even be operating a year from now, or at least a year from the end of this year. And I must say, I was swimming in that Seaside Lagoon in 1966. How about that? An 8-year-old boy having a great time. And, it's a regional facility and people love it. And the argument will be different for this SED. Is it SEP?
SEP, yeah, Supplemental Environmental Project.
Right. So if we could get that fine designated towards that would be fantastic to be able to find a way to, operate a closed system and sheesh, never hear of the water board again. So anyway, Mike, I know you got a couple things to say.
Yeah, the reason we're talking about it in open session is you can't approve, staff looking at a particular SCP in closed session. And the way this works, the last time we did an SCP was after contesting fighting it all the way along. We fought it between a hearing where Mayor Jin, me, and then Councilman Brand was there. Heal the Bay testified on our behalf, and they cut it substantially, but not as much as we wanted. We then appealed to the state board. They took forever. Naturally, it went to the full regional board. They relied on staff. We then appealed to the state board, took forever, and then they denied it. And then the council authorized us to sue the state board. And we reached a settlement during mediation, and that led to the SEP. What's different about this is you're going to want to authorize staff to authorize a particular SCP because we need to respond. Staff needs to respond before the deadline in the letter. And we want to say, we'll waive our right to a hearing if you approve this SCP, because we don't want to be put in the position where we waived our right to a hearing and then we get around to approving a project that they won't agree. The general rule is that the first $15,000 of proposed fine can be used towards the SEP, and then no more than 50%. So in this case, since it's a fine of 285, you'd have 15,000 plus half the remainder, so a total of 150 towards the SEP and 135 just to the Regional Water Board as a fine. However, there are some exceptions due to exceptional circumstances, or to your point, Mayor, if it serves and benefits a disadvantaged community, and this is largely a regional amenity, then we can ask that all of it be used. And I suggest that if we're going down that path, that you give direction to staff to, propose the closed loop design of it as an SEP, and that we ask that all of it be used, and that we waive our right to a hearing subject to them approving it.
Yeah, that'd be great. And they have other SCP, obviously, we could get on the list to, not only get this money, but more money going forward. So, okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I just, I'm totally in support of going the SEP route, but I just, based on what Mike says, it sounds like we don't want to go down the path we've gone down prior, which is towards, pushing this and potential litigation. When reading the staff report, it just seems like as good as our explanations were, they just totally dismantled them and without really a care for what we were saying. So is it, from Ted, Andy, Geraldine, from your guys' perspectives, is it even worth trying to go another round, or is it just better at this point to try to go the route of getting an SEP?
Well, can I say, this is a policy call for the council. I would be reluctant to have us discuss it in open session if they turn down our SEP and you tell us to go forward with the challenging the fines, because we don't want to undermine any of the arguments. What I will say is that the Regional Water Board feels very restricted by what they can and can't do. And basically, if you exceed the number, it's a fine. And these are the minimum fines. When we appealed it to the Regional Board Committee, they prepared a PowerPoint that correctly assessed that the maximum fine they could give us was $20.1 billion, because it's based on the volume of water discharge, and they treat every water that goes through our discharge as if it were, every gallon as if it were a gallon of toxic sludge. And to the point where we asked them, point blank, okay, we don't do anything that would put mercury in the system. You've seen operation, can you even think of something we could do? And their point was, well, no, but it's irrelevant. You discharge it, there's mercury in it, you own it because you have the discharge permit. So.
Okay. Well, I would make a motion then that we direct staff to follow to pursue an SEP as part of a settlement offer, and to Mike's point, a full usage of that funding, because it is a regional amenity that serves disadvantaged communities.
And is it the specific SEP that Geraldine was talking about?
If that's the one that they've identified, that makes the most sense. Yeah.
That would be to engage PACE in, basically a design. Cut it short. Yeah, okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Grant. Was that it, Christian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Narenhut.
I'm in favor of going down this route so that we can get some future planning with this money. We're not just paying a fine. And yes, it is I don't know, whatever we need to do to express to them and show to them that this is a regional facility, whether it's pictures, head count, zip code data, whatever we need to do. Let's do it, because it is truly a regional community. or center, excuse me. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same things that both Mr. Horvath and Aaron Hyman have said, so I'll just lower my hand.
Okay, do we have any comments from the public?
So, okay, yes. Hold on one second. Zane Elbaji Jr.
Just a quick comment, because I understand this is kind of a settlement that you all will be extending to the water board. Maybe consider offering to shut the Seaside Lagoon down from March 2020 till January 2021, so that you can look at a system that doesn't spew out water. But they might miss the fact that you did anyways, but seem like they might see it as, hey, they're shutting down this polluting operation. Just thought I'd throw the idea out there.
Yeah, we're closed actually in that time frame that you mentioned. So
right. Closed. I mean, if you just tell, do they know that you are not operating during that time period?
Yeah, yes, they do. We actually inquired if we could test while it's closed to determine what the source of some of those materials were that we don't generate, and we wanted to know if we could test, discharge for testing only without getting fined, and they said no. If we discharge even while testing, we were going to get additional fines, and so the only way we can escape getting fined is not operating until we get a closed system.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a complicated issue. Really, it's a lot of elements to it. And, if you're not following along all the time, it's very hard to understand all that's going on. Any more public comments?
No public comments for Zoom, and then we also have no public comments in e-comment. So that is it.
Okay, great. So there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Brand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, there you go. Thank you, Geraldine. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Ted. Thank you, Andy. Okay, now for the main event for tonight, folks. It is pulling up my agenda, excuse me. Item N4, additional discussion and possible further direction to staff regarding pallet shelter temporary transitional housing. Our city attorney, Mike Webb, has done a great job bringing this up, giving us some options, and I guess I'll just let you take it away, Mike.
Okay, well, it's an interim report. A lot has happened since you gave us the direction to further explore it. I would like, first let me start by saying I greatly appreciate all the public interest and public comment. You can see from the volume of responses and the diversity of responses that it's not an easy issue. There's no one size fits all simple fix. I would ask the clerk if you can play the video. One of the attachments was the article from Spectrum News about the homeless court. And I think it's important for everyone to realize that this isn't, just, okay, we're going to build a shelter and nothing has preceded it and take it out of context, because this is, we're 15 months into the, our pilot project, and a big part of it is homeless court, and we've done a lot of creative things. And I'd like to show the video that we had nothing to do with, that Spectrum produced. So I wonder if you can play that.
Okay.
Behind me, there's a Superior Court in session in a parking lot. But it's more than that. For many of the people here, today is the first day of the rest of their lives. I'm Taylor Torgano in Redondo Beach with a collaborative effort to get the homeless off the streets. Limping through an old parking lot, Michelle Scott slowly made her way to a seat. She used to sleep in open places like this, but today she's here for court.
I thought I was going to go to jail.
but this is a different way to work with us homeless.
Different, since her day before the judge is outdoors, but also because police didn't take Michelle to jail last year when she got her 5th drug charge. She says she was addicted to meth and homeless for nearly 10 years before deciding enough is enough.
But I still can't believe I made it a year. Either I was going to die out there or fight to live. And I changed. And here I am today, sober. I have a place to stay for right now, and I'm working on getting my housing.
Michelle says she was only able to turn a new leaf because of Homeless Court. It's an effort launched by the city of Redondo Beach in partnership with the police department and Superior Court of LA County to offer the homeless like Michelle the long-term support they need.
It lets us know that we're people, because most of the time people just look us over.
She has monthly court dates to check in. During every session, a judge hears about 30 cases and connects the homeless to on-site mental health counseling, substance abuse treatment, and housing placement. But when the pandemic hit in March, everything was put on hold, including Michelle's permanent housing application. She needs her birth certificate from the court's legal aid program to finish.
Once I get that, everything else will fall into place.
Urgent needs like Michelle's are what made the court and Judge Renee Gilbertson decide they couldn't wait any longer to resume homeless court sessions.
We had to, and you see the meaningful steps that are taken so that people can secure housing, but all the access to all the services that they need, and everyone here was committed to it.
For people without even a roof, let alone a computer, it would be nearly impossible to hold court virtually as the county has for many other cases. Judge Gilbertson says pulling this move outdoors off with so many agencies that needed to collaborate is extremely rare. From the city of Redondo Beach and Public Works, who found the parking lot, to Redondo Beach Police and the attorneys, everyone was willing to bring court to the homeless.
There's no ego in this. There's no, you have to be dedicated to do this.
Michelle shows her gratitude by staying sober.
The calendar of my book that I keep track of my days.
Today, 389 days without meth. She walked into court without a clue that her commitment would all pay off.
These cases are all dismissed in the interest of justice.
3 of Michelle's 5 drug cases dismissed.
Oh my God, this is great! Now step further to get my housing.
Big plans for the future, while the homeless court slowly but surely allows Michelle to let go of her past.
You're muted.
It's important to realize that this is the pallet program is integrated into everything we're doing. There were a lot of pointing to other cities, and there's something that can be learned, both what works and what hasn't worked in other cities, what can be relevant to us, what it would be troublesome to adopt. And I think Judge Gilbertson's right. We approach it with, no ego. But I would put our program up against anyone and by that, our program, I say the city of Redondo Beach. The numbers that calls for assistance to the police regarding transient, went down significantly. So did transient related crimes. The polling that the police do through Elucid, homeless concerns, it went down from near the top 5, like it is in many cities, to off the list. Now, I think that will go back up because of COVID, and we're trying to address that. So this isn't a final decision to everyone listening, but we decided to break it down in terms of what we were directed to do. The first was, can we pay for this with outside grant funds? Is this something that would impact a very stretched city budget, or could we get funding? And thanks to Mayor Brand, Councilman Horvath, who made outreaches to the county and to Harbor Interfaith. We had a meeting with the county. I put the date in the staff report, but it was like the end of September on a Monday, and they said they could possibly help fund most of the program if they could see a budget. And so we worked with, and I got to give a shout out to Ted Simon and John LaRock, who did the bulk of the heavy lifting in terms of the site evaluation and budget respectively. We came up with a budget by that Friday. They then contacted us to meet Monday morning. They had concerns about the amounts for security, specifically 24/7. We indicated that under no circumstance could we go forward with this and have it supported by the community unless there was 24/7 security. And they had concerns about, the amount of the contingency. And they said, if we could find $300,000 from other grant funds, then they could potentially cover the rest. So at your meeting on October 6th, you allocated or you reserved up to $300,000 of CDBG grant funds for this process. And so then at its October 13th meeting, the Board of Supervisors, on a motion by Supervisor Hahn, approved unanimously setting aside, in conjunction with the $300,000, enough for all the budget for ongoing costs. And they came up with just short of, they had $75,000 away from totally funding the one-time costs. And that's if you choose the most expensive site, because we put in the budget for the most expensive site, which is the Kingsdale site. And we had money in there for moving it after 6 months if the council wished to do so. And so if the contingency is fully needed, the council would need to come up with an additional $75,000 if the council wishes to move that. The county seems confident that we can fund it for less, but as I put in the staff report, we won't really know if that's enough to fund it at all until we return with the final documents. And if we can't fund it, then the council certainly could say no to it. But we need the council to, approve a location, or at most two locations that the council wants to move it, in order to come up with the final documents. I will say from start to finish, this is, if it didn't set a record for coming up with, $1 million worth of grant funding for a government agency, it came awfully close. So we went really quickly, and we know that it is likely that it can cover all our budget. That leads to the next topic, which is site selection. The aviation gym site changed dramatically in that once the fields were all open, that, it's still further away. It's not immediately adjacent to a residential area. And it is adjacent to, it's the only site we control adjacent to an industrial area, but now it is, open for the public to use aviation gym. So you have the other site locations, the, pluses and minuses. We can all discuss it with you as you wish. You know those sites well from your service on the council. And then we started looking at what other, many of the comments had to do with other cities. And there are innovative programs that have pluses and minuses. Mayor Brand set up a meeting with the mayor of Bellflower and their city attorney, and they have a approach that has worked for them. And I included their the presentation. I have some concerns because they consented to getting sued. They met with Judge David Carter, a federal judge from Orange County, who's been handling the Orange County lawsuits and is now handling the LA City lawsuits. I've been practicing for 33 years, and I met Judge Carter when I was a law clerk in the DA's office. And so he's been doing it for a long time, and I think that he's got a passion and he has a set view. On the other hand, I talked to the San Clemente city attorney, and they and various members of LA city attorney indicated that under no circumstances should you get engaged, agree to be part of the lawsuit if you don't have a choice. Anna talked to someone from Venice who has significant concerns about bridge housing, and spoke to him for over an hour, and then he sent her additional information. And she can talk to you about that if you have questions. But keep in mind that the Bellflower site had 50 beds. The San Clemente site had at least 80 people staying there. And the Venice site has 150 people. So we're less than a third of the smallest of the three sites. And the idea is to make ourselves more efficient and effective at continuing to get people permanently housed. And, eventually, if need be, if there are people who are living on the streets as a matter of choice, then we can take enforcement if that is what is desired. San Clemente, there's a bit of a misunderstanding. I think some of the stuff that I saw was copied from a Venice, actually, activist website. So the view goes that Venice has a successful program. We should copy that. They were sued, and their approach was upheld as constitutional within Martin versus Boise.
I think you meant to say San Clemente, Mike.
San Clemente, yes, I apologize. And so San Clemente didn't get just sued once, they got sued 4 times. And the case that you've seen a lot of attention to, it was dismissed not because they're in compliance with Martin versus Boise, but because 2 of the defendants lacked standing, and San Clemente had never actually enforced it by way of a citation or an arrest. And that's what triggers the Martin versus Boise 8th Amendment. And so the judge dismissed it because a threat to enforce is not the same thing and not a violation of the 8th Amendment. And so we can't rely on that as, hey, this is a tried and true, decision. We can approach that. They also got sued. And the last part is, it's not only within Martin versus Boise, but then they could get rid of it because it cured their problem. The second lawsuit that they got sued by the Western Center for Law and Poverty, and it was a violation of the Coastal Act and CEQA. And in late 2019, they received notice from the coastal staff that, in fact, it was a development and they had to shut it down. And so they shut it down in March of 2020, and they agreed to a settlement in May of 2020. And it said that both parties agreed that it was moot because now they've rescinded their ordinance. And the plaintiffs thought they should be able to get attorney's fees, and the settlement left them open to apply. They applied, and San Clemente did a very good job of defending that, and they pointed out it's a pilot project. We shut it down actually early for the pilot project, and their lawsuit didn't cause that to happen, and so they didn't have to pay attorney's fees. That may be appealed. There was a third lawsuit from neighboring cities such as Santa Ana that basically alleged of San Clemente of taking their homeless to the other cities. That was dismissed. I didn't look into it more than that because that's not relevant to what we're doing. We're not dumping our homeless people out. And there's a fourth lawsuit in state court that's pending. And essentially it's a violation of housing law and a violation of the 4th Amendment when they're going up and contacting them and warning them the stuff that wasn't an 8th Amendment violation in the first case. It's saying they're violating the 4th Amendment. Their request to not issue any development permits till they come fully compliant with relevant state housing laws. I think San Clemente feels confident that they'll prevail, but they had to hire a partner from Jones Day from the Washington office. He is an expert on constitutional law that defended successfully the former governor of Virginia from corruption charges, and those are expenses that I would recommend we try and avoid. Bellflower took a different approach. They met with Judge Carter, and I should say there's a difference in Orange County. The South Orange County cities are pretty much trying to fight any lawsuits and work together to combat any lawsuits. The North cities are, working with Judge Carter to try and come up with a way to enforce their law without any, undue consequences. And so Bellflower was worried and warned about people from North Orange County because of the settlement in the Orange County case with Judge Carter moving into Bellflower. The mayor and council met with Judge Carter and they agreed to be sued. And so there was a lawsuit that was filed in the morning and a prearranged settlement entered that afternoon. They arranged for 50 beds, which was in excess of 60% of their homeless, and that's the number Judge Carter uses, even though it's not mentioned in Martin versus Boise, as to once you provided housing or beds for 60% of your people experience housing in your city, then you can enforce the law. Again, they didn't issue citations or arrests. They gave people a choice of going into the shelter or moving elsewhere. Well, that can work if other nearby cities don't have 60% of the beds. And so they speak highly of it. LA who gets sued on both ends between neighborhood groups and homeless advocates. They get sued by both ends. And it's different if you're trying to cure a big problem of large scale encampments versus if you're trying to prevent that from happening. But they argue against it. San Clemente actually moved to and successfully had Judge Carter removed from the case because he had advocated to the plaintiffs perhaps to include San Clemente in the lawsuit. The city attorney acknowledged that we won't have such an option if we were to get sued. But there are parts that we can consider from each of those approaches for what we do. Bellflower, like us, you've heard me say, I don't think we have the 170 plus people that we had in our last point in time count. The Ninth Circuit says the point in time, everyone agrees it's not accurate. The Ninth Circuit said they think it undercounts the homeless. Our experience is it overcounts the homeless. As you've heard from the person in charge of the homeless count in Redondo, our officers are very involved. We want to find out the actual number, and they determined it was 119. It may be lower now after a number of months of homeless court, but they entered into a contract with CityNet to have a third party determine their homeless count, and Judge Carter accepted CityNet's count of approximately 80 people instead of the 170, and that's why 50 beds suffice. The part I would warn against is I really am concerned once you lose the discretion, the mayor and the council, city staff, you're not going to get it back. And I don't know that we have any location to put, 60% of our beds. So we're going from this as much as possible. We want to solve the problem without doing anything that could invite a legitimate lawsuit from coming in. San Clemente, I can't I can't in good faith recommend that because there's been so much litigation. It hasn't been, although they've prevailed in 2 of the 3 cases that were decided, in one of the cases that they prevailed, they still had to shut down the ordinance. Now they do have, and this has been successful, and the council is looking for the ability to enforce the law. They have an ordinance that says you can only, that they got rid of the ordinance with the, one site only, and we don't have a location next to a sewage pump that was a former animal shelter, which is what they use. They have an ordinance that says if we don't have available beds, and they don't, then you can set up a tent, but only from 5 o'clock p.m. till 10 o'clock a.m. In other words, you have to set it up and get rid of it and break it down each day. So therefore, you can't have long-term encampments created. That is something that is certainly an option for you. It's based on footnote 8 versus the Martin versus Boise case that recognizes that the cities have flexibility to prevent. They don't have to allow all encampments at all places and all hours of the day or night. And so there can be enforcement, but Boise, it was mentioned, the city of Boise said that enforcement should be a last resort, not a first resort. And I think it makes sense that if we're going to do anything that could invite litigation, it makes sense to have placed ourselves in as good a position as can be. And so what we need from tonight is, do you want us to go forward? We have a meeting prearranged with the county for, I think, 9 a.m. tomorrow to talk about next steps. If you choose a site. Oh, and one thing I will say, one thing that came up, and we won't know until we reach a deal with the county, is will the mayor and council retain full discretion to tear down the pilot program? That's one of the things that attracted us to it, was the fact that you could dismantle it. I wouldn't recommend that you enter into it without retaining the discretion. I don't know what the county's point of view is. We'd have to negotiate that with them. I could see them something like, okay, but if you said we're not going to pay for $420,000 for shelters you put up for a month, they may ask to get the shelters back if we don't keep it up for a certain period of time. But I will certainly make the point that, we're trying it out as a pilot program. If it makes things worse, we should reserve the right to shut it down. And I'm trying to remember the final questions. We do have money in the budget to feed the people in the pilot program and in the shelter, and only the people in the shelter. 3 meals a day. For the duration of in there, it was like $67,000. We perhaps could cut that cost, but we want to make certain we retain control over that. There are, I can imagine things that could come up, and that's why I want you to retain jurisdiction. We'll have 24/7 security, as I mentioned, and we will have fencing around it to try and keep it as non-visible to the public as possible. And with that, I'll certainly be trying to address any questions you have.
Well, great. Thank you, Mike. Let me try to summarize it a little bit and add a couple of things before we get started. First, the homeless problem is not going to go away. And in fact, it's getting worse. There's 60-some thousand homeless people in LA County, and we're not a bubble out here, and we're not immune to the impacts of it. In fact, we're seeing it increase. And we've always, Redondo Beach has always been taking the approach that we got to both help people and be able to enforce our rules and regulations and keep our cities clean and safe. And and our parks free for the residents to use. So there's no magic bullet. Unfortunately, it'd be nice, but as you can see, different cities are taking different approaches that are tailored to the situation they find themselves in. And it's complicated. It's very complicated, as you heard city attorney talking about the various legal, legal maneuvering that's going on everywhere from various sides. So we're really taking a proactive approach. There's nobody else around here doing this. And the one thing you didn't touch on is coordination, Mike. How come, that's a big question I've gotten from a lot of people is, why don't we coordinate with all the other beach cities before we do anything, or all the other cities? And feel free to chime in, Mike, but I'm going to say that, we're part of something called SPA 8, and there's, I don't know how many cities that are in it. It's in this region. And as you see, a lot of cities are taking an individual approach because, saying partner with other cities and other cities wanting to get involved, I mean, it just becomes code for how can I deal with the homeless problem in someone else's city? And the fact is, we got to deal with our homeless problem here in Redondo Beach, and that's going to be challenge enough. And we're partnering with the county to do that. And many thanks to Supervisor Hahn, who went out on a limb, really, and is providing upwards of $800,000+ for our program. And it's going to allow us to have the funding for it. So the two big questions were, who's going to pay for this and where's it going to be? So I think we got our first question answered. And there's so much going on behind the scenes, and I got to thank everybody that's been involved. I mean, from our legal department and what Mike spearheaded, our all the services that helps, the nonprofit services path, Harbor Interfaith, now the county. It's amazing, and there's a lot of services that are provided. We are not just putting up emergency temporary shelters and just having places for people to stay. Like homeless court, they have to be on a path to get their lives back together and get their situation resolved, whether it's a mental issue, a drug addiction, down on your luck, whatever it is. And it's a variety of things. So we have a great team of professionals behind the scenes. And as you see now, LA Superior Court has teamed up with us. So we're able to deal with those cases in Redondo Beach and have more wonderful stories like we heard in that video. And I've witnessed them. I've seen people disappear from Veterans Park because they've been in this program. So, but all this stuff is not perfect. I don't think anybody say, "Oh, this is going to fix everything. Everything's going to be great." We're being proactive, and we're going to see how this goes. And it's important that if it doesn't go well or go sideways or somehow, that we are able to terminate the program. So that'll be an important conversation tomorrow. And I think, why wouldn't you be? It just may end up costing us money if we ended up doing that. But that remains to be seen. So, but that's a really important point. So,
and the other thing, if I may add, is remember this whole pilot program for this year is funded by the South Bay Cities Council of Government. So the 16 cities surrounding us are using this or observing it as a pilot program. And that's why we're trying to start so low in terms of the unit, is to see what works, what doesn't, just like we have all throughout, our approach to this. And this is only going to work if each city takes care of its own residents. I left out both San Clemente and Bellflower imposed a residency requirement. We will do so as well. There's a caveat as to how long term that could last, but for the year, we're going to, if we get final approval, I have no doubt that we'll have our long-term Redondo homeless who have been working with our housing navigators are going to be the first ones in there. San Clemente did get sued in the last one because they used a different definition than all the other cities did. But most cities have not been challenged. Bellflower didn't get challenged, and for trying to house their homeless. And that is certainly the approach we're taking, because this is only going to get solved if each area does its part for its residents who are experiencing homelessness.
Yeah. So if we do nothing, folks, could potentially happen is you start seeing, basically encampments like you see around LA, and there's nothing we're going to be able to do about it because we won't be providing some options for the people that we either want to help, or if they're just out there to live on the streets, tell them they can't, sleep in a park, for example. So if we do nothing and we sit around and wait, it's, to me, more risky than trying this. And especially when you got the county helping us pay for it or paying for it. The money's ultimately coming from the feds and the county. That's where the money's coming from. And so it's a great start. I'm fully in favor of it. Hash out the location. I'm against putting it down in the harbor, obviously. I mean, it's a tourist destination and people go down there, and Seaside Lagoon, we get plans for that. I mean, we'll have to see how this goes, but I'm not in favor, obviously, of putting it in Moonstone Park or in the Seaside Lagoon. I was in Moonstone Park this morning at 7 o'clock. There were 20 cars parked there and people out there already, trying to fish and recreate. So that was a Tuesday morning. I got to give another shout out to Lila, of course. Lila's our homeless counselor. I don't know where we'd be without her, and all the services and the police, the way everybody's just rallied around for several years now. It made a tremendous improvement, tremendous effort to helping the homeless problem here in Redondo Beach. So just many, many thanks to everybody. It's quite a team that's been assembled. I think I've covered everything I was going to talk about. We cannot, somebody wrote me an email. Why don't we just prohibit the homeless? It's going to be legal to be in Redondo Beach, to be homeless. I mean, some people are basically at that level, and you've got to understand that it's unconstitutional to kick somebody off of public property when they have nowhere else to go. That was decided in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. It was appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. They denied to hear it. The decision stands. So we've got to help the people who need the help and find a way to protect our communities and not sit around and wait and see what happens. So with that, I'll go to the council and then we'll go to the the voluminous public comments that we have coming in. For those of you that are worried about Aviation Park and you're from Manhattan Beach, I just got to say I think it was like 2 years ago, when we were awarding CDBG funds to various people that allowed for meals for the homeless, residents from Manhattan Beach came to our Redondo Beach City Council meeting to talk about how much volunteer work they were doing, giving out meals to homeless in Redondo Beach. They're coming from Manhattan Beach to talk about and brag about all the great work they're doing to bring the homeless to Redondo. And I challenged them to open a facility in Manhattan Beach that does something similar. Of course, that hasn't happened. But here we are, and we're trying to do something about the problem again. And the Manhattan Beach residents show up to tell us don't put it anywhere near their town. Now, not only in our town, but don't even put it near our town. So if you're from Manhattan Beach, you can expect to hear a lot of pushback from people like me and the rest of the council that, you guys got a problem, you need to deal with it, and you need to work with the county, and you might be following our lead and identifying a site for your town and your homeless. That's where this is going. And so hopefully this model works out, and you do see places like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and other cities saying, okay, let's see this. And this is why the county's giving us the money, because they see the opportunity here, and they see the willingness for us to take these kinds of new approaches. So doing nothing isn't going to work. It's just not. Sorry. Anyway, with that, I'll go to Councilmember MD.
Hi, thank you. You answered my question about the bellflower. One of the concerns that really people had a lot of, and I do as well, is that once you open something like this and the word gets out that we become a magnet for other homeless around the area to come over to Redondo Beach, because it's a way for them to be able to get streamlined to get some housing. But so you did answer that we would have some kind of rule that it has to have a connection to Redondo Beach, and that works. What would that look like?
Don't know yet, because we're taking it in segments, and so we dealt with the first two issues, and if you decide the location, then we're putting that all together. I want to, the state report, the state complaint against San Clemente lists a number of cities, and many cities have, residency rules, and we'll look at which ones are most defensible. It's always a challenge because the homeless can change residency overnight, and there are constitutional provisions in the Privileges of Immunity Clause of the 14th Amendment that make it challenging. But it appears that no one other than San Clemente has been, that I've located, have been challenged on the residency rules, because the advocates don't want to stop somebody from, trying to take care of the homeless in their area. I know from the other point of view, when they opened the Beacon House, or the Beacon Street shelter in San Pedro, try as Lila might, we couldn't get our residents in at all because they're making it very specific to their long-term residents. And so, we're going to, if you give us direction to go forward, one of the things we'll be looking at is drafting those rules and turning to our housing navigators with people they're already working with to get them on a waiting list.
Right, because you don't want, you want to have cooperation among the cities, but you also don't want to make it so that, okay, I'm only taking care of my little part, and then go from there, because San Pedro, there's a lot of places out there that are outside of Redondo that are actually building permanent housing, and we want to be able to get them in there. So we don't want a bad feeling to go back and forth on that. So it's a fine line you're having to walk, right?
It is. And I think, I'm just speculating, but I'm thinking that, as we see all the parts of our pilot program go forward, there may be things that are easier for us to do, like homeless court, that we could trade for places that have better access to industrial areas or control over land in industrial areas, and perhaps we can make various deals so that we could take care of the parts of the problem that are best suited to us. But we need to establish what works and what doesn't work. We're getting a lot of inquiries about homeless court because that, according to everybody, is working well, and they want to see about that. Right now, it's Redondo only cases, people who the city is prosecuting for, drunken public, drug abuse, drug charges, things like that, but with a goal of getting them housing ready and getting them permanently housed. The Michelle Scott, Officer Keith Turner, who's been dealing with them probably longer, with people experience homeless longer than anybody else on the police department. On the first day of homeless court, he said he didn't recognize her until she responded to the name. It's like he only knew her when she was using meth and getting arrested, and he was, stunned. And so that's a good thing. But we may be able to add our own unique part of the solution and trade with other cities.
Well, that's good news. And one of the questions, the e-comments that I was reading is, what does wraparound services look like? What would be one of the things that kind of sold the council on trying to pursue this idea was that this is a temporary housing. It's not a permanent shelter, and that's how it's being kind of put out there on social media and along the rumor mill. This isn't permanent. This isn't a permanent shelter. It's a way for us to be able to temporarily house someone, to be able to move them into permanent housing. And so what would the wraparound services look like? A lot of people say, well, these aren't just down on their luck people. They're mentally ill. They have some kind of drug problem. And I imagine the way I understood it is that we would address all of that. So what would that kind of process look like?
Well, we'll have a 24/7 residence aid there to deal with any issues that come up immediately. But with homeless court, county is overwhelmed with a lot of services. And so you approved getting donated from Clear Recovery Services, both addiction and mental health counseling. We're looking at a contract for a discounted rate with the psychiatrist. Chief Kaufman has identified urgent care that could provide medication, again, under supervised conditions, and it wouldn't occur at the location. But we're making all those things available. And as you mentioned, it becomes much more efficient if Lila doesn't, or PATH, or whoever, the housing navigator, doesn't have to go searching for them to be able to get them to the next step. With Michelle Scott, my prosecutors were working to try and make it easier for her with her legal aid attorney to get a birth certificate. She's real close to getting permanent housing. She just needs a few more things. We brought in the public defender's mobile van. We didn't use the van, but we set them up so that they can, if they're legally entitled, remove their, expunge their records so that they could qualify for permanent housing. And some of they were getting right up to the edge, but they couldn't. So those are all the wraparound services where we're making certain that they have access to try and move them into getting them housing ready. And this is one of the things that, we truly believe will make us even more efficient. If we're wrong, then that's the reason that you need to have the discretion to shut it down.
Well, okay, so to kind of piggyback on that, so we open this up, we put in the contingency that they have to be some kind of residential requirement, and well, I guess then we can enforce. So there shouldn't be, what the concern is that we'd end up with encampments around the facility of any kind, correct? Because of those things that we can then enforce and have them leave. What if, so that mitigates it a little bit. If we get to bed number 31, at that point, would we not be able to enforce?
So this puts us on a path to enforcement. We will not be able to enforce immediately a la Bellflower because we don't have a site that has for 60% of our beds. But this makes us more efficient by drawing the number of our homeless down. And if we do the contract with CityNet, we can get an actual count of our homeless. We would keep in mind, I'm thinking you're going to have 15 people, not 30. I know that people put 2 people in each unit, but most of the homeless are individuals. There are some couples. And so most of these are going to be individual units. So it's going to be so small that much of the concern about the magnet, people won't get fed there. We're going to have a waiting list that is extensive. So being, hanging out there isn't going to be of any benefit. The only meals are going to be provided to the residents of the property. So I don't envision that there would be anything and most of the meal services are already established, and so I don't envision anything about this that would be a magnet. One of the things, if we saw it as a half measure, could be adopting that San Clemente ordinance that we said, hey, you can't set up later than 5 and you have to have everything torn down by 10. And that you could enforce immediately. You may get challenged for it, but it's in footnote 8, and they've been challenged about everything, but they have not been challenged on that. And I think it's been very successful for them.
And then you mentioned that Anna might have some information about the Venice. That's another example that I keep getting thrown at me, is that it is how bad Venice is, even though they have, as you said, 150 beds, that they still had a lot of encampments inside. What in that conversation, what were some of the mistakes Venice did? What could we do to prevent to be another Venice? What did you learn from that conversation?
So I think Anna's on here, but the one thing I will say is that, there's a sliding scale. If you want enforcement immediately, you have to have so many beds that it gets large enough that it perhaps creates a magnet. If you have a smaller number of beds, you can't enforce immediately. But according to the person that Anna talked to, and I'll turn it over to her, they're not full up, and they still don't enforce their ordinance. Anna?
Oh, wait, before you start, that's a little contradictory, because I thought that Lila was saying that they were enforcing and that people were coming into Redondo from Venice. Is that not true?
I don't remember her talking about that.
Okay, all right, go on.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and I did speak with Mark Ryovic, who's the head of the Venice Stakeholders Association. We did have a long conversation, so I'm just going to try to, as best, relay some of the general issues that he and his association has seen since the Venice Crisis Bridge housing opened in March of this year. It is a larger Crisis Bridge unit. It has 100 adult beds and 54 beds for juvenile youth age individuals. It is similar, if not pretty much the same model as the Beacon Street Crisis Bridge housing in San Pedro. The main concerns that we talked about was in Venice, when the Crisis Bridge development went up in March, they found that a new homeless encampment popped up on the same block as the large Crisis Bridge housing development. And that didn't exist, according to Mr. Ryovic, that didn't exist before the Crisis Bridge housing popped up. Based on their own research, and what they've found is that the people who encompass that new encampment in front of the Crisis Bridge housing are people that have been either terminated or kicked out from the Crisis Bridge housing for missing the curfew too many days in a row. It's been people who prefer to stay out on the street a few nights a week and not be inside the bridge housing, even though they are have a bed in there and have, food storage and hygiene available to them. Or it's people who are waiting to get into the bridge housing unit. Although it's interesting that when I was sent information about the stats that they release, it doesn't look like it's operating at capacity. It looks like, and what Mr. Ryovic indicated to me, there's about 20 to 30 empty beds in the adult area and 10 to 15 empty beds in the juvenile area. Since its opening in March, they've indicated that based on the numbers released by the Crisis Bridge housing development itself, that 7 individuals have been permanently housed from the Crisis Bridge housing. However, it's their impression that many, many more have just returned to the streets. Venice traditionally has been the location for many homeless shelter developments, whether they're small scale or large scale, and they are continuing to be a site where more developments will go in based on the direction of their district's councilmen. So there's a lot of concern there, especially, coming from groups like the Venice Stakeholders Association, with what this larger Crisis Bridge housing has brought to the area. I can say, to contrast that, the conversation I had with them, I also visited the San Pedro Beacon Street Crisis Bridge housing, which, like I said, is the same, if not, it is pretty much identical to the same development that they did in Venice. And I did not see any encampments on the outside of that crisis bridge unit. There are 100 beds in that structure as well. When I visited a month ago, they were about at, I want to say 90 to 95 capacity. There was no juvenile separate unit there. And according to that, it's been open since July. I'll add that. So it has not been open as long. And according to the director of that facility, she indicated that one of their commercial neighbors had complimented the bridge home by saying that he would never have known that there was upwards of 90 to 100 people staying at that location. So there are two very different types of impacts on very different areas, very different locations. And Venice is a community that has been heavily impacted by the crisis bridge housing that went into effect in March.
So what did they do different? How can we be more like San Pedro and not be like Venice?
Well,
Who's managing the facility?
right, and it's a tenth the size. So Venice takes up most of the block.
Yeah, and I would also add, I think, something to answer Councilwoman MD's question. There's an issue with, one of the things we talked about was that there is 24/7 security in the Venice location, but the issue is it's inside the Venice location and they don't go outside, and they're still really trying to trace calls for service and increase in crime stats. And there's a lot of public records requests pending with the LAPD. And I think, again, one of the things we discussed is just something generally we discussed is that LAPD is now facing cuts in their funding. So a lot of the response to the area for calls for service isn't what it once was. And that was another concern.
Okay, and then I do favor doing a multi-prong approach and getting putting in ordinances that we can defend and that we can help enforce and mitigate any kind of problems that we would have. So, for example, the ordinance where you can't set up a tent till 10 and I don't know why we have to wait so late till 10 a.m. I mean, so 5 to 10 a.m. Why can it be 8 a.m. or 7 a.m.? But okay.
Because that's the one that other people have adopted and not been sued over. So, much of this is so fluid because Martin versus Boise is open to so many, reasonable, and by reasonable, I mean logically consistent interpretations that you're wary to be the outlier, as San Clemente apparently was as to their definition of resident. But we know from footnote 8, you can regulate time. So I'm assuming that it gets, as we get in winter, it gets closer to dark at 5. I don't know why they came up with 10.
I mean, 10 a.m. I guess is when most stores open, and so that's probably why they picked it. But I mean, okay, okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Grant.
Mayor Brown. Thank you, Councilwoman MD, for asking a number of the questions that I had here about if there's one bed open, can we enforce our ordinances and things like that. And that's really a lot of the questions that I'm getting at are when can we enforce and what does this actually do for us? And it sounds like what it does is it puts us, as you said, on a path to being able to enforce. Getting the word out that we're on this path to enforce, both with a homeless court as well as with all the things that we have at our disposal. And I really appreciated Mr. Webb showing that this is tied with the homeless court. This is a very important component, that we are not just doing this and we're going to be housing 170 people and we're going to have this encampments outside, and this, you're talking about 15 units, 15 to 30 people. It's going to be fenced and closed off. They're going to be not, well, and as Ms. Emdy pointed out, there is the ability to be able to move people along, I'll say it that way. I don't want to say it in a different way, but it's being able to start engaging in a different way. And that we're starting to look at, these are folks that are as a city, our unhoused or homeless folks. And having to figure that out. And I know that that's something that needs to be figured out. When you look at projects like this, and you look at projects that are, you have to be nimble. You have to be able to make changes. You have to be able to make a left turn when necessary. And I am very much in favor of, however we go, when we negotiate with the county, to be able to shut this thing down if necessary. Because I'll say this, we don't know if this is going to work or not. Plain and simple. And in fact, with the number of unanswered issues already, we're going into this together. And this means that our city council and our city has to be able to take this on. This is not, hey, we're trying to do something rogue here or all that. We're trying something new. We've had success with this homeless court, and that was an outlier. I liked the fact that you're going to be able to potentially leverage that homeless court to be able to either swap or curry favor with other cities so that we can get services from them or something like that. I appreciate that. That is a really big thing. So what we're being asked tonight is, again, as Emdy pointed out, a number of the kind of the questions that we're getting, and like I said, I thank you for being very thorough there. We're starting to look at the different options, and the options or the site options are such. And when I say that we have to take this as an entire city, I'm not talking about one neighborhood taking it for the entire thing. I'm saying we have a number of items that we have to work on together. And this is not a problem, not an issue that we actually deal with singularly. So when we've proposed all of these different locations, everyone's well-intended. Everybody wants it to be, we want to do something, we want to tackle this, but let's just put it on the table. 95 people that put in public comments via e-comments. The 30 people that are waiting to speak here are the attendees. Each city council person. No one wants it in their neighborhood next to them. Okay, that's just how it works. Okay, no one wants this there. And any one individual or any one neighborhood, they don't want it because it is always going to be near a business. It's going to be near someone who is working. It's going to be some type of property. It's just going to be because we are a built-out city. So it's not like we're going to be able to find a place that has equidistance from everywhere and that we can all agree on. We're just not going to do it. We're going to have to figure this out together. We need to look at what it means to have a pilot program. And a pilot program is something where you have to make it as easy to get started as possible, which means you can put it up quickly. You can start to figure out what works, what doesn't work. How are we going to move people around? How are we going to get them to and from homeless court? How are we going to get them to all of these different things? And how are we even going to get people in there? And you have to be able to look at it that way. We go back to the fact that everyone here does not want it in their neighborhood. And I completely agree. I don't want it in my neighborhood. As much as I want to help, I don't want it in North Redondo. People in South Redondo don't want it in South Redondo. We don't want it in the near Torrance because then they start to yell. Mayor Brand already said, hey, let's, Manhattan Beach doesn't want it near them. Okay. So let's just all agree that we all don't want it in our neighborhoods. Okay. That's going to be what we're going to be talking about here today, is where is the best solution for putting in a temporary housing shelter. We've talked about there's going to be strict places for being able to get people to be into this. They have to be in our program. We get to move people along. We get to do these things, and we need to learn from this and do so. And I just have to say, you have to get past the fact that you don't want it near you. So, at our last meeting, I brought up a solution that I think will work for Redondo Beach. I brought up the Seaside Lagoon. And everyone says, no, that is the worst place because that is where we need to have, it's near commerce, it's near tourists. The reality is right now, we are in COVID lockdown and we don't know how long we're going to be here. We're going to be here at least through March, April, May. Just call it what it is. We're not going to be unlocked until then. That's 4 or 5 months from now. So we're already locked down. The lagoon has been closed for a year. We didn't even open up in this summer. And we have a facility ready to go that is inexpensive. It already has facilities. Our city already knows how to actually secure that area and how to patrol it. Our police are familiar with it, and it is in a place where all of us, and I'm going to say all of us, can watch this thing and make changes. Because we're all going to have 95 people sitting there saying, oh, we had this today. Nope, we had that today. We did this, we did that. But you put it where everybody has to take it. The reason I say I live in North Redondo, so does Laura MD, so does Christian Horvath, okay, and we're just talking about us right now. I go down there quite a bit as well. So it is my facility, it is our city's facility. And the reality is, no one wants it near them, so let's put it in front of everyone. And what everyone does is police this thing and says, we all have a common ground to be able to talk about. So there's some very important things that are why I believe that this is the best place for it. And I'm going to come up with a solution, and at the end of what I say here, I'm going to come up with a solution that I think works for us, and I need everybody to have an open mind about what we're trying to accomplish. Let's go a couple of things. First and foremost, there are no homes right next to there. I hear you. There are boats, and there are people that live on boats, and there are all those things, but there are no homes right in that vicinity. It is in a facility that we have large parking lot right next to it. We do have a hotel that's right next to there. Absolutely, we do. But the fact is that we're talking about 15 people behind a fence that we are going to secure. That's one. Two, there's a bus lane that goes right there from, it's the 102, I believe, that goes right down there, and it is they're able to get on a bus and go and do what they have to do as they come and go in that area. Three, as Mr. Webb said, this actually has to do with the homeless court. We have to make it easy for them to be able to get to their court appointments. This is walking distance from the homeless court. Okay, so it is up where the annex is for the near City Hall. That is a 3-block walk, and that's it. They don't have to get on public transportation. They don't need a ride. They can walk or get over there, or it's a very short ride. That's fine. There are no businesses in that immediate vicinity aside from the bicycle shop, which is across that little street there, and I'm forgetting the name of that street at the moment. We have the restaurant is in its process of closing, and it's in its shutdown, but it's kind of going away. We're going to be keeping these people, and I believe we're going to be feeding them behind the closed gate It'll have a closed gate, so you're not even looking in on them, and we're going to be able to all police it. Okay, it's already fenced. It already has bathrooms. It already is a place that we know how to work with. It says even in the report, we didn't lay it out, but we can find room for them. And I'll just say it this way, and I don't want to go any further than that, but it's a large area, and if we had to expand, we could, because there's area there. So we're looking at this. I don't believe the Moonstone Park is the right spot for it. I really don't. I think that is next to a parking lot, and it's next to the, some people have brought up that there's a helicopter and all those things. So here's my proposition, and this is what I want everybody to kind of think about. We have more questions than answers right now about this whole process. We have more issues that we have to deal with on how do we get people in, how do we make them secure, how do we do all these things. Here's my proposition. I say that we do 5 months, 4 or 5 months before the normal time that the lagoon would open up, and we just had a discussion just a second ago that was talking about that we're probably not going to open up the lagoon. It's been brought up that this is possibly about beach life being able to be open for the May concert. I'll just say that's whether it's good or not if we're going to open up for beach life, but we're looking at that time frame to start out in the lagoon. It's inexpensive. It's close to the homeless court. We already know as a city how to work that area. We don't have to put very many more amenities in there. We actually know how to kind of get things in and out of there. We have access to it all, and it's already fenced off. So we do that as a pilot to get started. If we decide as a council and as a city that this is a working thing, that we then consider moving it. And I think the right place would probably be the Kingsdale one as a spot for a longer time. The concern that I have as we go into this whole thing is how does this thing stop? Temporary is temporary, okay? We have funding for 13 months based on what we've got from the state, from the state and from the county. But how does this thing end? And we have to seriously look at how this is going to end. But we don't know until we get started. And I say we make it easy on ourselves to get started. We then say we have an end date, and I'll leave it with this. The reason you put it in front of everyone is one, so that we all watch it and we can all manage it and give our input and see what works and doesn't work. So that it's not just over in a corner and we all kind of forget about it. It's up in North Redondo, forget about it now, let's just do that. No. We're all in this together. That's one. Two, once we figure it out, we start moving it towards a permanent thing. But we still need to figure out an end date, and we don't have that. So as we go through this whole discussion, I believe that we need to look at this as a two-step approach. We started out at the lagoon behind a closed fence that we're starting to do. We have these 15 to 30 people that are going to be there, and we go at it that way. We then consider a point, a time when we actually change and move. We'll know that because we're going to have to do some prep. We're going to have to go up to Kingsdale and start prepping that whole area up there as well. But before we get into this, we want to know if this thing's going to go forward. Okay? So that is my answer, and I think this is the correct answer, or at least the correct option for us, so that it's shared, okay, because it's my lagoon too. We then look at it as in two phases. One, we get started, and then we look to move it before and as we get out of this COVID situation. So thank you everybody for listening, and I'm sure we're going to hear a ton of options tonight, but that's my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Mike, just to clarify this, if we can't enforce camping right away, the anti-camping ordinance, what about, has any thought been any thought been put into an ordinance to keep camping a certain distance from residential areas? I know that other places have tried that. Have we looked at that?
We can. It's all within the
Ninth Circuit.
Yeah, well, it's all within that footnote 8. And
Yeah.
so, I was talking about time, we could do that. The problem is if I could put up a zoning map of Redondo, it becomes awfully restricted, like how many yards do you put from residential, and you may be forcing them unintentionally into specific pockets of the city and leading to lawsuits from the, people with businesses or whatever else. But we can look at that. But that's guiding them to different locations, and I'd be afraid of unintended consequences. But we can look at it.
All right, that's one thing I'm thinking of. So if we can't enforce this right away, then the only possibilities for people being in these pallet houses are they go through the court program, or
no, they don't. They have to work with our housing advisor. It can be going through the program.
Can it also be voluntary as well? Hey, I want to be in. Okay, so I just want to make sure of that. So the question I'd have for you then is, let's say this is successful and it becomes a bottleneck in terms of placing them in permanent housing. How do we deal with that?
In terms of a bottleneck,
meaning we can't find enough places. There's no places in permanent housing available to put them after the temporary.
So we'll have to address it if it comes up. But our problem has not been problems in getting permanent housing. Our problems has been in getting people housing ready. And that's what we're trying to speed up, is the current bottleneck of, there's a house.
People.
Yeah, exactly. There's a house ready, but the person can't go because they don't have a birth certificate, or the person can't, they have stuff that in a storage locker that they can't move to a downtown place, or they have something on their record that they could have expunged, but their legal aid attorney is so swamped with dealing with potential for evictions, they can't get to it quick enough. So we'll respond if the problem is we're getting people so ready that they can't get into, they can't find permanent housing, then, we'll have to address it when it comes up.
Will this make Lila more efficient?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The homeless court has really, and she would tell you that it is really, really made the difference in terms of trying to make her more effective and efficient, and this will make her more efficient. That's the whole idea behind it. We could propose, a much larger site to be able to enforce the ordinance right away. But the problem with that is we don't have any good sites that, I'd really be worried about the unintended consequence if we put, 72, housing units, pilot shelters somewhere. We wouldn't get the funding for it. And then you have the critical mass that might lead to a problem. Bellflower said they didn't. They had a lot of neighborhood resistance at first, but it turned out that 50 units wasn't a problem. But they had a location where they could put it. We're trying to start much smaller and reduce the number of our homeless through this.
Okay. So getting to location, because a lot of us seem to be open to this idea. I have my reservations about how big we make this, because I am concerned. We've talked about this. Do we start smaller, or and see how it does, and then grow? And based on what you've told me, we could be spending a lot of money for just a few pallet houses. So I get that. So getting to the stage of deciding where to put this, in deference to what John has said, I really do think there's an issue putting it Seaside Lagoon for a number of reasons. One is there are a number of houses there. They're at Seascape, for example, I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten just in the last couple days about putting a skate park near Seascape and Seascape 1 and 2 and 3 and Ocean Club. So there are a lot of houses nearby. There are people that live on board their boats that would be furious to see housing for the homeless right by. There are businesses. Captain Kids is nearby. Art 10 is nearby. Samba is nearby. So yeah, maybe Ruby's isn't open right now, but you know, there will be hopefully people looking at the Ruby's facility. And you know, one of the things that is an issue obviously is being near the hotels. So the Crown Plaza, Portofino, Redondo, Redondo Inn are all within, Redondo Hotel are all within, you know, 2 blocks of there or a block of there. I got an email today from Paul Gibbs, who's the interim general manager of the Crown Plaza. I want to read it to you. Gentlemen, the Crown Plaza, Redondo Beach, and Marina opposes the pallet housing location at Seaside Lagoon. There are 4 hotels within just a few hundred yards of the site, and it would detract from our guest experience as they drive or walk by and or view the site from their guest rooms. Right now, we struggle to keep the homeless away from our hotel in order to protect our airline crews, 7 active airline crew contracts, and other guests. Just today, we had a site visit for an airline, and they are emergency relocating 90 crew rooms per night away from downtown LA, now at the Bonaventure Hotel, due to the out-of-control homeless population. If this population is chosen, I can tell you that we will not win this crew contract, which starts November 1st, over Santa Monica, Long Beach, or Beverly Hills. This housing project will result in a loss of revenue for surrounding hotels, as well as transient occupancy tax for the city. Sincerely, Paul Gibbs, Interim General Manager, Crown Plaza, Redondo Beach and Marina. We've spent countless hours setting up a tourism improvement district, and yet we're going to dynamite it if we put it down there. We're going to sabotage ourselves. We're already at 30% occupancy because of COVID. This will just completely destroy it. That's a lot of money, not only for us, but for a lot of jobs that are depending on it. There's Baleen Kitchen, there's all kinds of things. And I really don't want to put businesses at risk. I don't want to put this near houses. I think that's really important. There needs to be a buffer, and I don't think there's a big enough buffer there. To me, Aviation Park does not work well for a lot of reasons, obviously because we've just opened things up. The Francisca and Gertruda Yard is near houses, and it's not good. So I think the only option right now is the Kingsdale thing, so the Kingsdale area. It's not perfect. It borders onto train tracks and it borders onto a cemetery, but we can shield it from that. It's near a residential area, but far enough away that people won't see it. And it's far enough away from the Galleria and some of the surrounding businesses. It's not so far, but it's far enough. So I'd like to make a motion that we look at the Kingsdale facility next to Verizon as the site for this for at least 6 months, and then decide after 6 months if we should move this. I think that's the only logical option right now. We haven't heard a lot of outrage about this at all at that location. We have been saturated this afternoon and this morning with emails about the Seaside Lagoon and Moonstone Park. It's obviously a bad place for people to put this. And, we want to solve this problem, but we don't want to create a public relations problem either. And our harbor is our jewel, and I don't want to sabotage that. I think it's the worst place to do this right now.
I will second
that's
that.
where I'm at. Okay.
I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion, it sounds like, to start at Kingsdale and reevaluate in 6 months. Any motion, Mike or whoever, I mean, is that the kind of motion you're looking for?
Yeah, because it gives us the ability to move forward with final documents to whatever site you choose. We can point out any shortfall in the budget. As I mentioned, if it costs exactly everything, including our contingency, we could be 75,000 short, but that would only come up in the 6 months. And we'll certainly tell the county we can't agree to anything that takes away our the council's discretion to terminate the program, maybe when, with 30 days notice or whatever that they could pay us for each month in arrears. They could pay us in advance. We'll have to discuss it with the county CEO's office to figure out what works for them, but also maintains maximum discretion for all of you.
Okay, but that is what you're looking for in a motion.
Yeah, because then we'll go forward. It's not a final decision with whatever location, but it tells us what we're coming up with documents for. If we had 5 things, it would be impossible to work out. If we have 1 or 2 in this motion, it tells us to work on 1, and they know that this could end 6 months or sooner, and we'll draw up the documents if the county agrees to keep that in mind. And if the county doesn't agree, then we won't bring back final documents to you at your next meeting in November.
I'd like to add one more thing to this. And, John, I understand the sentiment you're saying, and it's not something that we should look away from. I agree. I just think it's people very uncomfortable about this. And I think for a number of reasons. There's a lot of guilt that's involved with this, that as a society we let this happen to people. And no one likes seeing this. They just don't like seeing it. I'll be the first to admit, it pains me to see people on the street. And it really pains me because I feel like we fail as a society. And I don't want to push this in people's faces. If you've been down to downtown LA, you know how bad it is. It is really killing LA. It killed a presidential run by Eric Garcetti because of the homeless. Politics aside, it's just very inconvenient and people don't want to deal with it. I hate to say it. And quite honestly, for the people that are involved that are down there, I want to protect their self-dignity as well, too. I don't want people seeing them in a state where they're constantly drunk or they're in bad shape physically. It's a hard thing for people to deal with. So, sometimes privacy is a good thing. And I think this is one of those cases where we need to, this isn't one of those cases where I think we need to shine a light on it. Everybody knows that homelessness is a big problem in our community and in Los Angeles and quite honestly in the United States. But, and I understand what you're saying, but I think that in this case, it's probably better that we shield those folks from it and, we don't shine too much light on it because I think people are really embarrassed by it on a variety of levels. So
I could make one point.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
In the comments and what I've been receiving also is that there are a number of folks that are equally as opposed to Kingsdale as we kind of pointed out. No one wants it near them. And that's why I proposed what I did, is that you do have the entire boater community and a number of folks actually speaking out about not having it near the boats. I totally understand that. There is also North Redondo folks that are saying that they're adamantly opposed to this, that the businesses around there, as I mentioned last time, we've already experienced homelessness at the Ralph's and the other stores that are right there. They've already been there. But what we have to remember is that we're not talking about an encampment of 150 people in beds. Okay? We're talking about 15, 30 people max. And we're starting to look at what is best for the project to go forward. And we're going to make a determination in 6 months if this is going to go forward or not. And I'll just leave it at that. I've already mentioned on just saying, I appreciate your motion and whatnot. Where this needs to go is it needs to go where it's going to have the best chance for success. And we have too many unknown variables starting out, period. So, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I'd like to reserve my comments. I'd like to make a motion that we receive and file and waive the reading of the e-comments because there's about 95 of them. And I would like to just go straight to the people that have been waiting so patiently here, and then I can speak later.
Is there a second to his motion to waive the reading of the receive and file?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Let's vote on that. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
With 95, aye. Yeah.
And for the record, it's actually 102.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember Indy.
Aye.
Okay.
But I encourage everyone to read them.
That's what I've been reading.
Yeah, encourage all of them to read it because that's where I got a lot of my questions. But so please.
Okay. Anything else, Christian?
No, I would go. Just please go to public comment.
No, I'm there.
Well, I'll finish these quick comments here. I got Councilmember Nierenheim and then Councilmember MD. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, real quick. Mike, a lot of people don't necessarily want to go to these locations because they don't feel comfortable. They want to bring their stuff with them. They don't want to be in a pallet location. Can we allow them to bring their own camping stuff, their own equipment, their own things that they feel comfortable with? Because a lot of people don't want to just be stuck in this. They love what they have been experiencing. They want to bring their stuff with them. Can we have a little bit of a leeway and hybrid to allow 5 or 6 locations of people? If you want to camp there, hey, let them. We have that offer that for you, just your equipment.
So you want to have an ordinance, a hybrid of the San Clemente approach, where you allow people to camp. They have to bring their own equipment, and it would be illegal if they camp anywhere but they're 5 or 6. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, you could. I don't know that you can find 5 or 6 locations that.
No, not 5 or 6 5 or 6 spots at our pallet location. So 5 or 6 people to bring their stuff in addition to the 15 spots that we have of pallets.
Oh, so you're saying 5 additional people can bring their tents in and camp there in addition to the 15 people in the pallet shelters?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would suppose you could. I would have to look at it from COVID related. Are there any issues with people bringing in their own housing? There are. It becomes more difficult to enforce the anti-drug and anti-alcohol provisions, because if people are bringing on their own house, part of the problem with the San Clemente approach, or one of the challenges, would be if the security guard saw something that was illegal, the sheriffs would have to get a search warrant to enter into somebody else's tent. And so I certainly can consider that if that's the will of the council, in terms of, can we have rules that could provide for up to X number of people camping? But there are challenges to that approach.
But if this is set up in a shelter, this location is set up as a shelter has a full right and ability to walk into the location everywhere in the facility at any time.
Right, but they didn't when it was set up as the sole place to camp. So that's why I was asking what your question was. Was your question towards, we can get more people in there and then you can more quickly enforce the anti-camping ordinance, or is it just an alternative way of allowing somebody their own, roof over their head within the shelter? And that's what I was trying to get at. If it's the latter, if you're saying we're not worried about enforcement, then it's a potential we could do that, and I'll certainly look at it if that's what if you want to amend your motion. I just haven't seen something that was a hybrid of both pallet shelters and
because the concern here for me is, if we use these pallet shelters, we have 15 of them, which is something, but it's not a lot. And I'm not, going back to my prior statements, air conditioning, all that kind of stuff. I don't have air conditioning. the more we spend on this facility and the units and the support, then there's less of a volume of people that we can support along the way. And if we have, and one thing I noticed with individuals that are experiencing this type of homelessness and they're camping outside, they don't want to leave their stuff. They don't want to leave with their setup that they have, and they would feel more comfortable if they can bring their setup with them. And that's a big deal. This is their only stuff that people have. This is literally the only stuff they have.
So that's a different question. We certainly have to address the issue of the stuff they have storage for it. So, for example, if I think Mayor Brand and Councilman Horvath are the only ones who've been to homeless court, but they can attest. One of the things we put in was a locker system, because they bring their stuff. They can't bring it into a courtroom, but we don't want to get any lawsuits where, oh, you lost my stuff or you gave it away to somebody else. We're certainly going to have to, as part of this, provide for storage. When they go to homeless court, they get their individual lockers. Security gives them a key, they check in, and then, they use their key to get, get their stuff out. So that's a separate question of providing storage as opposed to letting them use their own tent. And the letting them use their own tent, we'll look at it just off the top of my head. It makes it more of a problem in terms of tent setting up around it. But if people need their stuff, we certainly have to be able to provide a way to, within limitations of them storing their own stuff.
I'm going back to my prior statement. What I want is the ability to help 20 people instead of just 15. And if some people want to say, hey, I'm willing to go, but I don't want your pallet shelter thing. No, thank you. And is there a place I can just throw my tent, have my stuff, I feel more comfortable, and then eventually move over? That's what I'm looking for. Because again, one of the reasons why people don't want to move into, again, like going back to my days that I spent working Project Roomkey, is, hey, you give them a nice bed, air conditioning, shower, room. They don't want to go there. They don't want to be there. You have to convince them to go there, amazingly enough, because some of them can't bring all their stuff. So whatever makes them feel most comfortable is what I'm most concerned with. And getting the most volume of people there is a second part of that.
Well, we could buy more, all of it changes the budget for it. We'd have to provide for 20 meals a day.
Okay. I'll get to that in a second too, but I understand.
So it depends on what the council wants us to do. The reason we picked 15 is we didn't want to create. We erred on the side of enough to make a difference, enough to balance out the cost of the ongoing operations with the number of people you could serve without it being big enough to to serve as a magnet for anyone else. And what worries me is some people are living not just in the pallet shelter, but living in tents on the inside. I do worry a little bit about tents springing up on the outside. But whatever the council wants us to prepare final documents, or that's what we'll do.
So going to the food issue, most people have Cal cards. Are we providing, I don't want to be providing 12 meals a day or 15 times 3, 45 meals a day, and people are only eating 20 or 30 meals of those per day. And then we're paying for X amount above that. It's something that we need to look at and make sure that whatever the food program that we're on, we're not necessarily buying everything that we need to buy. So I want to keep that in mind moving forward, because Cal cards are very prolific and people have them and they use them to buy the food that they want versus the food that they're provided. They might not even want to eat the food that's provided. So
that's true, and that's why you see the meal providers are much busier in the latter stages of the month, because people have gone through their food cards, and so we get many more people attending the meals from the faith-based providers. A decision was made. So what's in the budget, but it's up to you, was providing 3 meals a day for 15 people, plus providing for the on-site the workers so they don't have to leave. Someone can stay there and we're still providing a lunch for them, because we didn't want to create, wherever you put it, a new problem in the community. We didn't want them wandering about searching for food. So now we may be able to offset that we may be able to get some of the faith-based providers to bring, some days, or provide 15 extra meals. But the decision was made based on input from all of you at past meetings and from the members of the community, that we'd err on the side of trying to keep them in there as much as possible, again, to make Lila and Path more efficient. We would know where they would be as much as possible, or at least not give them a reason that they have to leave to get meals.
Okay. They're gonna be leaving. So there's plenty of food locations up there on 190th in the Hawthorne Boulevard that they have way better choices, that they're gonna want to stay in that area. Termination clause, full in favor of us, the ability to terminate the program when we need to. Also, resident access only clause, whatever we can do to get some of that in place is good. And then when it comes to the harbor locations, I'm not by any means in favor of the harbor locations. I was reading up on San Clemente and talking to some people about it, and that the Coastal Commission said that because they're changing a use, they need a CDP, Coastal Development Permit. So since those 2 locations will be changing a park location, I would assume a CDP would have to be required.
Well, it depends, because it's sort of like the waiver process that we use for street dining inside the coastal zone for Riviera Village. So we're in a different position. They created theirs in 2019 before the pandemic hit. It depends on what happens with the pandemic. If you were to choose a coastal zone site in the last 6 months, we may very well need one. In the next 6 months or the first 6 months, you probably wouldn't, because we're doing this in response to an emergency. The funding, comes from the CARES Act, or the money for the one-time purchases. And so it depends. And that's the reason why we need a specific motion as to what site, so we can figure out what documents we have to create. But yeah, that is a problem. That's why it was shut down. It wasn't just that, hey, it solved the problem and we don't need it anymore.
Yeah, so that's another reason I'm making it as easy as possible moving forward. Less paperwork, less different agencies outside of the coastal zone works far better for me. That's all the questions I have. Thank you. Bill, Mayor Brand?
Yeah.
You are back.
I guess Councilmember Emdy, and then we'll go to public.
I don't know, maybe I'm being pessimistic, but based on this discussion, I don't think we're going to come up with a place. I really don't, because we agreed at the last discussion that it would be shared equally from the north and the south. And the fact that the south, that you guys are saying absolutely not, when our parameters were, it couldn't be near schools, it couldn't be near residential. I agree. I disagree with you, John, that Seaside Lagoon's a great place. I was standing there, and there's so many tourists, so many bicyclists, and it's right in front of our hotels. We definitely don't want it at Seaside Lagoon.
Laura, so the motion was to reconsider another place in 6 months without naming.
Yeah, but see, the fact that's my point, is the fact that 2 meetings ago, we said we'd agree to a south and a north place, then now all of a sudden, oh, we'll talk about it in 6 months. And I just heard Nils say that he didn't want to have it anywhere in the coastal zone. But there isn't any other place that in the South that it could fit. So I'm not hearing a lot of, we're already backtracking on what we said last time. And so unless the conversation starts to change, that there's a little more flexibility, then we're just not going to come up with a place. And all the work that's been done is mute, because we have a council forecast. If you read through the comments, there's just as many people not liking the Kingsdale property. So if we're just going to be basing it on a popularity contest, the deal was there was a huge meeting at the yacht club today or yesterday, and that's why you're suddenly seeing all these letters. And we knew that going in, that the boaters weren't going to be happy with this location. We already knew that, but it isn't near any kind of residential. It's not near any schools. You can't see it from Harbor Drive, so it's not going to affect our tourists. And there's very few businesses out there. Outriggers can still use the location. They're not getting prohibited by it. And so I'm just kind of throwing that out there. Let's hear what everybody has to say. But if we're going to go down the path of, we're not going to have it in the coastal zone, you're backtracking already. You're backtracking already what you guys said 2 weeks ago and why we agreed. We were so cooperative 2 weeks ago. And if we're going to say, well, it just can't be in the coastal zone because of coastal commission, when the city attorney's already answered you that this is an emergency, and that it's temporary, and there seems to be some kind of cooperation to have it 6 months in one place and 6 months in another. I'm not going to agree to anything to say we'll agree to it in 6 months. No, because in 6 months from now you'll say no, we can't have it there. No, I'm not getting a good feeling about that. We're going to come to any kind of agreement of a location, and that this will be gone. So I just want to keep that in mind for those of you that want this to happen and that believe in this. That I refuse to allow it just to be on one district. It's just not fair. So
you want to make a substitute motion?
No, I want to hear from the public. I think we should hear from the public so we can gather it all up.
Okay.
But I will when we've heard from people.
Christian, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you wanted to speak or.
Aim for the public.
And I see Councilmember Narenhelm has his hand back up.
All right, I left it up. Sorry.
Okay, so then let's go to the public. Eleanor, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to remind the public that they're only able to speak once and also for 3 minutes, and that if they can raise their hand if they'd like to speak on this issue, and then if you're on a phone, if you can do *9. So I'm going to go ahead and just go through the ones that have their hands up. Okay, so Brian Nowak. Let's see.
Can you hear me okay? Let me check the audio.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, first off, I know I only have 3 minutes. I wanted to thank you guys, all the council members, Mr. Mayor, for looking into this issue. It's certainly a heated one, ones that need to be solved. And I really want to applaud everybody's intent to solve this, as it certainly affects us all. And there's a lot of, obvious things and emotional things I could bring to the conversation. I've got some personal interest because we do have a boat in the marina, and I do see, what goes on today and can imagine what would go forward. But to be constructive with my time with everybody tonight, I thought I'd point out just a couple of things based on about 3 hours of reviewing budgets, plans, etc., that I would like, everyone to take into consideration. It seems that we're moving, really at the speed of funding, and because we can do something doesn't really mean what we should. What I'm kind of seeing is that, with no disrespect meant, a subject matter expert coming to the table advising the council on exactly what we could expect when we get a facility like this, in close proximity with all the residents in our community. I've spent quite a bit of time feeding the homeless at the LA Mission, and I break it down into 3 different categories. Folks that really need a hand up, that are a little down on their luck. There are those that are dealing with addiction and those that are mentally incapable. So when I look at the budgets and I look at, some of the line items, I see us accounting for security potentially within these compounds, but nothing for the adjacent, areas. And what I would ask the council to kind of consider is what happens with those overflow conversations that I've seen a few people have, or I've heard on this call today, and how are we accounting for those? And when I think about the community and kind of knocking down some of the fears, I would challenge, well, what are we solving for here? Amongst those 3 different categories, what are we trying to solve for and working backwards from? Are we solving for let's give them a hand up? Are we solving for the drug addiction? Are we solving for some of the emotional or health problems? And my recommendation would be that you guys look to really solve the problem. If we're going to solve it, let's solve it right and create, some mechanisms to give the exact prescription for the exact need in those facilities, whether it's, giving counseling, giving medical advice, giving different clinics, creating the path forward the best as possible so that we can really, make a productive step forward. So that's really all I thought I could add as far as, some of the specific sites. Buffer zones, I think, are key for that overflow. Is specifically in the, the Marina location versus the Kingsdale location, I see the only way in and out there is right along the path of all those boats and restaurants. And what you're doing is you're putting all of our youth in conflict and what I would call a proximity altercation possibility. And I've seen it inside the Mission where you've got somebody mental pulling a knife, or there's somebody who's on some drugs that, causes a confrontation where people aren't equipped to deal with that and they're not expected to see it. So my thought is please consider that as you guys look through these locations, and thank you for your time. Good luck.
This is Kim Isaac.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say I am extremely disappointed in what I'm hearing. I personally have 0 issue with the unhoused because they are unhoused people. They are not homeless people. They are people who are unhoused, and they are in a situation where they need a place to live. That could be any of us. And all I'm hearing from the leaders of this city is how they don't want it near them. I don't want it. Nobody wants it near them. I mean, to even say that out loud is just, how heartless can you be? They need our help. And all I'm hearing is putting them somewhere. We don't have to see them. We have to keep them in there as much as possible. Are you going to lock them in and they can't get out? This is not how you treat human beings. And so, it's like, whose idea was it? I was getting ready to get up here and say, when you first started talking, how great this is. What a great idea. I'm glad you guys are willing to do this. But it sounds to me like you're being forced. Somebody's holding a gun to your head. The way that you're talking about it. This is just, I'm just shocked. They're human beings and they need our help, and they should be treated with respect as such. Not treated like they're throwaways and they have to be hidden away and we have to put it away. We're all going to deal with it. We're not putting it on one side or the other. Well, I live in South Redondo and I would be perfectly fine having it anywhere near me in South Redondo. Anywhere. I would be happy to have them as neighbors and to help them learn how to be in this area and get along with other people and introduce them to my friends if they're still here. I would love to bring them things that they may need. I would like to help them. And I have friends that feel the same way. But, hearing you guys talk tonight, it started out fine, but it just got worse and worse till you started talking about the people. Those people, they, like they are not real human beings or any different than us. They are not. We happen to be fortunate people, but you take away your job or COVID closes things down, and now all of a sudden we can't pay our mortgage. And guess what? We're the homeless ones. And then the city council is then saying, well, we got to hide you away because you're unwanted, because the sight of you is making me sick. I'm really disappointed in all of you, because this should be a time we should be getting together, helping them out, figuring out a way for making it positive. And instead, the leaders are saying, well, I don't really want it. Let's agree. We all don't want it. So we're just going to have to figure out a way to make it the least painful for us. I'm done anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder, Kim. Thank you.
Janelle Scales.
Hello. I'm with Kim, honestly. I was listening to this. I was really excited to get on this call and hear how my city council members and representatives were really excited to be progressive and address the needs of our unhoused community. And I heard such disdain. You all are talking about the unhoused folks and how they're going to be a problem. We are much more of a threat to them than they are to us. The LA Times just put out an article saying that we are more likely to harm unhoused folks than they are likely to harm us. So you are worried about our residents being protected from them, and we need to be worried about how we can protect them from us. This is such a disappointment. We need to be coming together in this time, in a pandemic, when people are suffering, to figure out how we can help people. And all of you are sitting on this call with disgust in your voice and disdain. And that is just such a disappointment. I live in North Redondo. Put it in North Redondo. I work out at the track every single day, and I would be happy to have my kids go there and say, look, kids, this is what you do when you have people who need help. You help them. I would be proud of my city. I don't want them hidden away. I don't want to erase a problem. I want to fix it. I want to help people. And I hope that you all on this call can hear the passion and the frustration in our voices, because this was literally, I had tears in my eyes listening to you all talk tonight. Tears. Because all of us are one emergency away from being unhoused. We are 2 paychecks away from being unhoused. Many of you are fortunate. You've had parents who loved you, who took care of you, who put you through college. And you are talking about these people who haven't had as many opportunities as you, as if there's some sort of issue. The problem. When we were talking about the skate park, we were like, let's bring the teenagers and kids something to do. We need to support our community. Let's put the bicycle riders a bike lane so they can get to the places. When you start talking about unhoused folks, it's the problem. I am literally disgusted. I really hope that you all can figure out, talk to your constituents, get some of the voices of the unhoused folks on here. Listen to them. Listen to their stories so that maybe we can have a little bit more compassion in our hearts for people who are suffering and who need support. I'm done.
Okay, Tony Hart. Okay, Tony?
You can hear me now, yeah?
Yes.
Great. My name's Tony Hart. I'm a board member of the Laniquila Outrigger Canoe Club, which is housed out on Mole B. And while I appreciate what you guys are trying to do, trying to pilot this program, and I'm not going to talk about where it should be, because I don't know that I have a good answer. I have a couple of things I want to bring up about the idea of possibly putting it on Mole B. I heard you guys say something about that the people that come have stuff. They have possibly be putting up lockers, fences, and shelters. And any events that we've ever had in Moonstone Park, we were inspected by the fire chief and told that within 5 minutes, pretty much anything on that park, edge to edge, needs to be able to be removed, taken down. In the case of the Coast Guard, helicopter has to land in an emergency. So that's one thing. If there's any congestion down there, certainly egress for any of the emergency vehicles would certainly be an issue. Needs to be talked to with the Harbor Department, the Harbor Patrol Fire Department. We do have, NAHOA and Laniquila, both outrigger clubs, do have quite a bit of equipment down there that we would be concerned about, but everybody has equipment they would be concerned about having this nearby. The other thing is, if this is at all considered a development in the harbor, whether it's Seaside Lagoon or Mulby, there's a good chance the Coastal Commission will require them to build a boat ramp in conjunction with the development. So that's all I have for tonight. Thanks for everybody for participating.
Scott? Or Red? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I'll be as quick as I can. I do also want to commend the city council, the mayor, and staff for grappling with this tricky issue in a very thoughtful and serious way. And I also want to specifically thank City Attorney Mike Webb and his staff for doing the legwork of actually researching and presenting their findings with respect to both the Venice and San Clemente homeless issues. I personally visited the area of the Bellflower shelter over the weekend and spoke to people who live next to the shelter, including a representative of city government. And they made it very clear that enforcement of the camping ordinance and residency restrictions were just absolutely essential to the success of the Bellflower shelter project. And that's consistent with the approach that I'm hearing the council speak about tonight, which I think is very good. And I also researched the new Whittier shelter and spoke with the operator and a neighbor. And Whittier also has a residency requirement, and they're enforcing a camping ordinance. So I do think those two items are very important and are, again, key to the success of anything that Redondo may do. One thing maybe that was not clearly stated earlier is that San Clemente's homeless population actually decreased dramatically after the introduction of their designated camping site, to the point where I think 80 spots in the designated camping area, only a few people experiencing homelessness remained after a short period of time. So apparently it was very effective in transitioning homeless from the street, some of whom are reunited with family and friends elsewhere and are presumably doing much better, and that's good. I think what's notable about the San Clemente federal case that was discussed earlier is that it was dismissed, and that in that case, the homeless voluntarily went to the designated camping site upon request, even without arrest, which is humane and seems effective. And I also want to correct something said earlier, and maybe I misunderstood it, but the federal court in the San Clemente case held that a mere threat of arrest is not a violation of Martin v. Boise in any event. And that's just good to keep in mind when considering what the city can and can't do in approaching this. As far as the San Clemente state lawsuit that was referenced, I agree it appears to be the similar plaintiff attorneys taking a second bite at the apple in state court for claims that are similar to those that were dismissed. And it sounds like from the discussions Mr. Webb had, they're confident in their legal position. To wrap up here, if Redondo does go forward with the shelter project, I do think it'd be appropriate, and I heard a council member earlier say, to combine it, take a hybrid approach to include either a designated camping site, as San Clemente successfully did, at the same location or another location with clean city provided tents. And if I could just have one more minute, or a minimum place restrictions on camping at particular times or in particular locations within the city, which Mr. Webb mentioned, is allowed under Martin v. Boise. So at least some restrictions. And the coastal development permit from the California Coastal Commission, that is a good point, something to consider. And if that becomes an obstacle for any of these sites, or if the council can agree on a site in Redondo, we all agree we need to do something, even perhaps if it means looking outside of Redondo nearby in Spa 8 to get it done. That's not my preference necessarily, but if that's what we need to do, please consider it. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, John Calvinini.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks, guys. I'll try to be brief here. I wanted to just chime in and say that I quite frankly agreed with a lot of the things that John Grand said about the Seaside Lagoon. Makes sense to me. It seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the homeless population is already sort of residing near the pier. So, and they seem to buy a lot of services down there. I'd point out the example of Santa Monica has a lot of a thriving hotel industry, and the homeless on the California incline are obvious to everyone. So it clearly has not affected their hotel industry. So I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid that it's going to hurt the hotel business. And it's not near neighborhoods. Ruby's is closed, as somebody pointed out. There's bus lines there. And alternatively, I think Moonstone Park, again, is in a similar proximity. So I agree. You sort of have to make compromises on these things. It seems to me the Venice example really points to the fact that building shelters draws more of a problem based on, I think Anastasia commented earlier that they had people that actually went there waiting to try to get in, and they had people hanging out outside. So take that for what you will. It seems to me, though, that example or some of the feedback from that site suggested it might have compounded the problem. So, I think a lot has been already covered. I think I would just stop there and weigh in with those thoughts. I don't know why there's such a rush to pursue this right now. I've been here for 20 years and I just don't see it. I don't see, there's going to be a problem no matter what you do. I'm not sure it makes sense to rush into this because I just don't think you'll be able to close a facility down if you decide it's too expensive. It could become very expensive if the problem compounds. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay. Sabrina Keiser.
Sabrina Kaiser, yes. Hello. So I would echo some of the earlier sentiments that it was actually really disappointing to hear how many of you referred and spoke about our neighbors, our unhoused neighbors. That was really disheartening. I was looking forward to, I assumed I would hear some of that from people who were commenting, but to hear it from our council members was really disheartening and pretty heartbreaking. So I just want to echo that first. And then from there, just kind of address some of the issues that I heard brought up earlier or that I saw in some of the comments. And I think one of the biggest things is we live in a densely populated and really developed region. There's no location that's going to not be by anybody. However, the fear around our unhoused neighbors, I think, is typically pretty unfounded. And I don't think it is. I know that it's typically pretty unfounded from research and from time spent with the community. Also, that I hear what the last person said, what's the rush? There is dollars on the table, but if you can't do it right, is there a necessity to spend those CARES dollars super quick? If it's especially a smaller amount of CARES dollars, we're a very wealthy community. Is that 120 going to make the difference between getting it done right now or getting it done right in a couple of months? I think that's a good thing to consider. Also, we do have people who are going to be exiting the hotels for Project Room Key, and it just feels really undignified to treat our neighbors in a way where they are housed currently and then to just essentially release them back into general population onto the street when they are currently sheltered. So keeping that in mind, how do we really want to treat our neighbors? Also, I know there was a big concern about it being a magnet, and it's really hard to move from city to city for unhoused populations. They have a lot of things, like we're saying, not a lot of things, but they have their things, and moving that stuff to a new city because you think you might get a housing voucher is actually really complicated. It's very difficult to do. It's not unheard of. It's not that it doesn't happen. But, I think that that's something that people get really concerned about, but isn't necessarily the case. I know they just found that 80% of people who were in the LA County point in time were 5 years plus in LA County. And then my last one is just that I was really hoping that this conversation would be a courageous decision to make a difference, even though the other beach cities might not be taking on as much of this. And I think that because the other localities aren't doing it, doesn't mean that we should not do that. I think that that's a pretty cowardice way to look at it. And also, residents complain about homelessness all the time. I'm on the Nextdoor, I'm on the Facebook groups. People complain constantly about people experiencing homelessness. And here's a chance for us to do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, Lee Kohler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brand, City Council. My name is Lee Kohler. I'm a Redondo Beach resident. I have a boat in King Harbor Marina on LDOC, which is adjacent to Mole B. And I'm opposed to placing this both in Seaside Lagoon as well as Mole B. I'm not going to address Seaside Lagoon. I think others have addressed that better than I can. I do want to address Mole B though. As has been pointed out, Mole B is a park there off. You're basically talking about putting it in Moonstone Park right off of Mole B. And if you put it in Moonstone Park, you don't have a park there anymore. It's now a homeless shelter. And I don't believe that's consistent with either with the Coastal Commission or actually with some previous ordinances that have been or initiatives that have passed within the city. It's already been pointed out that it is an emergency helicopter pad, and I don't see how that could be maintained, which with the shelters there. It's the fact that it's the tourist industry, et cetera, and the recreation goes on there, I think is an issue. I don't think it's as big an issue as those others in terms of Moonstone Park. And in the interest of time, I think I will just leave my comments at that.
Philip J.
Hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've been a boat owner down in Gig Harbor since the 1960s. And I just would like to state my opposition to this project being located at Moonstone Park. I'm almost thinking I'm at a different meeting. Some of the comments criticizing you all as being heartless, uncaring, etc., I think are way off the mark. I appreciate your thoughtful approach to this and trying to deal with a very difficult problem. But you have to have a project like this in the correct location. I mean, your council has always tried to improve the harbor area, various plans, approaches. That really is the center of your city. I mean, I remember the heart of the city. That's down there in the harbor. It's the jewel of Redondo Beach. Proposing a homeless encampment in a park is certainly a step in the wrong direction. The park gets very good usage. 4th of July, the Christmas boat parade, all summer I see people with families having picnics. People leave the restaurants. They like to walk along and look at the boats and go out toward the park to see the sunset. What city with an amenity like that in their right mind would take a waterfront park and turn it into something straight out of Stalag 17? 7-foot chain link fence around the park with guards, controlled access, etc. It's completely out of character with the area down there. It's incompatible with recreational uses. You have the people with the outrigger club, all manner of recreation. I commend your approach to deal with this problem, but you need to find a better location. Taking a park away from the citizens is not the way to go. This type of a project just does not belong in the middle of a park. Thank you.
Dano Baji Jr.
Patty, I'll try to keep it short. I really do commend you all for thinking compassionately about the unhoused population, and Mayor Brand, and City Council, City Attorney, City Attorney Webb, for the diligence that you and the staff did in contacting the various cities, kind of like what Mr. Barron said. One thing that I realize is that in rushing into this, you all are not really conducting as much diligence still that is required. So one aspect of diligence could be bringing in the homeless officer, quote unquote, as he's described in Police Citizens Academy. The officer, I think Scott, who interacts with all the homeless in Redondo, he can tell us about them. What do they need? Will this homeless shelter work? Do we think that we can get them on a path back to permanent housing? And so on and so forth. Will they actually go to these shelters? That's a conversation I don't think has happened here in the public in the city council meeting, and that would be a good one to have with him as part of our diligence. Talk to a constitutional scholar like Edwin Chemerinsky. What can we do as far as reasonable time, place, and manner restriction if we either fill up at this the pallet housing that you develop, or we attract more than the city can handle? I think you're rushing into this, and another measure that demonstrates that you are rushing into this is we just had 2 other items on the agenda today. If you recall, the skate park has been investigated for 4 years, and you're just getting going. The bike pass has been talked about for 9 years, and you're just getting going on it. You're going really awfully quick just because the money's there, and I think we could get in a lot of trouble with a lot of lawsuits and attract a lot of homeless at this pace. That's all.
Okay, Ronson Chu.
Hi, council members. This is Ronson Chu. I live on the corner of Flagler and Clark. My kids go to Burnley Elementary School. And I just first like to thank you all for taking on this issue and leading where other cities have not. I do want to also amplify some of the ladies that have spoken before me. I think a key word that's missing from this conversation is courage. And, I tell my kids, we shouldn't fear our homeless neighbors. We should help them. And I think that's operative. I would like to offer our homeless our neighbors that if they have reservations about helping the homeless, I would gladly take them on the tour of the San Pedro site or other supported housing sites all across Los Angeles. A lot of these sites, they actually just blend into the community. You don't know it's there. The Venice example, I think Anastasia probably talked to the wrong person. Mark and the Venice Stakeholder Association, they're a known NIMBY organization. They're trying to sue their way out of helping their homeless neighbors. And I don't think that is, so I think any opinion that they may have is very biased. I do think the San Pedro site is a better example. Both sites are very new. So to say that they're causing an influx of homelessness is very disingenuous. Venice has had a homeless problem for years. So this site did not cause the problem. And so I'll just end at that and just, again, offer my services to give people tours of different homeless locations throughout the city and county. Thank you.
Okay, Bush.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Grant, thank you for your candid remarks earlier. I appreciate it, as well as you, Laura. Those were great. I genuinely appreciated those. Thank you for calling attention to nobody does want to hear, and for the vast majority of the public, I think that's an accurate statement. One of the comments that came out earlier that I want to reiterate was just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it, and I realize we're in a rush to do it with the funding. However, to back this up, it doesn't feel like there's a clear plan. When I set a clear plan in business, it is a measurable goal. There doesn't seem to be a measurable goal in this proposal. If the goal is to get to 0 homeless people in our city, okay, then let's define that and let's state that goal and build a plan to get there. Right now, it feels like we're just trying to make a positive impact, and I don't feel that that's a good start. It's in the right direction. There's no real measurable goal there. We have we looked at the cycle time of how long it takes to get through the system? At 15 units with a population of, 100, 130 homeless people in our inner city, how long is it going to take to get through that 130 to get to 0 if that's our goal? Let's start with the goal of what we want to get to and work backwards. I guess that's the main point that really stuck out with me tonight, that I don't see a measurable goal in mind. So thank you.
Okay, Jody Masters.
Hi, Mayor Brand and the entire council and everyone who's listening. Thank you so much for the comments. I too echo people who've spoken previously about our unhoused population and how they were referred to, and to say that no one wants them here. The fact is they are here. We live with them. I live on my boat in the marina. I've lived here for 5 years. I see them late at night sometimes. When I come home from school, I'm getting my PhD or other things, and they're really not a problem in my experience from a safety standpoint. It's other people who take advantage of our area, and frankly, an unintended consequence may be the extra security may cut down on petty theft that we have that frankly I don't believe comes from the homeless population. And to the last caller about having a goal, I think he's right from the perspective of having a mission. We really need to flip this narrative. We need to create a model that we can all be proud of, because this problem isn't going away, as so many people have said before. I don't think we should be in the mindset of fixing something with a Band-Aid. I think we should be looking at it as investors of first resort. It should be an ecosystem-wide approach. So I just think that we have a real opportunity in this crisis that isn't going anywhere to create a model of something that we can be really proud of and be a model for other cities across our nation. I think it's actually a real opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mark Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor Brand, City Council, and City staff. Please reject Moonstone Park and the Seaside Lagoon as potential sites for homeless shelters. Molby and the Seaside Lagoon are on the state tidelands, and we have an obligation to encourage low-cost recreational boating. The Outrigger clubs have provided that recreation for almost 50 years. It would be highly detrimental to their activities to place the shelters adjacent to them. The shelters would also negatively impact the numerous slip tenants. The city has an easement with the marina, which only grants the right to operate a small boat hoist, city docks, and a pedestrian ramp. Homeless shelters are not consistent with that easement. The breakwater is already an attractive nuisance where folks are injured or even killed by unexpected waves. There are also well-known drug activities on the breakwater. The homeless shelters would lead to increased injuries and drug use. During larger storms, an evacuation plan would be needed with alternative housing. The harbor is often under the marine layer. A location even slightly more inland would provide better weather. The marine weather would encourage congregation inside the small shelters, facilitating the spread of COVID-19. Although not part of their responsibilities, the Harbor Patrol would inevitably assist with issues at the shelters, distracting them from their primary life-saving duties. The waterfront is our crown jewel in attracting tourism. After years of investment in our community by our hotels, it would be both financially foolish and disrespectful to site shelters adjacent to our visitor-serving businesses. There is a master plan and funding for enhanced boating facilities on Molby. When the city becomes ready to move forward on that plan, it would be a shame if the shelters inhibited that progress. There are also renewed discussions to coordinate a boat ramp with a new sports fishing pier and a seaside lagoon. It would be a shame if the shelters inhibited that progress. The City Council should utilize the expertise of the Harbor Commission and the Recreation and Parks Commission before solidifying any decisions. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public who hasn't spoken, please raise your hand. Otherwise, this can. Oh, here we go. Michael Garland.
Hi, this is Mike Garland. I'm in District 3. I was kind of outraged that there was a motion presented not to read all the many comments that were submitted electronically for this issue. And I feel that everyone's moving ahead with this. this plan to put in these pallet homes, and you're not taking everybody's input. There was a lot of good comments. I read most of them. Some are for, some are against. Some wanted at Kingsdale, some wanted down at the thing. But I don't believe for a minute that after spending $283,000 for startup costs, that the city council would move to relocate the pallet homes from Kingsdale to another location within the city, as has been suggested. If they put it there, it's going to stay there. I believe that the city should continue to look for a suitable location outside of the city. Perhaps we could convince the Metro Board to let us use some of the many unused parking spaces at the Harbor Gateway Transit Center for our pallet homes. That lot is located in our local service plan in area SPA 8. Homeless problems are regional issues, so we need a regional solution for this important issue. Thanks for taking my call, and I'll be watching.
Okay, Robbie Yergojan.
That was a good try. It's Irigoyen. So I commend you all for addressing the unhoused issue. I know it's a big issue here, and I agree with Mr. Abaji regarding giving us more time to avoid lawsuits and to find the right location and the right candidates willing to accept this help. My best friend is homeless going on 5 years from drug use and has been offered many opportunities for me and all her family to start a new life, but unfortunately her addiction has made her survive through stealing and manipulation, and I don't want that near a coastline where our families recreate. We are also a family of Lanakila paddlers, and that area is a family area. Like the guy mentioned, at the park during the Christmas light parade, we're all down there. During the concerts, we're all down there. During the 4th of July, we're all down there as a family, and that's not a place to bring people that could possibly have a drug addiction. I do know that there are good people that want to get this help, and I agree that we should help them. We need to find a good place for them, but waterfront is probably not the place. There are many vacant facilities and rehab facilities that have the infrastructure in place already that are willing to help. And I think that we can reach out to them, and they already, we can make that happen. Thank you for my time. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public participation.
Okay. Well, thank you, Eleanor, for running that. Lots of good comments. To the person who said we should be reading all the e-comments, how many were there, Eleanor?
102, I think.
Yeah, so we won't be reading 102 comments, but they are in the record and we do read them. And we're taking all the input. So don't think they don't get considered because we don't read them out loud at midnight, 103. We have to conduct business. Councilmember Horvath.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brand. And thanks everybody who came and spoke, and thank you everybody who sent an e-comment. I've been reading e-comments all day, so and I know my colleagues are as well, and there was no way to get through those to Mike Garland's point tonight. So, but I want people to be aware that we do read them all, including the items that were emailed as well that we got at 4 o'clock today. With that said, I just want to backtrack quickly here and try to answer some of these questions that were brought up by some speakers, and also just kind of remind my colleagues, how we got here. So the first thing is there's a few comments about rushing here, about rushing this, and what I would advise everyone to do is go back and look at our homeless plan. We have a homeless plan, and we've been working on this as a city for a while. And so within that homeless plan are strategies. And this is actually a strategy that is within our homeless plan. It's not one that we necessarily were planning to do in the short term right now. And a lot of what we've been doing, to some of the other comments made, I think we actually are a model here in the South Bay. we are doing some completely innovative things as it relates to dealing with our unhoused community. And so I think we as a city in Redondo Beach are leading with empathy and trying to help individuals get off the street and get into some type of housing. And this is really just a first step, right? This is transitional housing. We absolutely need permanent supportive housing as well in Redondo Beach and in every city here in the South Bay. We need more affordable housing. We need more solutions out there for individuals because there is just not enough housing stock right now. Ronson didn't mention it in his comments, but between my community meeting and now, the stats that we have are for every 207 people that are falling into, that we are getting in LA County on a daily basis out of homelessness, 227 are falling into homelessness. So there was a comment by a speaker that, you know, what is our measurable goal? Well, our measurable goal is to continue to help people. Is our goal to get every individual who is in our city right now off the streets and in the housing? Yes, but the problem is that for every person we get off the streets, another one is falling in. So, and this is not just Redondo Beach's problem. This is every city's problem. It's a county problem. It's a state problem. It is a problem throughout the country. Are we ever going to win the battle? I really don't know. You know, there was another comment made, and I've said this a zillion times myself. I really believe that we are all one huge medical condition or emergency or one lost job away from possibly experiencing homelessness ourselves. When the Beach City Health District did the Blue Zones project and started that back in 2011, the 3 beach cities had a higher stress level than the city of Detroit. A higher stress level than the city of Detroit. Here in the beach cities, affluent communities. And you know why I think that is? I think it's because people here, a lot of people live beyond their means. And I'm not criticizing that, but I think, you know, people are really super stressed out because it could happen to us. And so I think Councilmember Lowenstein made a comment earlier, right? He said nobody wants to see it because there is, it brings up feelings, I think, within everyone. And it does, you know, and I think, you know, whether you are empathetic to the unhoused community or not, I think you have to look within yourself and realize that there is a reason why people are afraid of the unhoused individuals that they see. There is a reason why people automatically assume that every unhoused person is a drug addict or mentally unstable. When the truth of the matter is that if we look at lots of stats, there are high percentages of veterans. There are high percentages of families. There are high percentages of children who have matriculated out of the you know, the system that don't have parents or homes. You know, like the face of homelessness is very different than I think the stories that we are told and the things that we see on social media, especially right now in a very politically charged environment, the things we see on social media that tend to slam California over and over again. So why the rush? I think that came up from a couple people. Well, as we discussed when this item came up to us in September, our project room key individuals, I think we had somewhere between 30 and 55 individuals who were mostly older people that were highly susceptible to catching COVID. They were placed into Project Room Key. It's a state program that was designed to get those people into a safe situation. Those are the county and the state purchased hotels and hotel rooms. Councilmember Narenheim worked at one of those sites. Those people are losing the FEMA monies, which account for about 75% of the costs for that, are pretty much gone, you know, or at least FEMA is not going to give us any more. So those people have to either, one, move into some type of permanent supportive housing, but in many cases it's not there. I think LASA is doing everything they can to try to figure out a way to get people into homes, but a lot of those people are just coming back. And so, City Attorney Webb and I, talked about this, and it seemed like this was a good opportunity to ensure that any progress those individuals made in 3 months with wraparound services wasn't for naught. It takes an enormous amount of effort to get an unhoused individual into transitional housing, into wanting to accept services. When our outreach people like Lila spend months, trying to build a level of trust with homeless individuals, they're doing it because there is a goal at the end of the road there. The goal is to slowly get them to a space where they are willing to not only accept services, but a path forward, right? That's why PATH is called PATH, even though it's an acronym. So I don't really see this as a rush, and I don't really see the comparison to something like the skate park or the master bike plan, because this is an emergency. As much as I absolutely support the master bike plan, that is not an emergency. A skate park is a want. It's not a need. We're talking about needs here. And these needs are emergent. And primarily they're emergent right now because of the pandemic. But it's not just the pandemic, and it's not just Project Roomkey. So to go back to the question of, what is the measurable goal? Well, hopefully Mr. Bush watched the District 3 community meeting as I had invited him to do on Nextdoor. We have spent an enormous amount of time working on strategies. And by the way, to the other comment about we should talk to our officers that work with our unhoused population, this is a team effort. This is the council and City Attorney Webb, we're not just doing this blindly. Our police department, our community services department, our public works department, the council, the city attorney, and the prosecutor, we're all working on this together. And then we are also working on it at a regional level, to another comment that was made. So we may be a few steps ahead regionally than some of our other cities, but all the cities are really trying to work on this, and they, maybe they're not as creative as we have been, or innovative as we have been with our enhanced pilot project and homeless court, but I think we are setting a model that they can follow. So I don't think we're going quick because the money is there. There is some truth to the fact that the money is there for a limited amount of time, but we're going quick because we do have people coming back from Project Roomkey. On top of the Project Roomkey, we have the enhanced pilot project that we are doing. And as City Attorney Webb aptly stated, to be able to have individuals that we are trying to help on a daily basis in one location, if possible, will help us actually expedite and get them from a transitional temporary situation to something that is more permanent, hopefully in a quicker manner. Now, granted that there are plenty of caveats that could throw a wrench in that system, and that could be just a lack of the housing out there. But as the city attorney stated, finding the housing sometimes is not the issue. It's getting through all the things that prevent them from actually ever being able to get housing. There was concerns expressed by colleagues and by the public, that this could become very expensive. Well, the simple fact of the matter is that everything we are doing right now related to homelessness, we're constantly looking for money. So after we had that last meeting, I was within a few days on the phone with the supervisor's office, and then I was on the phone with Harbor Interfaith, the following Monday, and then the mayor put together a meeting and we were on the phone. we're constantly looking for funding sources, and it doesn't matter. We're always looking for funding sources in general. We cannot always rely specifically on our general fund, and especially right now, we are in a situation where we don't have those monies in our general fund. So, if there are monies coming from the federal government as it relates to COVID and the CARES Act, then yes, I think it's important that we do take advantage of it. Those are your tax dollars, and they should come back to the community, and they should be used in some way to help benefit the community. The programs and the strategies that we employ to help our unhoused residents also has a direct impact on the quality of life of residents here. So, the residents who are expressing a lot of fear and concern based on things that they see in downtown LA or Venice, I get it. But, the homeless individuals are here. Councilwoman MD has said this to individuals on Nextdoor. Like, they are here. They've been here, and they've been here for a long time. They've been here actually, in some cases, longer than you and I have lived here. And they are not just, as somebody kind of alluded to, they are not just picking up and coming from every other city down to Redondo Beach. Many of them have been here for a long time, or they grew up here, or they moved away and they became homeless, and they came back to Redondo Beach because this is where they feel comfortable. This is their home, and if they're going to be homeless, they'd rather do it in a place that they know. So I think that addresses a lot of the things that were brought up by residents. As it goes to site location, I want to say I'm brown acting with Councilmember Grand, so I will share what I've said with him privately. I totally get what he was trying to say back in September about Seaside Lagoon. And it does make sense considering it is closed down and it has showers and facilities, and I totally get it. It's an interesting it was an interesting perspective to be considered. I don't have an issue with Moonstone Park, and I don't have an issue with Kingsdale either. I think to Councilwoman MD's comments that she made, we asked staff to come back with a variety of sites throughout the city. And I think there was some kind of implied understanding that maybe whatever strategy we tried to employ here would be done partly in North Redondo and partly in South Redondo. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other on that, but I think it's a valid point to bring up. And I think what's more important here is I don't think I'm being naive or Pollyannish, but I truly believe that if we do this right and if it's managed right, much in the same way that the San Pedro site is managed, that it will not be a problem. And it will not be the problem that a lot of people fear it would be. I will say I understand some of the concerns about using an actual park space that is used by individuals, but it's always been my understanding that aside from Lanakila, that Moonstone Park has been underutilized over time, and that's why we constantly talk about having a master plan for redoing that site. At the end of the day here, I don't know where this is going to go this evening, but I think this is the right step for us to do. It's a 13-month plan. The idea was to get it done before the holidays, and then have it terminate at in the following January. And to those people that are concerned about it continuing on and on and on, all I would say is, we're constantly looking for funding. The innovative funds that we got through the South Bay COG pay for our enhanced pilot project and the homeless court up through the end of this fiscal year. And so I'm already trying to figure out where are we going to get funding to continue that program, because as the video at the very beginning of this showed, it's extremely successful and it's working, and it's really helping people change their lives. You know, it's helping people believe in themselves again. And I don't want to see that program come to an end. And I feel like us having this as a complement to the other innovative strategies we're doing is going to continue to help individuals find their way back home. So I will stop there, but I hope that we do move forward with this tonight.
Okay, thank you, Christian. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for all the comments. It's very enlightening to hear from folks that are listening, engaged, and bring up great points. I believe that we do need to do something, and the way that I approached it, or that detailed my approach, was due to the tenets that we started with, which was trying to figure out a compromise and or look at how to set this program off so that it's successful, that it gets started, but that it has the ability to kind of have the second part where once we know and we take care of some of the variables that are going to be thrown at us, that Mike Webb has talked about, that we don't know yet. We have to be able to take this as a proof of concept that is going to work, and we need to make sure that that works the best that it can. So I'm going to make a motion that is a compromise motion, that is something that we have to realize is that as we're dealing with it right now, and the word emergency has come up a number of times, what I said back in September when we were talking about this was we need to look at this in two different phases. One is handling these folks that are coming out of Project Roomkey. Or at least a goal that we can do. That's what we're trying to look at, and we need to be able to handle that in the best way possible. And I do believe that a short term, and again, we're all going to adhere to a short term at a facility that the city has, which is the Seaside Lagoon. We can put that up and we can stand that up very quickly. It doesn't cost a ton of money, and it also can be done very quickly. It also has electricity, it has room, it has things that we can deal with. It's ready-made for it. We agree that we do that for 6 months. So in April, we're either going to shut this program down or we're going to move it to some other area. That area I suggested was start to consider the Kingsdale site. There's also, and I'm so glad that Mr. Horvath brought up the fact that we do already have a homeless plan in place, that we've got some ideas and some other things. There's a site that we have not explored or that we didn't bring up before. It is the Pumandari site. It's a lot that was actually zoned for this very thing. It was designated as a potential homeless shelter area. And I know that we had some serious discussions about that, but I say we need to even look at that site. I'm not saying we don't consider Kingsdale, but we look at those sites and we look at other places as well. We need a 6-month start of this project. It needs to go quick because we do have these people coming off of Project Roomkey. So my motion is going to be, we designate the Seaside Lagoon behind the gates that we have there for the first 6 months of this program. And it will not go more than 6 months in the Seaside Lagoon. That gives us a very definite time for us to first get our wheels spinning, kind of get off the ground, get going, and then we find a second place. And the first place we look is the Kingsdale one, since we've already done some look at it, but we look at other options as to where this could be for the remainder of the 13-month funding that we have, plus is this going to be a long-term solution that we're going to start to look at? And again, we just take it 6 months and then another 7 months at that point. So that's going to be my motion, is that we go ahead with this compromise. So it does have it is in the middle of our city. It is in a facility that we all love dearly, that the entire citizens are going to actually look at, and we're going to do this together. Compromise is for 6 months at the Seaside Lagoon, and then we go to another facility designated right now as the Kingsdale site. And that's my motion.
Okay, that's a substitute motion.
Pardon me, substitute motion, yes.
Yeah. Is there a second? Okay, the next hand up is Councilmember Nierenheim. Go ahead, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So I just want to, I didn't think Moonstone Park was really that much in play, but I just want to summarize Moonstone Park real quick. It's an actual park. It's with grass. It's not open dirt, concrete, asphalt location. It's directly on the water. You can't get any more exposed to the water and ocean. If you really seriously want to take people and put them in that location, you're going to need to require more than these pallet housings can sustain. Intense heating, insulation, you need to give them clothing, you need to give them an ability to get away from the elements in the wintertime with 35-knot winds, when 20-foot waves come breaking over the break wall and that sea spray comes hitting them, and that wind is hitting them at 2 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to want to be there. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to be there. As someone who works on the beach year round, the last place I want to be in the wintertime at 2 o'clock in the morning is directly on the coastline. Moonstone Park is also the helicopter landing pad. LA County Fire Department uses it all the time. In fact, they just used it to bring a diver over to the Isthmus of Catalina just a few weeks ago. And it happens multiple times in a given year. So having a helicopter come through, and with the wash blades of, the wind, it's just not an appropriate location to have it there. Also, you've got a lot of other sighting issues at that location. When it comes to the Seaside Lagoon, you've got many of the same issues. You've got, a park. You've got open water there. People might decide at 7, 8 o'clock at night, when the tide is really high, with the water that's in there, I want to go swimming. Well, what happens if the tide is high in the sandy area and they go swimming and there's no lifeguard on duty? So we would have to, it would be a far more intense amount of work to get that place up and running. It wouldn't be appropriate. And again, the elements down there are just intense in the harbor. The reason why I brought up, this discussion is about services and location. The reason I brought up cow cars and access to food is because people who have cow cars want to have access to grocery stores, want to have access to food locations, all of which the harbor can't support. There's no close grocery stores. Whole Foods is not, its moniker is Whole Paycheck. That's not appropriate. So the Kingsdale location has great access to freeways, has great access to DMV, other service locations that Lila and many other people can get to. I don't want a location where I want to have to cage people in and put up a wall and say, I don't want you to leave. Hey, you're more than welcome to leave and do what you need to do and get the services you need to get. And if you want to go down to the store and get some food, great, go to the store and pick up some food. So especially in the wintertime at Kingsdale location would be definitely a benefit and a positive area to put it for 6 months. I am more than happy and more than willing to look at and amend the motion if you guys want to. It's not the motion on the floor right now that Councilmember Lowenstein has made, but to look at Dominguez Park right by the public works yard that's there, somewhere else in that park area. It's away from residential, that Redondo residential. It's you're never gonna get somewhere that's a mile away. That's impossible from residential, but it has food locations near. It's central to Redondo Beach. It's literally halfway in Redondo Beach. So that is an option, and I brought it up last time. It wasn't studied in this report. I don't know why, but I think that would be an appropriate location as well. I think I'd be amenable to look at that location in addition to the Kingsdale. But move forward with Kingsdale. It's got a flat open ground. We can move on that quickly. We've got services there, surrounding services around the area on Hawthorne Boulevard that we can move forward on. So thank you. That's where I stand on this issue. Thank you. Oh, and last thing I'm going to say is for all people that are saying that we're not doing anything with the problem, we're spending $700,000 on this problem voluntarily, and we're being proactive on this. And if anyone says that who lives in South Redondo and says that they don't see homeless or people who are experiencing homelessness or unhoused, you clearly need to drive by one of the 4 or 5 churches that provide free food and services every single day except Sunday in South Redondo. We do our fair share. We've been doing it for over 20 years, 25 plus years, and proud of it and more than happy to move forward on that. But just want to let everyone know that it's a tremendous cost to our city as well. So that's where I stand. This is very important. I, with Councilman Horvath, do believe that this is something vital we need to move forward on. Thank you.
By the way, the total budget is 1.2 million, so everybody knows. And county contributing 800,000, and we're contributing 3 to 4. I guess we're contributing 300, so they're more approaching 900. So it's almost 1.2 million. Okay, Councilmember Laura MD.
If going and looking at Dominguez Park, that is right near residential areas, and we're going to end up in the exact same spot. And there are places that are a mile away from residential, and that's Moonstone Park. It's the nearest residential that I can figure is 0.8 miles. And but it's a good question. So these are the pallet homes. Would they have heating? They have air conditioning, as we found out last time. Does anybody know if the pallet housing would be able to withstand the weather that's down there?
We don't know. And that's, those are the sort of questions, if you pick 1 or 2 sites, that we'd have to explore between now and then. The staff report, mentioned that the helicopter landing zone, the county or Coast Guard doesn't have a right to do there, but they can when requested by the fire department because they've identified it as a helicopter landing. If you were to choose that as one of the sites, for example, we'd have to address that issue before you come back to you. So we don't know. We know that it does have heating, but we don't know whether or not that would be comfortable, and that's something we'd follow up on. Can I make one other comment just before you vote on whatever motion you're going to vote on? I'd like you to keep in mind that eventually to start this, you're going to need 4 votes because it's going to need a budget modification. And so it is a policy call. There are a lot of things for you to decide. It is our recommendation on how to, address to improve the effectiveness and deal with the people being released. But I would hate to see a 3-2 vote on whatever location because then we're going to spend a lot of staff time and waste a lot of the county's time on something that we likely wouldn't be able to go forward
on. Whether we do Seaside or to do Moonstone Park, if you do it first, and because it's during COVID, it won't be as affected when it comes to the tourism down there. And so one of the callers had mentioned that we all go down there for the 4th of July. We all go down there for the Christmas parades, and we all go down there for different things that she said. But we're not doing that. We're not going to be doing that for the next few months. And so we would put it there first, and then we can move it over to Kingsdale on the next 7 months. That's perfectly fine. And I hear what you're saying about the winter weather, which you convinced me that maybe Seaside Lagoon would be the better spot for that to be then, because that's a little more protected than Moonstone Park would be. But in a show of solidarity, if we're going to do it, we got to do it all together. And if you do 6 months in one place and 7 months in another place, that'll be better. When it comes, we have the budget for the whole thing, which normally if I was just looking at money wise, those two places are the cheapest places to put them. And so it just makes more sense effectively to put them in there. But I hear you, and we want to be able to recover from COVID, and we want to be able to go forward. But and you keep talking about how that's the jewel of the South Bay, but I just want to remind you that the South Bay Galleria is the #1 sales tax producing area that we have. I mean, it's not at this moment, but it's really important and vital to our situation. And Kingsdale is close to residential, much closer than Moonstone Park is. And that was our criteria to begin with. So there's no way Dominguez Park is going to fly because it's got all the residential going. So once again, yeah. So unless you guys are on board with that, I just don't see how this is going to work. To just put it on to North Redondo. What was your motion again, John?
So first 6 months at the lagoon, and then we look at Kingsdale as the final 7, and we also look at the Pomodori lot as a potential, but for now, put it as Kingsdale as the second 7 months.
Well, I'll second that, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. Ted or someone, didn't we already look at the Pomodori site and decide that because it was on a slope, this would not work?
We don't, and while Ted's logging in, we don't have, grading was a concern and we don't have control of it.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. That was the biggest issue, is that the site grades right now are not necessarily amenable to it, but it has not been further assessed, and we really don't have access onto the site to do any other investigations on it.
So it's not really not going to be an option.
And we looked at a site near there, and I think it's actually adjacent that the city owns, but that, again, the grading was the issue, and the
I thought it was too small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
John, you want to amend your motion then to remove that part?
Yep, I'll remove that.
And I agree with that as a second.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Sorry, I meant to take my hand down.
Oh. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just I think I put my hand up because Councilmember Narenheim brought up Dominguez, and I know we've been on a lot of meetings talking about all the different sites. That didn't come up, as did a lot of different places. So Ted, do you want to just quickly talk about how you guys narrowed down the locations that you did, just so everybody, it's fully transparent as to why the sites you brought forward came forward?
I think we were looking at potential sites that would be either readily available with minimal changes or impacts to them. This was being considered as an interim measure. And I think per the council's direction, per our review of some of those sites, we provided some of that recommendation. As was mentioned, the Francisca Gertruda site that adjacent to Fernandari's, we thought that might have been a great location until we realized we really can't put many of those pallets out there. Moonstone, when it was considered, it was relatively flat. required minimal site preparation, so to speak. And we were able to consider some layout that's out there. So that was really the basis. What can we do in a short time frame that may be either accessible and or with minimal prep work to make it viable for consideration?
Okay. Anything else? Okay. So there's Councilmember Lowenstein. You got your hand up.
Just a quick question. How many liveaboards are there near Moonstone Park?
A lot. A lot.
We're not an eighth of a mile or 0.8 miles from people's residences.
Right across the parking lot.
You know, let's not ignore our residents down there. That's their home. You know, and they're literally, I'm looking at the map now, they're like 20 feet from this. You know, I mean, that's the closest of anything. That's in Moonstone Park. I mean, let's be realistic. There are people that are our constituents that live 20 feet to 50 feet from Moonstone Park.
Behind a gate, behind a secured gate, behind 2 secured gates, and they'll have 24-hour security.
Well, you know, the reason why I looked originally at Kingsdale was because it borders on a railroad track. It borders on a cemetery. Yes, there is a Torrance Park about 600 feet down the road. And the opposite direction, there are houses along Kingsdale, but they're buffered from Target. They're out of view from all of this. You're asking people that are spending their entire lives on a boat and waking up every morning to see either fencing or homeless shelters. And that's not right. I've not tried to stick anybody. I've been very cognizant of where people's residences are. And I would tell you this, if there were industrial areas similar to Kingsdale in South Redondo that this could work, I would definitely give it a serious thought. It's not that I want to stick it in North Redondo. It's the only place that I could think of after looking at the map that was not bordering a residential area or where people live or within eyesight of where people live. That's the only reason I put it there. It was not a North versus South Redondo. And and while I understand what you're trying to say in terms of equality, I don't think this is about equality. It's not about sticking one side or another. It's about taking care of people that are really in need. And, you know, and I don't want to get into a long discussion about this, but I mean, while the folks think that we don't care about these people, we're dedicating lots of time and lots of resources to these folks. And, you know, we also have to consider our residents too, because these are also the people we represent. So I'm hesitant about New Moonstone. I'm really not happy about Seaside. I don't think it's a good place. So if you guys don't think we can make this work, then we have to delay it. I don't know what else to tell you until we come up with something.
And I just want to remind you,
this is going to take a 4/5 vote. We all have to be in this together. And I'm very hesitant to stick people with a homeless solution, unhoused solution right in their backyard. I'm sorry. I know these are great people behind this, but a lot of people are going to be very upset about this. And that's just the reality of it. You know,
and you had a liveaboard call in and say she was fine with it. You had a liveaboard that was there that said that she saw the homeless there anyway. And so
we have a lot of people that did, Laura, we had a lot of people that said that are boaters or liveaboards that say they were not happy about this. We know that. You know, it wasn't just people at a meeting the other night. I've seen a lot of people respond on this. So, you know,
well, that's true. That's true around Kingsdale and North Redondo. I've spent hours on reading the 257 comments from my next door post.
Okay,
they
so
also aren't happy about it.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying it's a perfect. There is no perfect place in Redondo.
Exactly.
So I don't know if we can do this. Honestly, I'd like to do it. I'd like for my motion to go through, but if we can't come to an agreement, we can't have 4 of us agree on this. It's going to be a tough thing to push through. You know, it really is. You know, I hate to be the wet blanket here, but it's the truth of it. And, you know, Nils brings up some really good points. It is freezing down there in the winter. It is freezing. It is really tough to deal with.
But
And
yet they're all living
we're
there in
asking
Broadway.
people that are already dealing with the elements and are exposed to the elements to deal with this even closer. You know, I mean, that's just not right. You know, I will agree that we need to take care of these people. These are our brothers, you know, but I'm not going to subject them to really cold weather. You know, our brothers and sisters. I don't think that's right.
They're living at the pier anyway. That's where they're living.
It's not true.
They're not. Yeah.
They're not at the pier?
Not in the wintertime.
Well, look, there are a lot of different places and they move around. One thing I'm in favor of is doing our own homeless count as City of Bellflower did. Got a much more accurate count, but that's a different subject. Anything else, Councilmember Lowenstein?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, there's two more hands up, Councilmember Nierenheim and Councilmember Horvath.
You know, listen, to me, this is not a wedge issue between North and South Redondo. I'm sick and tired of hearing a wedge issue being brought out to divide this community. It is impossible to find a location in Redondo Beach or anywhere else that is out of sight, out of mind. And you don't want that. That's absurd. It's absurd. We have homeless people right now living in the streets on PCH, in District 1, District 2, everywhere. In North Redondo, everywhere. Okay? And create the idea here is to create a location that is the best location to access the services, access and ability to create and bring services down, maintain everything. Look at the commute to the harbor versus the commute to Kingsdale if you're coming from outside of Redondo. It's going to add you one way 25 minutes easily. Okay? That's number one. Number two is I invite anyone that thinks Moonstone Park or Seaside Lagoon is a good location. It is 64 degrees right now. It's 88% humidity. There's 2 knot winds happening right now at my house. And I'm half mile inland. 3/4 of a mile, more than 3/4 of a mile inland. Come on down to the harbor right now and start walking around and see what it's like. You will not see a soul down there except people that are hunkered down in their nice living rooms and nice houses. And Councilmember Lowenstein brought up a great point about people that live on the boats in the harbor. Okay. And Councilmember Ember, you brought up a great point. Behind a locked gate. Okay, great. What? People who are living residential up anywhere else we choose don't live behind a locked door, don't have a locked gate. It's the same thing. Except the difference is you're putting people in Moonstone Park in the elements a couple hundred yards away from other people. And yeah, you can say you have security there on site, but that's not the point. The point is they can't leave this area and go to the store. They can't go to other locations. You're putting them out away somewhere else in the city that there are no services. It's far and away from anything that's happening. And in order to get there, it's so far out of the way, it's going to add an extra 20, 25 minutes plus to get there. It's not easy to get to Moonstone Park. That is out of sight, out of mind. It adds an additional huge management capacity and issue. Where is Moonstone Park? I don't know where it is. You got to go in the gate, the magic gate that goes up and down. You got to go here. You got to go there. It's not an appropriate location. Just looking from a site location, and it's just not a wedge issue. I'm very emphatic. Kingsdale location. More than happy to try it for 6 months, 7 months. It's vacant space. Nobody's there right now. Nothing. I can guarantee you it's a lot warmer and nicer it is right now up there than it is down in the harbor. And, that has far more central to many other services, DMV, Social Security, everything else along the way. So I'm more than happy to try this for a few months, see how it goes. It's vacant. There's no other uses happening right now. Nothing's perfect. This is as close as you're going to get. So I emphatically believe Kingsdale is a fantastic location. If I was a council member for that location in that area, I would be voting for it in a heartbeat, in a second, because it is an industrial area. It is far away from other locations. And there are other things that services and areas that people here can utilize. So that's where I stand on this issue.
Councilmember Horvath.
I appreciate some of the comments that have been made. I just want to say, Councilmember Narenheim, to something you just mentioned there, sick of hearing about the North and South and being a wedge issue. I just want to point out that you're hearing that, I think, from North Redondo reps because we hear it a lot from our residents. It's one of the biggest complaints we hear all the time. So I don't think it's being thrown out there as like some political wedge issue. It really is it is the underbelly. It's an undercurrent of feeling that a lot of individuals have in North Redondo. They call themselves the redheaded stepchild of Redondo. So I just want you to understand what the dynamic is there and why you're maybe hearing that come from, Councilwoman MD or even Councilmember Gran. Your comments about Moonstone Park, I think, are taken to heart. That is, those are harsh elements out there. So, and I appreciate that. Listen, what I'm seeing here is there are two of you that are adamant about Kingsdale. And so far now there's two that are trying the compromise approach. I'm willing to go with the compromise approach and see if that works. But I would really like to get to a 4-1 or a 5-0 tonight. That's my ultimate goal.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. So the offer, the motion that is there truly is a compromise. Mr. Narenheim, when you talk about nothing being there on Kingsdale, there's actually nothing going on at the lagoon right now as well. It is shut down. And the amenities and services that are required are from our city right now. We're going to need to man this thing. We're going to need to support it. We're going to need to do all those things. And that is an area that is close to our downtown. It's close to the public works yard. It's close to everything that's going on, and it is central to everyone, so that everybody is having to give a little, and we're asking for a compromise, and a compromise that says 6 months, we get this program up and running, and we figure it out, and the destination is most likely going to be Kingsdale, but we might even shut this whole thing down because it's not working. So we're saying, give it the best chance it can, use the amenities we already have that we already know how to work with, and get it started. And that's the compromise that we're asking for right now, because it really is 6 months is going to be over before you know it. And we're going to have to find a long-term place for this. And that might very well be Kingsdale, but let's get the program running and get it started first and get it perfected as best we can before we get there. That's what we're asking, and that's what we're proposing here. And if you can't see the compromise, we're trying to compromise and make sure that that happens. So I think that's the best way forward.
Okay, any other comments? Any other comments from the public? Eleanor, nothing?
It's Zino Boggy, but he's already spoken to this topic.
Yeah, he's already spoken. Anything else? Eleanor, I couldn't hear you.
There's a new one, Dennis Ohlers.
Yes, we have one more. Let's see.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, great. Say, I appreciate it. Say, I'm down here in the harbor, in the harbor. I'm a liveaboard. I'm hunkered down, and I can't see at all that you're going to put a homeless site like 100 yards from where my boat is and where I'm living. This should be the jewel of Redondo Beach. I think at one time it was, but it's fallen on harder times, and it needs to get revived. It doesn't need a blight in the middle of the harbor. Now, John has mentioned that he'd like everybody to be able to see what we're doing or put it to where everyone can look at it. Do you want a fishbowl of society looking at Redondo Beach with as its centerpiece a homeless shelter? That I just can't get it. I mean, come on, you guys have to have a buffer zone for something like this. This is like putting a mental hospital in the middle of downtown or in the middle of a golf course. I mean, come on, get real. You have people here who are dangerous. I mean, it has been mentioned that you see homeless down here anyway. So why don't you do it? Well, that's not the point. Yeah, there's people down here at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I hear them yelling at night. And what are you going to multiply that by 30 to where you have all kinds of craziness going on? A third of these people are mentally impaired. A third are on drugs, I would assume, and the other third are unfortunately without a home. But you've got dangerous conditions. Okay, I wouldn't be out there walking around the harbor right now. It's cold, and those people who are out, they have ill intentions. Otherwise, what are they doing? They're looking at something to steal, or they're looking at making a drug deal. Now, I can't see you multiplying that by 30, or however many people that you think you're going to put there, because once they're here, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of them. Not that you have to get rid of them, but they need help. Why don't you guys work on a way to do a hospital? You know, if you really want to help people, that's what you need. You need a facility, not a parking lot, not a vacated lagoon. That's it.
3 minutes is up. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Well, thank you. I'm glad it's up. But John, you want a fishbowl? Put them in your backyard.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Any other comments?
If you're on the phone, you can do *9 to raise hand. I know I have somebody on the phone. I'm just not sure if she wants to. Okay, and then, yeah, the other person, Robbie, already spoke, so you can only speak once. I think that's it.
Okay. Well, let me weigh in on my thoughts. It'd be nice to be able to get something done, but I'm very concerned that we're not going to get 4 votes one way or the other because, yeah, it's going to be a budget modification, and that's what it's going to take. And I don't want to see our staff go down some road. I mean, that would be ridiculous. As far as Moonstone Park, I couldn't be more opposed to that. I think that's the worst location of the ones being discussed for a variety of reasons. It's busy down there. It's congested, and it's with residents. It's with visitors. It's just the weather's bad. It's a park. Both Moonstone and Seaside Lagoon are parks. I'll remind everyone we moved it basically out of even adjacent to Aviation Park for some of those same reasons. So again, this isn't a north versus south, but it comes off like that because, you know, people think it's better in the other area for a variety of reasons. Moving it for political sakes is a waste of money. That's what it took to get something started. I'd be happy to do that myself. But the Seaside Lagoon, I mean, to say you're going to put it in the Seaside Lagoon for 6 months, you're foreclosing on so many things. So many things. You're foreclosing on the beach life in May. You're foreclosing on us marketing it for new places. Nobody's going to come down and want to bid for leases down there. You're foreclosing on opening the Seaside Lagoon in May. You're definitely gonna hurt our general fund with lower TOT taxes coming from the hotels, as you heard from the manager of the Crown Plaza, that you know this is going to be a problem. You're going to have homeless services right across the street, where my guests want to go and where the flight crews and the airlines go down there and start looking around and go, we're not going here, we're going somewhere else. And they got a lot of choices. It's interesting. I didn't realize that, but a lot of the hotels that the crews use are in downtown LA, and they're all fleeing those hotels. So it's a big opportunity for us to be able to accommodate that shift in that market. So I agree that there's a lot of the services there that can be secured, but that's a tourist destination. I mean, we're trying to market that place, not, get in the way of that. So you'd be foreclosing on that and all the other things I mentioned. So, it just is inappropriate to have it down on our waterfront when we're trying to market it. And when the other place, is very crowded. As I said, I go down there on a weekday morning and there's 20 cars down there. People doing a variety of things. Lana Keela's down there. And the weather's horrible. So, and the residences are right there. So, we need to get a 4-1 vote. So there's really no point in leaving tonight with 3-2 vote. We do not have to do this right now. Maybe there'll be some more clarity later. But if we can't come to a good solid agreement on this, which it looks like we're not going to, then we should forego it for right now and see whatever else we can come up with. We do not have to do this, and it's unfortunate because it'd be nice to have a place. But as somebody said, Redondo Beach is built out, and it's not like we got a bunch of land somewhere where hey, we'll just put it right over here, because I think that would happen in a heartbeat. But there's just too many, too much congestion, frankly, and too many worries. I do think the Verizon site's the best spot, both because it's not really close to residential, but because it's more of an industrial area and it's closer to where people will be coming in from. So if I had to pick one, I'd pick that. But I'm not voting, and we need 4 votes, and I'll take a vote on Councilmember Grand's substitute motion, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
Bill, in light of your comments, why don't I'm going to remove my motion.
You're going to remove your motion?
Rescind.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, I guess that forces it back to the other motion, the original motion by Councilmember Narenheim. And that was, as I recall, to start at the Verizon site and then consider new sites after that. I guess maybe to give some comfort, would be to find a new site after 6 months or terminate the program. Because it's really not fair to just say it's going to be out there with an indefinite sort of. But that's just a suggestion. I'm not,
The compromise that I had proposed had a definite date and another thing that we were going to do. This one doesn't, and the reason that I made my motion was so that we're all in this together. So that's the spirit of what it was given at. And I can put my vote back in if we're going to take a vote so that we go and we tie ourselves to a vote. But if we're not going to resolve this, it would be best if we consider not voting on this tonight.
Is that a motion?
Well, no, I think it kind of goes to Councilmember Narenheim or Councilmember Lowenstein to withdraw the motion. I think is what, if I understand what John's saying, so that we don't have a vote not to do anything. We just
No, I was thinking to table it, but I don't know what he's thinking. So
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
So is that a motion then, Councilmember Grand, to table this item?
So then I will make a motion to table this item.
Okay, so how does this work? We had a motion, then we had a substitute motion that was withdrawn, which would normally send me back to the original motion. I don't know. Can we do a second substitute motion, Mike? We always come up with some new twist.
You can do a second substitute motion. I don't know that there's any point to tabling it.
Right.
It's not going to get, this only works if it's done by the the time, the funding from the county is indefinite. So if there's not direction to go forward, then we'll advise the county tomorrow. But, tabling it is just pretending that, we can take it up later. As a matter of fact, you can't take it up later in any real way. So you can just withdraw your motion and just end with no action, and we won't go forward with this, which is, and I've always said from the start, it's there's no perfect site. It is a policy decision for the mayor and council, but I don't want to pretend like anything's going to happen to change that we can, later on at November 10th, make a motion to add it to the 17th and have any chance to get it done before the end of the year. We really can't. So it's perfectly fine if you don't have a vote to go forward. It's certainly better than the 3-2 vote that we spend a lot of time, and the county does, with something that won't get a 4/5 vote in the future. But I just want to be very clear. But to your parliamentary question, you can a secondary substitute motion.
There is an attempt to get a compromise here and get to a 4-1 or 5-0 so that we're all in this together. And that's what I proposed.
Well, I understand. And you have significant differences as to what's acceptable. Your constituents by district have very different views of it, and I understand that.
What I see is we had an original motion and then the substitute motion that was withdrawn, so we'll just go back to the original motion by Councilmember.
Actually, so before, and thank you, Mr. Webb, for clarifying that we can't really table this. So,
I think what he said is it can be tabled by default. There's no need to make a motion. If we don't take action, it will be tabled.
Then I would like to then actually have a vote on my motion first and basically put it back on the table. Sorry about that. I thought that we were going to just kind of be able to not get to a vote so that we didn't put our positions out there. But if we are going to, then I'd like to actually vote on the motion I made first. And then if it doesn't pass or if it's whatever it goes, but I'd like to have that motion in first.
Okay, well, that's your substitute motion, and we can certainly take a vote on that. Who was the second on your motion, John?
Laura.
Laura. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to put it at the Seaside Lagoon for the first 6 months and then reevaluate after 6 months. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No.
Councilmember Horvath?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember MD?
Yes.
Okay, so it fails. And I appreciate that, Councilmember Horvath, for obvious reason. Okay, back to the original motion, which was to put it at the Verizon site, Kingsdale, for the first 6 months and then reevaluate what to do with it after 6 months. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grant?
No.
And Councilmember MD? 1250.
Let me have this, let me tell you where this was. I had a meeting, which there were 94 people at, and the number one thing they kept saying was, the North is going to get stuck with this again. And then Debbie Stiff comes into the meeting, a South Redondo resident, trying to tell people that it's the North that needs to start pitching in. And it just made so many people so angry. And honestly, if she hadn't done that, I would have gone. Wouldn't have had a problem with going with Kingsdale. I really wouldn't have. But you say
can
it's
ask
a
for a
wedge.
friendly amendment, you know.
You say it's a wedge issue, but my amendment already didn't fly.
Which one?
the one where I said to do it at South Redondo first and then come over here. So you're saying to do the amendment to go to the south second?
Or just ensure that it shuts down after 6 months if it doesn't.
But the thing is that we're cutting away back to the fact that this is going to help with our homeless problem. And the thing is that you of all people I would think would be more certain that you want this done, because your block was the most affected by it. It's your block that was asked us to find solutions and have the homeless court happen, and that's how come we kind of got where we got to be. So
I wouldn't say it was my block, though. I'd say that was a unanimous decision by the council because everybody sees the big problem. So
I agree, but it started with the advocacy from the people on your block that you wanted to do something about this, and it's going. So I would think that you would be more passionate to make this happen. And there's a lot of people that feel that it's the right thing to do. And then when you add in the residential component, it helps with not being I really believe in the program. I just wish there was more cooperation from all of us to agree to share the burden of it all. I'm going to vote no.
okay. So it passes 3-2. And is that correct, Mike? It just passed 3-2? Just so you understand.
Yes. So
I understand.
unless you veto it, we'll move forward and bring back the final documents to carry that out as soon as we can at one of your meetings in November.
Well, I don't see, and it's kind of a tough call for me now, right? So people don't understand what's going on. The mayor can now veto it because it's a 3-2 decision. And it can be overridden with come back and override it 4-1. But I really don't see that happening from what I'm hearing. I don't think Councilmember Grant and Councilmember Emney are going to change their minds. And so what will end up happening is staff will go do all this work and do a lot of work for nothing when really we're kind of stuck.
We're missing the opportunity to compromise. That's really what we're missing right now.
Where's the compromise? I know
we've already had this big discussion, you guys.
Well, I find this a big failure, Mayor Brand, because this is the problem. Is I want to get something done, but this location is not going to my district, anywhere in my district. Okay, there's no room in District 1. Okay, show me where there's room. There's not, nowhere. And when we're talking about site selection and the best place to put it, and Councilmember MD, I hear what you're saying, but the reason why you get District 1, District 2, South Redondo residents coming up to you is because our residents down here literally have their garages broken into and get people sleeping in there. When they come home vacation, they see people sleeping in their garages. They see people sleeping in their backyards. I have to deal with human excrement on restaurants on PCH. I have to deal with human excrement in alleyways. I have to deal with RVs everywhere right now. I can't tell you on a weekly basis how District 1 is being affected. Every single week. So when you say that spread the love, we got lots of love down here to spread. Okay, we've got 4 churches giving out free food and services 6 days a week. Think about that, Councilmember MD. How many churches do you have in North Redondo that give out free food and services 6 days a week? We've got 2 churches in South Redondo that allow you to give out, to use their address for their DMV licenses, social security cards, CAL cards, mail, everything that you possibly need. And the reason why Mayor Brand had a big issue and had everything else was because I drove forward with that one church because it was so overwhelming. Veterans Park is being flooded with people, flooded. And we've gotten so lucky. This last summer, the amount of people I heard from the lifeguards sleeping underneath the pier on a weekly basis, I can't even begin to tell you. It is absolutely packed. We have a significant impact down here. And I'm not bringing all these impacts up because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about site selection here. I want to get something done. But to say that we're going to start off for 6 months in the coldest location, in the dreariest area, these shelters are not going to take a winter on Moonstone Park or Seaside Lagoon. They're just not. It's inhumane. It's just inhumane to do that to somebody. It's 50-something degrees in the wintertime. I dive in the wintertime at 2 o'clock in the morning, at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's nasty, snot-nosed, disgusting, smelly, loud, windy, rainy, humidity, disgusting. You cannot have it. It's disgusting. You just can't.
Hey, and there's the commercial to go live in South Redondo right there.
I'm talking about the harbor.
Mills, the arrogance of what you're saying right now. Mills, I love you dearly, but that kind of attitude is exactly what the North is upset about. The fact that you think you're the only one with excrement in your yards. The fact that you think you're the only one with RVs. The fact that you think that you're the only one with people sleeping in your businesses, in your parking lots. And the fact that you think that you're the only one with the homeless that show up in the garage. That I have this exact same issues. Horvath had one in the Fermona area, just minutes from where we're trying to put the shelter. So the fact that you think you're the only one that deals with these issues is just mind-blowing.
MD, how many churches do you have that give away free food and services?
The point is whether I have.
No, that's exactly the point right there.
No. My point is that's not what.
All right, you guys, you're talking over each other. So
that's not
at least have one person talk at a time.
No, I have the exact same issue regardless of how many churches.
So listen. I love to get something done. We're spending over $1 million on this. It is not. This is purely about finding a best location to move something forward on, and I truly believe a vacant lot that sits directly off Hawthorne Boulevard, easy to get to from many different ways. It's easy to get to, lots of service around, is the best location. And
okay, are you going to change your mind, Laura or John?
I don't understand your reasoning. So the budget modification.
Let's come up with a way to compromise on this then.
If we go forward, what?
Let's find a way to compromise on it then. What are you uncomfortable with?
Well, look, it comes down to location.
Anyway, Bill,
can I just say one thing? And I hate to.
Time out. One person talking at a time. Yeah, everybody can put their hands up. Nils had the floor. If he's going to let Councilmember MD talk, he can do that. If he's done with the floor, then some people can put their hands up. Are you done, Councilmember Nairn?
I am not done. I'm asking Councilmember
then you
very
continue.
specific questions.
And if you let Councilmember MD don't talk, don't complain that you're being interrupted.
Thank you.
So we're going to have one person
MD,
talk at a time.
Give me one item that you are not comfortable with that you need to compromise on to get it done on Kingsdale. Timetable? 6 months?
Yeah. Well, no. I want you guys to share some of the load. That's all. That's all. Is that I wanted you to have 6 months. We have 6 months. And I thought that you guys should go first because then it would be less chance, or you could even go 5 months, and that way it doesn't interfere with your beach life. But I don't even know the beach life is going to happen at all because we don't know if the COVID restrictions are going to be up or not.
Do you want Moonstone Park or do you want Seaside Lagoon to be the choice?
I'm willing to give that to you guys. You guys tell me.
This is no. Hold on. That is a north versus south ridiculous thing. I'm looking at site selection. Okay, site selection.
I personally thought that Moonstone Park was a better location. I did because I thought it was the least disruptive of.
When do you want to start? When do you want to start Moonstone Park?
I was thinking you would start it first, but if you want to do it second, that's fine too.
Let's start that second. Let's see if that's possible to do second. Listen, we can do a deadline for Kingsdale for 6 months up until a certain point in time. And in the meantime, start with the idea of Moonstone Park. If it doesn't work because of whatever reason, then the whole program gets shut down.
I'd be okay with that.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Quite frankly, you can tell me that, but that's
Okay, well, put your hand up, John. It sounded like Councilmember Narenheim amended his motion.
Well, it was actually Councilmember Lowenstein's motion.
It's mine.
But
Well, actually, you were doing a vote, and Laura already voted. It already passed 3 to 2.
Yeah.
So the mayor could veto it.
Okay, well, let me just keep this meeting moving as much as I can. Since it was 3 to 2, and I can veto it, I'm vetoing it. Because I'm not going to send our staff down to go do work only to see the same vote and not be able to get the budget modification. That's just stupid.
Now, if Nils or whoever has the floor, I lost track, wants to make an additional motion.
Well, it sounded like Councilmember Narenheim made a suggested modification to the motion maker to terminate the program after 6 months if no other location could be found. Is that correct?
No.
What was the motion change? How did the motion change? We're now into a new motion.
Yeah, a new motion, and I believe he is going down the path of 6 months, and it will terminate.
If you agreed to it, Laura, why don't you make the motion and repeat to us what it was?
I understood it that it would be, the motion would be 6 months at Kingsdown and then 6 months at, wait, what did you say? Seaside Lagoon.
Moonstone, he said.
Moonstone? Okay, Moonstone.
Well, he left it up to you, Laura.
Okay, so 6 months, 6 months at 6 months at Kingsdown, then 6 months at Moonstone.
Okay. And if this passes, we'll be looking at all those issues, like, for example, whether you can, there's an alternate site for emergency helicopters, everything else.
So the motion is the first 6 months at Kingsdale and then move it to Moonstone Park after that. Is that the motion?
And I believe it was if Moonstone doesn't work, it's to shut it down. So that there is a final date, and it would take another affirmative action of the council.
Look, if something comes up, regardless of who goes first, second, I mean, if something comes up, the second place isn't going to work, then obviously we're going to have to. That's kind of a given.
Right, but if the motion is to terminate it, then the default will be termination. This is more to Councilmember Grand's position. It's only approving it for 6 months, and then you move it to Moonstone.
I see.
And if they can't move, then it just shut down. And that way, it makes it really imperative that you retain full discretion in the agreement papers with the county.
Is that your motion, Councilmember MD?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Great. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Narenheim. Wow. Look at that. Put you guys just in a room and let you fight it out. Come out and let us know what we're all going to do.
Councilmember is gonna visit me right in Moonstone Park right now directly after this meeting, and I'll have scotch for her.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Lowenstein, you have your hand up.
I do. I'll try not to take too long here. Laura, I think it's great you voted your conscience. That's great. You have to do what you need to do, right? I had somebody tell me today who's in District 4 that, I don't think that we're completely bearing the burden on this. I had somebody in District 4 saying, it's a nightmare. I have had neighbors that have had people crash on their their patio furniture, and they wake up in the morning and see it. I've seen pictures from Lila of encampments near the Artesia Railroad tracks. So I don't believe for one bit that it's only in South Redondo. It is predominantly in South Redondo, but it is not only in South Redondo. But getting back to the motion at hand, I still have a lot of reservations. For me, it's not about North versus South. It's about where it works. If Target were down in my district and we're away from homes, I'd still be okay with it. I was seriously considering Dominguez Park because I had originally thought about that before.
Do you understand the motion, Todd?
I do, but I have some concerns still about Moonstone. It hasn't changed for me in terms of that, but.
Well, the motion, that's why I asked you, do you understand it? The motion is to start at the Verizon and then to move to Moonstone Park or shut the program down.
Right. So
if Moonstone Park does not work, then they're going to shut the program down.
Yeah, but what do you mean work? Like it's not physically or
whatever reason anybody comes up with, or anybody this council agrees to. Let me say that.
I still have issues with it, but I think I'll go along to go along. That's fine. We need to get something done, and if that's what it takes. So okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Grant.
So I appreciate the effort to get to a compromise. I did not see it that you guys, what you guys brought up is kudos to you because I didn't see it. The reason I didn't see it is it's backwards. It literally is backwards. The reason you start down in the harbor area with one or the other is because we're in COVID lockdown now, and it is the least impact on that area at that time. That's why you do it down there. It's also, you have a set time, just like we're working about right now, where then you bring it up to the longer term potential once you have this thing floating along. Okay, and once it's spinning and we've got the variables out of it. And we can shut it down then if we wanted to, if it's not working. But the idea was, that's why it was proposed the way it was proposed, is because it doesn't impact down there. We're in lockdown. We don't have a tourist destination. We don't have all these things that everyone's saying about Moonstone Park or the lagoon. Exactly. Right now is the time to go down there and say, look, we're in an emergency. That's where we are right now. Okay? So the compromise is, you take advantage of where we are right now, and you do it down there, and then you bring it back to its long-term decision if we decide to go forward. And that's why we put it that way. So I appreciate the compromise. If it's the only way we're going to get something done, great. But I'm on record saying you guys got it backwards. Okay? So just, fine. But it's just not right. But
I can see that.
it's not right.
You don't have to vote for it, John.
Well, I'd like to get something done too. This is why I gave a compromises in the first place. And I appreciate that people are trying to get something done and get to a compromise. And Bill, I have to say this. Thank you very much for vetoing the motion and kind of scraping the thing clean. It was a great move. The fact is that the compromise is backwards. But compromise. That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Listen to everybody, and John's right. It is backwards because we are in lockdown now. But Nils is also right that Moonstone is going to be just an awfully challenging place from a weather perspective in the winter. So there's two sides of that coin, and you're both right. If you were going to do anything in the harbor area, now is the time. Whether it's Seaside Lagoon or Moonstone, because it's we are where we are. But at the end of the day, the best site all around is Kingsdale. And that I'm saying that based on having listened to everybody tonight and taking everything into consideration. But the truth is, it is the best site. And so here's what I see here. And if I have to vote for this motion, I will. But I'll tell you this, guys. And I don't say this to come across condescending or anything, but it takes an enormous amount of effort to get a program like this up and running. And to just have it come to an abrupt end in 6 months because all of a sudden now it's summer and Moonstone Park is now fully activated, maybe lockdown's gone, and all of a sudden people change their minds and this program ends. One, you know, I don't want to see that happen. And 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 I don't want to see you know, we rely as much as we can on funding to help do all our other programs from Measure H. I feel like it's a bit of a slap in the face to the monies that are coming from the county to just say we're going to do it for 6 months and then on a whim we may just totally end it. And by the way, I'm saying that because this is on a whim based on location. This isn't we're going to end it because it is causing detriment to the city, right? That's a totally different conversation. And I think we agreed that if it was a problem, you know, and it wasn't working, that we would have that opportunity to shut it down. But this is kind of, you know, it seems silly to me. So I get what everybody's trying to do here, and I do want to I do want to come to a vote, but I'm just telling you, I'm trying to be the voice of reason here. Kingsdale really is the best location, and 13 months I think would have a much more dramatic effect on what we're able to do in conjunction with our enhanced response pilot project, PRK, residents, and homeless court. I think 6 months is we're just going to be getting it up and running. You're going to have the people hired, and then they don't even know if they're going to need to be there. You know, you should all really think through that. That's all I want to say.
Well,
thank you, Christian.
So a lot's gone into this, and thank you for you guys, everybody's, you know, deep thought into this. This is not easy. This passes. This is not the perfect solution, and there are no magic bullets here. And we're just going to have to, you know, if this passes, we're going to have to continue to assess this, and hopefully we don't end up ending it in 6 months. We find something else that works, like Moonstone Park or something else. But we'll get started, and we'll continue to work through this imperfect process. And I think the county is going to be quite pleased that we're doing something. And I'm quite satisfied that we're doing something, as unsatisfying as it is to some. So I appreciate Councilmember Grand even suggesting that he would compromise to get something going. I appreciate that, John. So,
and I just want to clarify.
No one has to do anything. You guys do not feel like you have to do anything.
Well, just so you know, when I made that motion, I didn't expect it to necessarily have to stop at 6 months. If for some reason we couldn't go to Moonstone, that was never my intent. That just kind of got thrown in there somehow.
Well, and Bill, I do have my hand up. Here's what I believe is going to happen. We're going to get 6 months into this, and we're not going to stop it. We're not going to move it down there. So this is kind of the Lucy with the football, right? We're gonna go 6 months, and then we're gonna go and move it, right? I mean, I've been Charlie Brown once before.
Well, we
budgeted. I believe it's going to happen. But
we budgeted for that, John. So that could absolutely happen.
Well, but I'm just saying, we all lose our nerve and say, well, we don't want to shut this down, and Moonstone Park's not going to work. So okay, we'll just go and we'll stay here. That takes the compromise out, and I'm Charlie Brown.
That will have to be voted on. So the way I hear the motion, that would have to be voted on, or it will be shut down. Right now, the motion is to shut it down. So that's my understanding. So to keep it going and move it, we'll have to vote on it.
It's to move it to Moonstone unless it's not feasible for some reason, like land use or an emergency exception may not apply. It's in the coastal zone, and we'll look at all that. But the alternative, if it's not Moonstone, is it's shut down. And you're correct that it would take a separate vote to increase it beyond 6 months. But that final wording will be decided whenever we bring it back to you for a final decision.
Anything else, John?
No, that's it.
Okay. Joe, I see you got your hand up, City Manager Joe Hefkin.
Yeah, just one thing. Someone had mentioned that we've got the funding to move it. We actually do not have the funding to move it.
I thought that was in the estimate. Michael Webb, I thought you said that moving was in the funding.
No, that was in our original budget that we submitted to the county. The county did not provide that level of funding.
So what I said was that was the one thing that they apparently didn't allow, because remember, they were about 75,000 short of what we had requested. Now that could be that we have about a $74,000 overall contingency, and during our meeting, they pushed back on the contingency as well as the security. And so I don't know what their thinking was as to why they had $74,000, approximately less than we'd asked. The city manager could be correct that they weren't paying for the move, or it could just be that they don't think we'll need the contingency because they believe, based on their experience with other cities putting in pallet shelters, we won't need that contingency. But that's something we'll find out by the time we do the all of the final documents and bring to you for review. But I did mention that was a possibility. If you choose two locations, there may be 75,000 if we expend all our contingencies, but we won't know that until we get the final agreements to you.
Well, running out of money would be the other reason to shut it down. So we're not going to, spend general fund money on this. We're already spending tremendous amount of staff time on this, and we're already going till 1:30 in the morning in council meeting. So if we run out of money, we definitely will be shutting it down.
And that we'll know when we, negotiate the agreements to run the shelter, et cetera, et cetera. But, they indicate they feel confident we can do it for less. And those were the two areas, not the move, but the security, which we said was essential, and the contingency, which they thought we wouldn't need, but they could be basing it on the amount of the money allocated for moving the pallet shelter.
And to answer the people who say, this is going to get really expensive, it's like, no, it's not. We're going to shut it down. So anyway. Oh, with that, let's have a vote. I think it's clear now what the motion is. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
You voted aye? Aye. Wow.
Okay, well, we got a unanimous vote. Look at that, Mike. And I'll have to give kudos to Councilmember Grand and
I'm going to be Charlie Brown on
MD
this.
going in the
I'm
south.
going to end up staying at Kingsdale, but you know what?
So sure, I think once it gets up and running and they see how security is, they're not even going to know it's there. That would be my guess. But
I'm going to tell you, the thought is that we're going to move it to Moonstone Park, and the football is going to be taken out. I'm just
let's see what happens. Because we could end up shutting it down, or we could end up moving it. I really don't know.
Or we may not ever end up starting it, depending on what we find out with the final documents.
Correct.
Then a final decision. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you have it. We did something. Did a lot, actually. So next up.
I just want to point out that it was the bookends that did it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next up.
Wait, let's point out it was done backwards, but it was done.
Okay.
Done by point it out.
Except for the fact that people don't go in the harbor in the wintertime and the parks in the wintertime.
Bookends, but
that's exactly why you put it there first.
All right.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
It's an enigma wrapped in a mystery.
Exactly why you put it there first.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. So 120.
We just end this meeting.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, we got a couple things we need to do because of nomination.
Certainly do the youth commission. So is that what you're suggesting, Eleanor?
Well, the other one is related to the nomination forms regarding whether add the pledge of
We don't meet before it opens up, or
so yeah, because it starts November 9th. We don't have another meeting except unless we do it at the strategic plan.
So well, there you go. I mean, P3's already been pulled, and P2 is going to take 2 seconds, and we have to do P1. So let's go to P1.
Okay.
I don't know. Is everybody all right with that? Laura, you wanted to do it? Let's do it. Okay. P1, Eleanor.
Okay, great. So this is related to last time from the end of our nomination period. Councilman Graham brought up regarding using the pledge positive campaigning. And so now that we're starting to do our nominations, and just to make sure that there was no election codes, because during the years, there's always updates on election codes. We have the Code of Fair Campaign Practices that is provided to every candidate, that is required based on the election code to provide to each candidate. However, it is voluntarily optional for the candidate to sign and return. So, and then there's the Pledge of Positive Campaigning, which is another form that Councilman Graham would like to include. And however, this Pledge of Positive Campaigning, based on our research, is that you can't change anything, you can't modify it, you can add it, but again, it would probably be a voluntary form to fill out. So I don't know if Councilman Grant has anything to say about this item.
I certainly do. So having been through a number of campaign seasons, Redondo Beach can be a pretty nasty place, and it's not good for our city. And I have taken to stay positive, to just say what you're for, try to entice voters to actually vote for you on a positive note. This is what I'm for. This is how I'm doing that. And there are a number of folks in our city that are very, I'll just say, they go negative campaign. And I have videos out about it, what's happening. I've done that. I've been subject of it myself. I have, seen these things, and I don't think it's right. This is something that was brought to my attention, that there are these pledges, and that you can actually sign them, and that it states that you're going to conduct yourself in a certain way. And the certain way is, I'm going to be positive, and I'm going to be the best person for this job. Not that I have to take that person down, or I have to lie about them, or spin it so hard that it changes, someone's thought about them. And we are going through a national campaign right now, and it's not good. This is about as nasty as it's going to be. There's things being said, all that. And we, as a council, chose to have an election in March, 4 months after the national election. And we're going to burn everybody out. And if you've got negative campaigning going on, it's just like you're turning off voters, and we are already going to have not as many voters as they are going to be in this election. This was the whole reason we were talking about elections, and all the things that we're doing is who's voting in this. And in a municipal election, in a non-Congress or presidential election, we get a significant drop in people that participate. So I felt that this was something that I'm going to be proud to sign. And I believe that it should be part of the package. It is voluntary, but if you sign it, I have more respect for you as a candidate and as a resident of Redondo Beach. We don't need to go negative in our campaigns, and we're responsible for the people that support us. And you can say things, and you can say the right thing in saying this is not right. You don't need to say that about him or her. You don't need to do those things, and you can be there. And that's how I view it. And I think that it's the right thing for our city. And I think that any candidate should really consider signing this. And I do think it should be in the package, because we've seen enough, and it's going to get worse if we don't do something. And this is doing something about it. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Let me see here. Councilmember Narana.
Does this include not suing people as well once they get elected? Because I think we should add that over the election. Personal lawsuits, personal attacks, attacking people's parents, that should be included, who don't even live in the city. There's a whole host of things we can add to this. I think it's great, but is there any way we can, enforce this, Councilmember Grant? Like, what are we gonna do to enforce this?
So I see that it's actually enforced yourself. And the fact is that in the public, if you sign it and the other person doesn't, I think that's fair enough to say this person decided not to sign this, and actually be able to say that to them. Say, this person wants to go negative because that's what they believe is best for Redondo Beach. I don't think it is. So I think having a positive campaign is there. Lawsuits, all those different things, that's part of the problem. And this is a small step towards getting towards positive campaigns where we fight over issues, differences of opinion, not make it a personal thing where you're either trying to spin somebody, you're trying to do something. Oh, no. Talk about yourself. When you're out there, talk about yourself only. Have your supporters talk about how great that person is. That is positive campaigning. When you have to go after the other person, you pretty much don't have much to say. If you can't shine past what they're saying, or you can't make an effective argument, the voters see that. So this is, again, a small voluntary step, but it's a step in the right direction towards kind of changing our campaign mess that we go into every year or every 2 years.
And how is this defined? How is use of defamation, whisper campaigns? I mean, there was a whisper campaign against me that I didn't live in San Pedro, and my mom paid my rent, and that there were a whole host of things that were said about me, and libel, slander, scurrilous attacks. There was alleged FBI thing. So I mean, how are we going to say deal with the whole First Amendment aspect of this?
Well, I think it'd be great if you would sign this, Nils, when you go for re-election. And then you can actually set an example of how to actually be a positive campaigner rather than having to go after somebody and tear them down to get elected. So I would challenge, and I'd say that would be a great place for you to start and set that example. I intend to sign this, and I intend to run a very positive campaign. And those things that happen to you, they happen to me as well. And the fact is that didn't get sued. But the fact is that I actually believe that you have to start somewhere, and this is it.
Okay.
39 guys, come on.
Councilmember Horvath, are you done, Councilmember Nierenheim?
Yeah, I'm done.
Councilmember Horvath.
A motion to add the form to the nomination papers.
I'll second. Second.
Say again? I'm sorry. Motion by Councilmember Horvath to add the form, seconded by Mr.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. And so what this will accomplish, Eleanor, is it will just be part of the campaign materials and somebody can either sign it or not.
Correct.
Okay. The problem I have with this is what is a positive campaign, right? People define that in their own terms. I can remember pointing out my opponents over several elections, their voting record. And people decided that was negative campaigning. Oh, you pointed out their voting record. You should just be talking about yourself. Well, that was an important distinction between myself and whoever was running against what their position was on things. And so, I think, John, you would call that negative campaigning, and I would call that fair and square.
I would absolutely not call that negative campaigning.
Okay.
If it's not spun.
Where a lot of people do consider that as negative campaigning, and then they would pull this out and go, you signed a pledge of positive campaigning, and down here at the bottom thing it says, I pledge to announce, and if I fail to honor and keep all the above commitments, I expect voters to elect someone else to the above office. So it's like somebody's going to be reading this and passing judgments and declaring, and and they can do that. I'm just telling you what I have a problem with this. I have a problem with number one, I pledge to run a positive campaign. But when you start getting into the details of it, it gets a very gray area. And as Councilmember Nierenheim said, we've been the targets of it, and I've never attacked somebody personally, and I never will, and I don't need to. I run on policy, and that's just how that goes. But having this sort of thing, I won't be signing it because I just think it's too loosey-goosey. And I notice that not one single city in the entire 435 cities in the state of California have adopted this. So I think the reason is obvious. And, you could go on and on about what's negative campaigning. For instance, when I run for a re-election, if I run, I will point out that whoever runs against me, if they did not vote to remove Mark Mitchell from the Planning Commission after he physically personally threatened me, that could easily be taken as, negative campaigning. For instance, you, Councilmember Grant, told me I should go have a cup of coffee with the guy. And, it was ridiculous. The guy said, where I come from, people like you get found in strange places. And you told me I should go have a cup of coffee with that guy. So I'll be pointing that out. Is that negative campaigning?
Bill, the spirit of this agreement, this says, I'm going to be positive.
I asked you a question. You don't have to answer it. Is that negative campaigning?
Yes, it's for interpretation, but I don't.
Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. So, I just see this as a silly tool to be used by everybody for silly reasons. And yeah, so I think the public figures it out. And I think they know when people are name calling or being irrational or, saying negative things they shouldn't be saying. I have a lot of confidence in the public to figure things out. I really do. So I think if people stick to the issues, the public will be clear about their decisions, and then we can all move on in office or out of office or whatever. But I just see this as a tool to be used, claim somebody's negative campaign. And that was a great example, actually. So anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
No, sorry.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and a second, and this will be added to the packet, and you can either sign it or not, right, Ellen?
Correct.
Public comment?
And no public comments and no e-comments.
Okay. All right, well, let's have a vote. Councilmember Nairn.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay. All right, so it passes 3-2. I'm not going to veto it because it's just going to be in the packet and you can either sign it or not. It really, just goes to that. It's kind of funny because if you don't sign it, they'll say, well, they wouldn't sign this form to be positive campaigning. But, I think the public will figure it all out, and it's policy based, and we'll all go from there. Anyway, let's move on, I guess, to the Youth Commission. We've got some recommendations for the Youth Commission. I think everybody's seen it. I guess just need a motion to approve the appointments to the Youth Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Grand. Councilmember Nairn.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so that is that. And then last is really, I guess, any items, Joe, from you? Any more mayor items? I'm sorry, city manager items?
The only thing I have is I believe the city's facilitator for the strategic planning retreat, Kathleen Terry, will be reaching out to each of you, seeking your input in advance of the October 29th session. So if you get an email or a phone call from her, feel free to respond and give her your input related to the development of 3-year goals and the objectives. That was it.
Okay. Any referrals to staff from council members? Councilmember Nairnheim.
I'm just looking. I don't think I do. No, I do not.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
3 small things. People are complaining about mosquitoes. I think we should look into it with vector control. We've been approached on community gardens. That's another thing. We should perhaps look at that. I'm not sure it'll fit on strategic planning or not, because we have a lot of things to accomplish next week. And a very small thing, but I think I've noticed this on other console pages. People have a little blurb about their biography. It's kind of nice. People get to know you. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if we all wrote a paragraph about ourselves. It's not important, but I thought maybe, it'd be nice for us to do that. So.
Okay. So what were you inclining to do about the mosquitoes?
I was hoping that staff could come back with a report to see if vector control is noticing an increase in mosquitoes, because I've been noticing people posting online that they're seeing a ton of them this year. And I realize we're going into the cold season, but I don't know if they're killed in the cold season. So, believe it or not. So it's a problem. It's a problem. People are posting about it today.
So is that a motion to request staff to come back with a report from Vector Control about mosquito populations?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to do that?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Councilmember Gran. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
No.
Okay, anything else, Tom?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath?
Nothing.
Councilmember Grant?
Yeah, I had a question, Joe, with regards to the cannabis task force. They were going to be kind of coming back or reconvening and whatnot. Are we due to have them back on our schedule anytime soon?
We were kind of targeting end of this calendar year. There's additional work that needs to be done. So it's something that'll be an objective that'll carry forward into your next strategic plan.
Okay, well, thanks. I'll just leave it at that then.
Okay, Councilmember MD?
I don't have any referral to staff, but I did forget to mention that Paul Connolly has passed away. He was a former city manager, and he was on the Redondo Beach School Board, and he was also served on the library board. So condolences to Gail, his wife, and his family.
Yeah, condolences to all of them. I hadn't heard when we go. We're adjourning in his honor. So, my only ask of staff and Joe is, when is the inclusionary zoning for affordable housing action coming back to us?
Yes.
So the thing tonight.
Yeah, so I believe we're looking at if we have open session on November 10th, either the 10th or the 17th. So
yeah, City Council just approved the contract with Veronica Tam, so we'll bring that back.
Okay, great. Thank you. So it'll be in November. Okay.
The Reed's apron's being brought back next meeting too, right? Or no?
We got a meeting on that between staff and mayor and myself.
Okay.
Have you scheduled that yet?
I've reached out to them, waiting to hear back from them.
Okay. So we'll have a council meeting once we talk to them again. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn in memory of Pablo and Teresa Arista, parents of our city employee Javier Arista, and also in memory of Paul Michael Keener, brother of city employee Ryan Tucker, and as well as in memory of Paul Connolly, which Councilmember just mentioned, former Redondo Beach city manager, and in memory of Al Arizmendez, who was Redondo Beach historical commissioner, and finally in memory of Amina Khatun, sister of city employee Dadar Kanker. I think I said that right, Kanker. So condolences to everyone and their families. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes. Second.
Okay, any opposed? Not hearing, so ordered, folks. We are adjourned at 1:40 in the morning. So we'll see you November 10th. Election night's November 3rd, so no meeting. And
Strategic plan.
oh, God, I'm sorry. October 29th, we have strategic plan. How could I forget that? So that is October 29th at 1 p.m., correct?
Correct.
that's correct.
Okay. Well, good night, everybody.